everyone, and welcome to another World of Sasquatch. Today's recording is being recorded on 5/25/24. This is actually a very fascinating set of subjects in this one. A couple of newcomers to the group. Don't laugh at their names. We did it first too, especially the second guy. These were a couple of Sasquatches that are related to Fuma and Seymour, and them from Arizona. They're cousins of theirs. I came to find out because my mother asked for help from the forest people, and we've had a series of things. If you watched the previous episode of the World of Sasquatch, you know that there's been some dream synchronicities with them showing the blue eyes and all that. I have one of these before we begin too. Uh, Before we say the names or anything, though, we do have to open the circle properly. So, Joanna?
We are all one, and when one is harmed, all are harmed. When one is helped, all are helped. Therefore, in the name of who I am, and I am one with all there is, that only the highest good be done. We pray for you, your friends, your family, your loved ones, to let healing energies in, let them love you and nourish you and bring you to your highest good. We pray for ourselves, our friends, our family, our loved ones as well, to let healing energies in, to let it love us and nourish us and bring us to our highest good. We pray now for benevolence with no conflicting agenda to please come in and be a part of this conversation. Anybody who is out there in spirit, in galactic, humanity, it doesn't matter. If you would like to join us, do so with benevolence and no conflicting agenda to allow for this conversation to be heard. We ask for mischievous and malevolent type beings to just be ushered out in order for this conversation to be had. So with that, and with our great blessings to you all always, we say so be it.
Okay, now open this circle to true benevolence with no conflicting agendas of this moment in time. Now, the two Sasquatches that came through. Their name is Streffy. First, we thought Streppy, like strep throat, but no, he made it clear it was with an F, not a P. And Twiggy is the name of the other one. And people giggle when I say that. He said it started out, he had a different name. And like with Native Americans, some of them earned nicknames. A lot of them, like in Native American lore, you had one in Illinois by the name of Lalawithica. That one he was called that. He was called the Broken Rattle because he was always drunk. Later on, he had a walk-in situation, became the prophet of some of the tribes of Illinois in that period. And the Tecumseh time frame, that was his brother. Look that up, you'll be able to find that. That's how they would earn nicknames. The forest people do the same, and that's how Twiggy came into being. He could probably explain that. I don't know which one of the two is speaking today. With the laundry list they gave us, it could be both of them. So, no. Okay. And they also had me keep yet another statue. So, even though this needs a little bit of work on it, I grabbed it right off the shelf out there where it got cleaned up. So, yeah, okay. The topics, I will start with it. I mean, they all kind of chunk together into a singular conversation, but the thing that started this off and that they wanted to kind of make clear was stuff about Agartha. Is there still an Agartha? And when this question was asked, and I will integrate a dream in, and then we can go again to this, but a dream that I had that I don't believe I told Joanna about this. I don't think so. Where I was in this wooded area, and it's like how my mother's was with Broston, with the blue-eyed Sasquatch grabbing her from the road with a bike rider going by. This is the same, even though that wasn't a bike rider, it was a dog man. This was something similar, where I was sitting at a table in the middle of the forest with these viney like legs on it. It wasn't one singular post. It was a flat wooden table with these viney like legs. A person that I could hardly see wasn't encoding correctly or translating correctly over here, the frequency, or if they want to mask this somehow. You could definitely tell I was looking at a Sasquatch across because I see the blue eyes like this, bright blue eyes. The rest of it was mistranslating. Lena and Vesa came in similarly in a dream because there was a misalignment in some of the frequencies or something that it was slightly mistranslating. And then one time it was sharp. So, it just depends on the energetic alignment and frequency alignments that they sometimes astrological alignments from where they happen to be. And I believe that's part of the conversation. Where exactly are they? So, uh, and is what people are channeling just military or past echoes, meaning echoes of ancient times? Because you can literally connect to any point in history because everything is happening everywhere all at once. There is time. That's a misnomer saying there isn't. But what is the nature of it at that point? It's all happening at the same time, like the multiverse, like you see in Loki with the multiple timelines. You're constantly jumping timelines. Yes, this uh, this uh, this has to do with some of the descent lineages, all of these things. So this is actually a very, very interesting conversation because we've done a lot of reports on the factions of Agartha. But as we have said before, we've had to redact some stuff on the liftings history, and even on some of the other side shows that we do, like this one, had to take stuff about Levick down and all this other stuff from the World of Sasquatch. So we have had to refine down the information down to its bare bones truths. And we have asked that only groups, just like what was declared in the beginning, only groups with a conducive agenda to our own. We are only wanting truth. And we don't want any of these side agendas like political allegiances, GF allegiances that are part of that kind of thing. We want what is actually happening.
And I think it's important to say that in having the desire to just know what is, again, you have to
And other beings will align with that too. Yeah.
right. Well, you have to understand that you can only process information like that through your current understanding. And so it is a process of bringing in additional information and then potentially taking down information that you may or may not realized you had visualized and thought of something through. So it's not an instantaneous process. I think that that is very, very important for people to get. It is this layering approach of bringing in the possibility of new information, discerning it, do I accept it or not, and then letting go potentially of older information. So I think one of the things, because our desire is to know really what's out there, that we don't have a problem um, taking down information that we feel no longer represents our current present moment information.
And we'll rebrand the stuff that is. You'll notice that some things have been removed from the YouTube channel. Then some things will be put back up in its newest light. Things that still serve the now moment are being put back up.
But the process of how you get there is pretty much the same. You wish your head would explode if you just took in all of this information. So it is a process of layering, of undoing, of sweeping out old, bringing in new. First of all, discerning what you're going to be willing to accept as a reality or not a reality. And again, this is no different than everyone, people listening here or everyone out there going to all of these channels that are available for them to listen to. You have to discern. You have to discern, what do you feel feels right to you, what isn't right to you, what am I going to keep, what am I going to let go. And we're no different in that area, except to say we're not willing to hold on to information that we currently now do not believe is the most accurate. And again, what we talk about today, there could be more layers of information to come on that, where we grow and blossom from that piece of information. So we're not willing to, I don't know any other way to say this, and I hope people understand. This is not about, we're not willing to do this kind of ego trip where we must maintain a certain way. We're not, because our attitude towards this is, we would like to know what's really going on. We understand the process of how that occurs. We understand that we may have certain belief systems and certain understandings that slowly have to be allowed to go to open up to allow to more information. And I think the more people that are willing to just adapt more of an attitude like that, you really then, first of all, open yourself to more information, but then you allow yourself without any shame, blame, guilt, or whatever you want to put on yourself to hold on to something. Because a lot of times what's happening now is that people feel they have to hold on to something, and they're holding on to something that in the end does not serve them at all. And in the end may allow something to co-create with your energies rather than you actually be able to control and co-create for what you want.
Yes, in other words, meat puppet. So you don't know, you don't want to be a meat puppet, folks. And I've said this in times past. So much so, actually, on other shows on mainstream news, I've heard people using this term now. Like when I slipped on the old GIC and said "tit baby" one time, the rest of the hosts started using it. It kind of just spreads. So
And again, we've
no,
said it over and over again. The truth is the truth until a new truth comes along. There is nothing that is more situated than change. And so change is a part of your life. New truths are going to come in, and you need to allow yourself the grace that you're growing and learning. That's what this is all about. Not that you are at some finality of knowledge, because
yes.
it's not true.
And this is also leading up to a lifting episode about Agartha and about some people's family that we know that were involved in it. So this is all seeming to be coming together. All shows that we've done, from GIC to Conspiracy Sector to this one to lifting, all seem to be interlocking and synchronizing towards this common being anchored towards this a new truth till a new truth comes along, type of scenario. And I hate to go roundabout, long way roundabout around from the ass end of it, where there's a bunch of mistruths and misnomers, to what is. That bugs the holy and frustrates the holy hell out of me, but it's a process.
But it's an acknowledgement of where everyone is currently at in their thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
Now, why they got there and how what information did they receive in order to think that current thought? Again, you have to tease that out. Where did it come from? Was it somebody else's agenda who wanted you to think that? I mean, so, there's lots of layers to this. Just be gracious with yourself and understand that this is more of the actual truth of how the learning process happens.
Yes. Okay. So I think which one wants to talk? Is it Streffy or Twiggy? Let's see, or both. Streffy. Okay. It's interesting. Now we have the three stooges of statues here. This guy, uh, which I'm surprised there are not more air bubbles in that one. This guy, Broston, wanted to use him, and of course this one. So I have their edifice outside, but they wanted me to keep the four types though that represented their colors. That's three of them. They have a reddish one, a black one, and a blonde looking one. They made sure I made some dirt brown colored ones out there as well with the shungite mix, and it came out that rusty brown color. They're probably going to make me keep one of those two that I have of the dirt brown ones out there as well. That's fine. That's cool. So, all right. Is there an Agartha? Yes, and this was actually a question that was brought up by that friend of ours that we're going to do the show with. So this comes full circle. And even on Conspiracy Sector years ago, Aubrey brought up to me when I was doing some of the original channelings in the Diamonds era. He was very skeptical and went, "How do you know there isn't bullshit wrapped in here?" And he asked the correct question at that time, and I was like, "Oh no, we're fine." I was mentally retarded apparently at that time, so he was correct all along there as well. So it all synchronizes. So let's see here. Um, all right. All right. It's Streffy. Oh, if I could describe him, he's large. He has some blonde in him, and brown intermixed in, and with some gray hair in. So and some black, hence why you have that. on the side, and he has a hat on that actually looks like where these BBs are. So even you and my mother pointed out that, oh, it looks like he's wearing a hat or a crown. He has an armor plated thing on his head. So therefore, and not in a bad sort of way, it's actually fashionable. Yes, I understand. Um, you set that up, I would assume. All right. Yes. This seems to happen with all of them. Broston had was reflecting back something that had to do with my own head this way with this, and also Telnorskas, when he came through with this one, was also saying he had something on his head for protection. So, and he was also specifying I had something on my head that was against protection. So therefore, you see how the Shungite and the elements and themselves reflect this back. So, in what was created, Shungite is very good at this, by the way, too. And it's in all three pieces. So, all right, Streffy, dang, the cottonmouth is on. Dang. All right, it's a lot of energy flying around. So, ooh. Forgive the abruptness. Someone in this house decided to make a dynamo of an orgone piece. So we can use this. It is synchronistic to this talk, but in the future, when it is decided, yes, and we participated in this discussion for this, for your friend Bjorn's property. It is a big property, and it will diffuse through the earth. But remember, the Tower Buster formula you have is better in small doses, even if you have several small ones on a property. These larger ones get noticed in your current area, given the military presence, much more swiftly. This is all I will say on the subject, but we thrive within this environment. With that, this synchronizes perfectly with this conversation. His breath is being taken away by the enriched energy. This is why he has been panting like a dog. No pun intended, because we have had to remove dogmen too. They hate these things too. We love them, they hate them. Not all of them, just the asshole ones that want to scare people in the middle of the night with glowing orange eyes. They were in the midst of doing these things. They hate the liquids too, I might add.
Right, and we try to keep telling everybody there is a limit to what you can handle.
Yes, and it is a limit with your military, but it is also a limit with yourselves. More is not necessarily merrier. This is why, again, you have to know the size of your property for things of this nature. Dynamo pieces such as that are for massive properties and outdoors for your Tower Buster formula. So I wanted to say this because it is enriching the channel, but at the same time, it has its double-edged sword. Now, to the topic at hand. The pieces, again, act as communicators. That one definitely, no matter what stuff you put in it. So, the topic at hand, the channelings that are out there from the tribes of Agartha, you are dealing with an ancient world that has not looked the same since the times of Atlantis. It has not looked the same since the earth was also ravaged by the Orions. It has not looked the same since that empire crumbled. There has not been a cohesive government in many centuries. Poseidon runs his Mer Kingdom, yes, in your Atlantic, which right out here from Virginia Beach, obviously, because he put his face and logo feces all over everything. I kid, he's actually cool. I'm just saying, one of the only ones of that bunch I might add. The others tend to be a little weird. We're picky about, at least my grouping's picky about which names are mentioned. But I will only mention a syllable of a person's name. You used to know him as Abe, but this is why we were spooked when you said the entirety of the name, even though he has died. His family still lingers. Now, with the tribes of Agartha that people are channeling, say your Mount Shastas and your Mount Adams, and any of these mountains under which these tribes speak, is there still an Agartha? I have to say no to this because Agartha dictated you have Asgard, Midgard, and Agartha. It was one of the shining lights of the ancient world. Yes, were people brought down there in the times of the Great Flood by people down below. Yes, you're dealing with some of the descendants of those, and you're also dealing with our people. You're dealing with, unfortunately, reptilian forces and descendant cat lineages. But is there a cohesive, wonderful inner earth community that is cohesive and they dance around the maypole in a gay fashion? No. Well, yes, Isaac, I guess in a gay fashion when it comes to you, yes. But in this way, yes, that shut you up. Okay. You get to explain something later, but just okay. Now, with some of these descendant lineages, you see this depicted in your show Grimm, where you have all these people that are actually in hiding, that don't actually get along with one another, and they don't actually coexist until you have the character of Nick Burkhart Grimm that brings some of them together against Reapers, which would be your Orions, you see, Grim Reapers. They were depicting that history, and they're human meat puppets that beat up the character Monroe, trick him into a corner to try to scare him. That's actually true, how they act with their meat puppet people. In this, the the Tower of Babel story actually comes from Atlantis, when all the languages of the world were separated, and this was a disharmonious explosive, not only with nuclear explosion, but with the AI that came therein, and Antarctica with your AI community that Isaac mentioned within the pyramid there. And then you can look at that for further information. But this is a topic that is also being interfered with. Give me a moment. These people scattered to the four winds, some huddled around the poles, except for the South Pole, that would be one of Enlil's territory. That's why the Nazis occupied this. The areas under all the mountains of the world, they went below, and the Olympians went above. This also characterizes the Titan Olympian war between Crum's people and that of Enlil's, which is the Olympian pantheon. The people that scattered to the four winds after the destruction of Atlantis, even though there is part of it in the Introverse, we won't get into that. We're going with what you know of in Midgard history. This then scattered, including Poseidon, out into more of the abyss, the Apassu, or the depths of the ocean. This then gave rise to multiple factions and descendant lineages like they show in Grimm, where these are just descendant lineages of people that had ties in ancient history, like you see the character of Nick Burkhart looking into it. This is 100% accurate how they depicted it. However, even with the different depictions, they did not depict my people correctly, though. They kept saying that, oh, they're saying that it's just one people, but it's actually just a couple of these different factions. No. Now you have the Anakim leaders and you have the Dogman Antiqua leaders. But did you notice, though, that they're not cohesive? They may portal and talk to one another, but you have the Dogmen, which are at the top of the world, the Antiqua. Where did they come from? Where does the history say they came from? Egypt. Where'd they go? North. Where do my people migrate through? Different causeways underground and different areas of the above earth as well. Now, one could say all of Agartha now exists on the surface. And this is why I came to you to begin with. You wanted lies being surpassed by truth. This is the truth. What people are channeling What people are channeling are echoes of the ancient times, yes, but then you have your military, which are taking full advantage of people's desire to get the truth. They're occupying the spaces like what he said with his friend Aubrey on Conspiracy Sector, the Dulce Base incident, where Ebens and Lancaneers / tall whites were occupying those spaces. Military occupy these spaces. This is where the missing people go in the national parks because there are openings to all of these bases. This is why he likes to cite this story where a hiker went into Yosemite, was jogging out in the deep backwoods, and fell through a rock into a gray base. Those were Ebens, by the way, that they didn't expect to see a person all the way out there. They abducted him, wiped his memory, and sent him on his way. He remembered, went back, touched the rock, it was gone. It was a holographic space they were shoving in there. These particular instances are what occupies some of the underground areas. Your military are finding ancient sites that, like on Mars with the Martian Germans, there were those that had occupied before. It could clearly was back from the Asgardian period. These are ancient areas that, yes, are there giants found from time to time, like in Antarctica? Yes, like what Isaac was talking about in your previous GIC discussion. And are there areas of the world where these things happen? Yes. Are they ready to wake up into an awakened period of enlightenment and renaissance? No. These were giants that were escaping the Great Flood, the original one. They were hoping to wake up and continue the fight. They were hoping to wake up. This is where your military likes to perpetuate, awakening. They found a few of these giants and unfortunately killed a few of them as well. Some are cannibalistic types that were shoved in there. Others are also guarded by dinosaur-like raptors type things underground. If you were to go into some of these underground caverns, you know what you'd find? You'd find ancient passageways leading into sometimes a space where you'd find some old technology blinking in and out. You'd maybe find some of our people under old crystal pathways that allow us to communicate. You'd find pockets of old technology. The dogmen like to steal it from time to time and try to possess people's energies from that time. Draco liked to use these when they find these old helmets and old things. The term from Star Trek, Spock's brain, comes to mind. Even though that was a fairly abhorrent episode in the Star Trek fans' eyes, there was a helmet they would put on to gain more intelligence so that they knew certain things that an ancient society in their underground environment had. And above ground, there were cavemen. This was highly accurate. Roddenberry depicted this accurately because this was ancient technology that these other people got a hold of that came from the surface and went down. This is what you're dealing with right now, as a matter of fact. Their military is attempting to keep people on the psyops train, as you would say, no pun intended towards the train rail system they have underneath. You would find if you went also into those spaces, it was interconnected through your entirety of your United States, all the way up underground to Alaska. That's why they do the drilling. It's based on some ancient drilling of Agartha to begin with. They had sphere drills then that rotated and bored out and canceled out the existing matter. That's how they bored out different areas to create tubes that went underground and created the honeycomb system to begin with. They did this very quickly in order to bring certain human groups down underneath the earth. And this was not as altruistic as you think, because certain bloodlines were grabbed and others were not. These then became the many groups of Agartha. These also your Tartarian world unity is not unlike this, but they are more of a unified front, like what pre-Atlantean times were. This is what they strive for, you see. This is what they want to keep within their bloodlines. Not that they wouldn't accept anybody else. That's quite the opposite. But the Martian Germans are the more Nazi-esque type of way of doing things. These groups now are not as cohesive as you would think. Is there a central government of Agartha? No. There was a long time ago. This was pre-Atlantis destruction period, where then the groups underground scattered. You had Draco that scattered underground. You even have him under New York, and he said about the Draco King that exists there with his fledgling reptilians ad nauseum, whereas they come up every now and again. And he said he had that dream where he saw them roaming about the alleys of New York like evil Ninja Turtles. That unfortunately is true. They had taken over some of these different strongholds, just like your Superstition Mountain was part of Lemuria. The Draco took that part over. You have other areas where military have taken over. They have found some of these alien strongholds, and they've sometimes destroyed them, sometimes they left them alone. But the story you've heard of people in under Mount Shasta, the stories of this is an ancient site, by the way. This was a Lemurian site. So is Vancouver Island, where our people generally occupy, because we're also Lemurian descent lineages, aside from the Anakim that are still around from that period, such as your Sufas and beings such as this, that we're related to. These were ancient sites. These are the stories of people, either they're communicating with us or they're communicating with some of these experimental groups. So people that go to Mount Shasta, they're dealing with descendant lineages of dark elves, which are Syrians, us, or the butt boys of these Syrians that were generally created called the Yeti. These are hair-covered reptilians that are gross. They have some of our DNA. They have some bit of Draco DNA, a bit of dragon, and maybe a bit of monkey in there. And what they do is they guard that area. And so they've attributed us to guarding sacred sites. That was part of the ancient past. Sufats would attest to this. They guard informational node configurations from ancient Lemurian times. And also, just like in your Sedona underneath, there's a red pyramid that has the information there. It was all underwater at one point. He saw a synchronicity of somebody on Instagram that showed they are attributing it to the ancient Egyptian pantheon. It was part of Lemuria. Part of it was underwater, that some of the Mer used it as their water kingdom, and it was a spaceport that would accommodate all people in millions of years ago, before the sea burned. And now, henceforth, you have the desert. Essentially, Enlil's one of them responsible, just like he was responsible for turning Egypt to green glass like Krypton. Now, the what is the current state of affairs? You must ask. The again, military is finding these fossil records, finding like what you saw in your Y files with the under Mount Ararat, where the people were escaping Neanderthals. That was true. Also, another genetically turbulent period, let's say. No, we are not Neanderthals, by the way. Like he said, we are unfortunately related to those cannibalistic, disgusting things. Now, I can't attribute to all of them, but most of them. People in these circles getting these channelings, wanting to go to Mount Shasta. Unfortunately, those people are abducted by military, experimented on, and sent on their way with new programming to perpetuate the New Age movements of when people wanted to escape to Agartha and escape their lives up here. I must say to you now, almost the full entirety of the descent lineages of Agartha is on the surface of the earth. It's been integrated, like you see in the show Grimm. They're all working jobs. Aliens are doing that too. Your Lizzies and your Ebens of running around Sandy and New Mexico, and them are like your Resident Alien program, are all working regular jobs and living lives. The people of Earth, it's the same thing. So any of these descent lineages, you're looking at them in the mirror. Just like on the show Grimm, you're seeing them doing their jobs. They're sticking to their own people. They know about certain things, but they're all divided because that was the point of the Tower of Babel. Or they called it the Crystal Tower of Atlantis, but then it was AI oriented, but your whole Nimrod story came from that time frame. Whereas he was trying to talk to the gods, that is when the people of Atlantis got enthralled with artificial intelligence. From that, of the echoes across time from the Orions that got them to build their own homegrown AI. Just like you have hybrid technology that exists now in your military, where they have just back engineered, what some of your insiders say. I believe it was your that said that it's not hybrid tech. It is essentially learning from and increasing or upgrading your own. This is what's going on. That's what happened on Atlantis. It was their homegrown version of AI. This is where people get the transhumanistic thoughts from. This is what created the Tower of Babel's corruption. And Nimrod wanted to talk to the gods. They wanted to talk to the gods. You are gods. Why would you need to talk to anybody that needed a tower higher than anybody's ever seen in their life? That's why the term Nimrod is synonymous with stupid or stupidity. You're a Nimrod. That's how that happened. Was the guy's name Nimrod? It was close. We'll just say he was an idiot. He was one of the last kings, or not necessarily king, but a governorship of some of the scientific sects of Atlantis. Poseidon was the actual king at the time, and still remains as such. So anytime you've heard of a Mer kingdom changing, just like in Arizona, when you heard that there was a Lyran queen that became the queen of Agartha, where Isaac wouldn't quit doing the meow 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 mix crap. Then this is a lie. He was trying to warn you about this. When you heard there was a female queen of uh, of Atlantis, this was actually incorrect. Poseidon has always been in charge of that area. So somebody was trying to get you to link to a military sect, use a female face as a kind interchange. When you were on the coast back in 22, when you communicated with those Mer people, they were attempting to reintroduce yourselves to the real Mer kingdom at the time. This is why on the EVPs you were hearing Poseidon on there rambling because you mixed himself up with his brother at the time. The military tried interchanging and tried to get you on the false timeline of events. Now, they use real history because they have studied this ad nauseum, but they eat, sleep, and breathe it. But it does not mean that they aren't mimicking or learned mimicry in that area via microphone, via V2K, where he always likes to say they use a set of presets on a cell phone or a pad, where they control the behaviors. They also communicate certain channelings in that way. You could have a neighbor up the street from you that is doing these things. Like I said, some live in the houses. Some aliens live in the houses. Like you have Venusians saying, oh, they are your neighbors. Duh. So are a lot of others. And there are far more of them than you think. You have your negative type races, which are some of the tall whites and such, doing the same. You have Elaine and Vesta's people doing the same. It's not a new trick. It's nobody is showing up. Nobody is going to invade. None of these things. Already here. And they have been here for thousands and thousands and tens of thousands of years, if not hundreds of thousands. You've just forgotten some of the history, just like in your movie 65, where people came from the outside and they showed the history had been forgotten and saying you evolved here. Wrong. I know I went on a while, but we'll go into questions.
So I guess the clarification then is with this understanding, and again, just to recap probably in a lot less time, that what you're saying is that the concept of Agartha and a large group that was living underground was true, but in the very distant past.
Yes.
And it really became undone at the same time that other events occurred. And basically it became undone due to the warring and due to all of the problems that were happening in the solar system at that time. That sounds correct, right?
Mm.
So, and again, it's very easy to connect with something and you think everything is current present moment with us, and it's not. If you're a channel, it's very easy to connect with all kinds of different things. So understanding that these concepts were real, they were in our basically, again, things and societies and the multitude of different species that came down into this earth that tried to get along, had warring, had invasion of AI that's still present, and kind of made a muck of it all, isn't necessarily that hard to believe at all for me, because I always had, questions about, when they talked about Agartha, my mind was like, there were interesting places that potentially were under the earth that were very large openings, very large areas. But it kind of went against the grain of why is everything Agartha when you hear about a lot of multiple different sects.
Yes, and it's just like this is a seed planet. They started out with even adding the different continents, terraforming and seeding different things. This was millions, millions, and millions and millions of years ago when this actually took place. Other races eventually added their own land masses and everything to the planet. It's very much like he always cites the South Park episode, which is true, by the way, where these races use Earth as a reality show. You've heard this term a lot in channeling circles, where these aliens. He always cites that this alien shows up in Stan's father's form, like Contact, or something like that, like her father in it, and they keep making him switch until he turns into a taco that poops ice cream. It's actually an inside joke, by the way. Whoever did that, meaning they were making fun of one of the greeters that greets people in situations like that by making just severe fun of them. But it's more of an inside joke that some people were erratic like that and made people switch repeatedly, so they added it into the show. But saying this greeter actually says it's actually impossible to have multiple races evolve on the same planet, except in very rare situations. It's usually one race, one planet. This is why the GF restrictions would not work on Earth, because there's too many different governments and too many different people here. They said they in that episode they said many races from long ago came to Earth to coexist, and this is why there's wars and fighting. This is also why people have different health issues, because they didn't come from this atmosphere. It's like some came from Mars as well, and you have their circadian rhythms aligning more with Mars still, even in their descendant lineages. This is exactly what happened that they depicted in that episode. So either those two are channeling it, or somebody gave them the information, or they know already. I'm not going to speculate as to which. Trey Parker, Matt Stone, they brought through real information.
And it doesn't surprise me at all. I think most people can look at, let's just say, the big pyramids of Egypt and different things, and they're starting to show the archaeology now of how much older these things are than anyone can imagine. And again, very people coming upon them who would want to appear maybe more grandiose than what they were, so they would just adopt them as their own creations and build onto them. I could certainly see, the taking over of places from the warring times long ago, where others would find their way into there, maybe take over some of the areas, call it their own.
Yes,
I think
that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, I can see that happening, and I definitely see it happening now, as well, with everybody's interest in Antarctica. It's interesting because, I would think there should be a little bit of fighting going on over who's going to take over what. It may be,
It still happens.
I can't believe that they're all just getting along under there, because somebody wants to be top dog.
Yes.
So anyway, I guess what I'm saying is that, this is long time history replaying itself over. And again, the question is why? And what comes to my mind when I think why is there so much effort to have people thinking of, again, these past? Well, because it makes a good distraction. So what you actually have is people that are incarnating on this earth that may have been around during those times in the past.
Yes.
They're connecting to their own selves in the past.
Yes.
So if they can get you to concentrate more and believe things still are in a way from a past, what you're doing is they are able to connect to some type of internal truth that you had, that past was real.
Yes. And a perfect example of this is in your Mad Max Fury Road, where Charlize Theron's character is actually trying to find a lush green homeland that she remembers as a child. They get to past this spot, and she encounters some old ladies that said, "Oh no, you passed it already," because they saw these creepy crows and birds. They were making a Raven reference to Odin. They were doing a Viking. They were slamming him in the movie too, because they were all using Valhalla references and everything in it, with the white Cabal Viking-looking guys that were in it. Now, what happens is she finds out that she'd already passed that area. It was representing like Asgard, like you're remembering ages from the past that, well, of course it exists, but you're remembering times of the past that may not be exactly the same, because the other guys, these white pale guys, had stolen all the resources and then claimed it for their city, which then has to be retaken. Now, that was showing the progression of what happened from past to now. You have your Kabbalist types that have claimed, and military types that have claimed all the resources. They even show the money laundering. And you even have an account in it that's basically saying you have used this resource, you've used this resource. Now, this is depicting this accurately. He did not detect this before. They went ahead to where those old ladies were. It's like, no, you're remembering this as a child. You're remembering how lush and green it was. Those resources don't exist here anymore. They're in the other place. This is what people are remembering. They're remembering a time of the lush and green, when in fact it doesn't look like that. He even saw in a channeling, this was partially accurate, where there was a being that had come from the old earth, where it was pre-flood earth, where it was like the land of magic kind of thing, had appeared now. It looked nothing like that.
And I think what's really hard, I think the things that upset me that I try to talk a lot about is the psychological warfare that goes on to humanity that people don't realize. Because if you have memories of back then in your genetics,
Yes.
okay, in your genetics, and you go back then again, back then where people tried to be taken down into Agartha, helped, done whatever, almost like, they'll help us, they'll do whatever, they'll do
Wrong.
that, it's a very interesting thing because it's not in the current present moment. And so again, it's a
They're remembering
false,
a time when it was very good.
yeah, and it's like, now with, almost provoking again, if you don't believe in Christianity, but you can believe in this false savior. So I mean, it's the
They
same.
counted for, yeah, it's the same. And also, it's just like saying, like he says about his father's neighborhood in Mundelein, for instance, where it used to be and it had a heyday, where it looked fine. Now it's run down. Or people say about a neighborhood, neighborhoods like say in the time where they remember where it was all, oh, there was stores here and you could go look at this and go look at that. Think of that when something was in its heyday. Or like they show in your movie Cars, for instance, where they had Radiator Springs, where they said it was in its heyday, where he says, I like to, Lightning says, I like to see this in its heyday. You have to bring that back. You have to remake that. Even if you're taking something from then that is good and not mirroring all the garbage that happened thereafter, and you're basically saying this is good, and you're bringing something back that belongs, very, very good. Or like you say, go to the end and bring it here. It's essentially you're bringing that frequency, just like the people of that distant future told him, bring that here. You're aligning with that timeline, the proper one. It's the same here, where this is what people keep doing this. They become nostalgic. They remember something that was and is not now. Even though everything happens all at once, aside from that, this is what's going on with the ancient period. Even when he channeled Tolkien, Tolkien had gotten his information from a self of his as an elf, Gildor, where that person still exists within the Introverse. Now, in the times of the elves and the Fomorian wizards and the humans that came between in Ireland, what took place was those elves, some of them had escaped to Tir Nog, or the other world of the living, the Introverse. People are remembering also connecting to the other self of theirs as well. In the interim, one would consider that a time travel if you went to some of these areas. Now, the Introverse, you can go to different time intervals, like Elena Vesta's world of Nouveau. It's only slightly off. Some are very far off. You would swear you were time traveling if you did this in some areas, and also you would swear you were coming and going from here to there. It just depends on the alignment of the spheres. Just like you have in your Witcher, the conjunction of the spheres. That was an actual event that took place of the dimensional barriers dropping quickly. They always say the veil dropping. You don't want that. You do not want that. It's exactly as depicted in your Witcher, where all these things bled from all these other areas into a chaotic period. This happened post Atlantis, by the way, or roughly within. It also happened before, when Asgard was destroyed as well. The Orions tried to align these things on different meridians, so that they could cause as much chaos as possible. This is why your cabal does things on certain times of year to get the most chaos possible, because they want you to remember the chaos and not you would say, the holiness of the period.
Right. And again, there's nothing.
Commercialism too.
Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with looking back and again, some of what was going on prior to the warring, where they were trying again to have commonality, to have, everyone just kind of get along in this grand experiment of these different cultures, that there's nothing wrong with even bringing that thought forward to be able to move forward in. And I think that desire is amongst a lot of people. And I think that's the goal, to bring that kind of forward in that way. Um, I have to, and it's not on Carissa's list, and the list that you guys did, but it's in my mind because I think it's what a lot of people think about. So a lot of information that people have been out there that they talk about Agartha, you can't ignore Admiral Byrd and Admiral Byrd's experience. So, because if you talk about anyone that perpetuated the existence of a people and a group, it was going to be the Admiral Byrd's story. So my curiosity then is what actually happened to Admiral Byrd?
He did communicate with beings that were more in alignment with who conquered Antarctica. Who do you think allowed the Nazis to occupy? These would be descendants of some of the more negative Atlantean groups. I'm not saying everybody, but when he says he encountered the master, what did you think this was for? This was to perpetuate yet another group that's saying they were trying to save humanity from their nuclear weapons. How exactly? Yes, can some of them disarm these nuclear weapons? Yes, and are some of them basically aimed at the galactic's heads out there? Yes, and are some of these groups trying to now create human meat puppets, saying that humanity is the most violent race in the universe? Yes, I mean if you count the Martian Germans, I suppose that's true, but they're one of thousands. In this so-called master that Admiral Byrd spoke to, they allowed that information to be leaked. Any information you hear from your military circles has a big whiff of bullshit because it's the yield, as you were saying, in place. Like he likes to say nine yield, the Nazi. Yeah, we thought it was ironic, prophetically ironic. So this was interesting that he pegged it with the Greys and all of this. But anyway, being that Admiral Byrd met, I mean, your Isaac touched on this a little bit. He was focused on the cannibalistic giants and stuff like that. That's his fetish. We don't care. But I joke. But what Admiral Byrd encountered, he didn't encounter an underground group. This is true. Were they Agarthan? No. These were more descendant lineage Atlantean. I want the closest word I can come up with is snake oil salesman or shyster. There are mostly Nazis there. They're mostly these desiccated pre-Adamite forms in the pyramid there that Enlil attempted to basically rape these poor people that with Orion based transhumanistic tech. Again, where people are getting some of this wondrous transhumanistic garbage from. It's essentially history repeating stuff and the echoes of the past. Now, is it choice you can't dump on another for their choices? You just can't force your own on others like the Nazis did. Now, if they try to force transhumanistic type things on people like the vaccines and COVID and all this other stuff, that's evil. But with this, that has insectoid origins. Then, like I said, different factions of assholes. This, if you, what Admiral Byrd encountered, the man that he said he spoke to, I must say, I hesitate because we do not wish blowback upon you, but this has to do with the new Schwaben landers of Antarctica, your Operation High Jump, and also the mysticism surrounding the whole of Antarctica. It should be the anus of the planet because this was exactly the pit that some of these different groups are transmitting from, like a big satellite dish. And your friend can come on, and her grandfather can speak to this at some point because this person was there to witness some of the things that took place because of the new Schwabenlanders. But the how can I put this? The master, as it were, was there is there like Orion and Syrian descent lineages that are there? Yes, just like you have Orions now and blonde-haired idiots now that are transmitting things about how great the Pleiadian groups are and such. And it's all these dipshits. And I must say, this spreads over to this. I bridge this. They say they are Pleiadian. They are New Schwabenlander. You're blonde-haired idiots, princes of the universe. Yes, were they engineered by your Orion groups? Absolutely so. These are New Schwabenlander groups. Mars, Antarctica, Moon, all that. Blonde hair, blue eyed. And you have some reptilian in there. Yes, are they out in space? Yes, were they created by like a third generation Orion type? Yes. But the process by which they were created was also via the inner Earth, and they will purport themselves to be the masters of their domain. Now you have this with the Syrian lineages under Shasta. You have the military perpetuating, oh, this is a holy event, light show, blah, 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 blah. They abduct all the people, plant them with some information, they send them off on their merry way. This also with the Nazis of Agartha, or Nazis of Agartha, and that's true too, by the way. Nazis of Antarctica and New Schwabenlanders. This is why when people are sent there to test the weather, and there are tour groups that go there, what do you think happens to them? They're sent on their merry way with implanted garbage in them, kind of like the Borg in your Picard season 3 that control the young people with the nanovirus. It's kind of the same. There's also ancient alien tech there, I will not lie, from the times of Atlantis, from the times it was frozen in place, from the times of that transhumanistic period of the pre-Adamite groupings. This is what you would find there. Unfortunately, you would find Enlil's desiccated corpse there as well. I say desiccated, but he's still alive. I'm just saying. Undead, we'll just say. You would also find the remnants of bits of Atlantis, and you would find that hole that people aren't supposed to go over. Now, is there part of it, like I said, again, are there people there that Admiral Byrd communicated with? Yes, but the Nazis then wanted to perpetuate, very much like the even groups implanted the 144,000 saviors of humanity crap into your society. This was like the Martian Germans tried to make you think the Ebens were crashing at Roswell, and it was really their cloned things they created in a cloning chamber too fast, and the aliens showed them this. This is the same thing, where they are trying to show you, oh, there's mysticism here. Yes, you want your history. You want your true history. You want all that you are not seeing to come out in the open, minus your cabal blackmail. And also, he was saying in the South Park episode, the kids had to blackmail the alien heads with some sexual circle garbage, just like the cabal does to people and Masons do into rituals. Hence, a friend of yours had to go through this with his business stuff. And these were business people as well. And also saying contract, kind of soul contract business thing. That's kind of what they were hinting at. And the kids have this photograph. He goes, "There's a green thing sucking on another green thing." This is the analogy. They will try to blackmail people when they get close to all of this, when they find all of these things.
So going back again to Admiral Byrd, because the one thing that Chris
he is not innocent in this.
So it's an interesting thing. It's an interesting dynamic because, Chris and I always hate to make opinions about the people involved, because sometimes people innocently have an experience and they are reporting the experience that they had, unknowing that they were being used to perpetuate another story. So what you're alluding to right now is that Admiral Byrd, wasn't as innocent in the perpetuation of a story that people may think. What do you think about that?
He was good at the core, but he also had people around him to protect. And thusly, he was told to give the bullshit story, just like your Jesse Marcel with the weather balloon story. He felt he kept saying he was doing this for the United States. No, he had family around him. He knew what this was. He knew it. Just like Admiral Byrd knew this was the same group of assholes that Marcel had to deal with too. because this had to do with Roswell. They were with the craft that shredded over the desert. This was Martian German technology. Same group of assholes. Admiral Byrd was put under the same restrictions, having been pasted at high jump and also going into the inner earth. At that point, they decided to use him to try to perpetuate, oh, there was mysticism behind this. There was ancient knowledge or history. Yes, I will not lie. But with this, and I'm minimizing blowback to yourselves, the story behind this is he integrated into the yield where he met this master underneath the earth there. No, Martian German and these other groups that were wanting to perpetuate eventually some kind of contact there. Even people that tried to perform archaeology on or mining rights or mineral rights on Antarctica or try to come and sneak in there and mine get murdered. And he even encountered 2 ghosts that this happened to, of people that said Nazis killed us. So a couple of Russians actually. One guy and his daughter. But this particular instance, Admiral Byrd was no different than your releasing documents, all of these, and you can bleep these names as you see fit. I'm telling you this, if you wish to bleep these, but a lot of these types of scenarios where you see these documents coming up, it's allowed to come out. So when he's talking about all these things, they're allowing him to talk about these things. He even said that he knew more than what was said. And then when he published his book, this is why he went dark for a little while. After he came back, they were prepping him on the cover story that he would use. You're not going to tell people there are Nazis there. You're going to tell people there are aliens there. Which, again, not too far off, but you're still dealing with the descendant lineages of Earth, just like the pre-Adamites are those people from Atlantis you found out on GIC. You're going to find out more about this in the coming channels about what is truly around you. Just know he was not an evil man, just like your Jesse Marcel was not an evil man. This is why he gave the FU look in that famous photograph with the weather balloon. He knew what he was getting involved in, very much like in Your Man on the High Castle when the Nazis first invade, and that admiral comes in to both Smith and the other guy and said, we are now having to do this. And he's looking down at the floor, and you see a swastika on his arm. And the one says he's a traitor and all this other stuff, and Smith sets up his other friend. This is exactly what happened to Admiral Byrd, was put in the same situation as that admiral in that scene.
So it's really important, again, when we talk about these things, again, it is very complicated. It is not easy. It is not just as simple as just tell the flat out truth and somebody's going to save you. It's not really that simple.
No.
And however, within their approved dialogue, let's say, there are truths within it. You have to learn to discern through it to pick out what actually are the truths from all of these, even listening to us, to pick out the truths that really resonate with you as to putting together this whole interesting story. And again, I think there was in earnest something that we've said for a long time during these last 100+ years, that the amount of effort that has gone into doing subliminal messaging to humans, to be able to start controlling their minds, to jump on the bandwagon of a particular story that, you're really, really interested in it. You may not realize you've been more subliminally programmed to jump on board with a storyline. You really need to look and understand. That's why we are so big on history and the understanding of what goes on behind the scenes, because you have to understand what you're up against. And again, as we always say, you have to know who you are to know what you are not, and to be able to work on your discernment skills, because it's very, very weaved. It's this very weaved. And I find it interesting because I would say that if you look at Admiral Byrd and then you go down the next 100 years or so, there was some fancy in the intelligent community for utilizing bird images when they wanted to put out disinformation.
Yes. you can bleep these names as you see fit on this, but I must say this as a correlation. He's already picked up on this on the aviary group, minus that of the Anunnaki connection with the birds. People like to mix the Sitchin bird imagery. And Sitchin, yeah, was he an agent in this? Yes, he was. But if you hear blue avians, avian, bird, Admiral Byrd, guess what's there? A narrative. Like you have your aviary group, even though they he laughingly he came across your Lower Decks episode where they were making fun of the Falcon. That was true. Somebody knew that and were poking fun at via the Star Trek episode. Those groups, you have your disinfo agents like your all of them ripping these communities apart, saying, "Oh, I invented this," and it wasn't until I invented this that it came about. That's the third true, trying to fish and get SSP people, the ones that are truly remembering the truth. Another one ripping the UFO community apart, and so far and so forth. Info agents putting disinformation out there even to this day. Bird, you look for bird. Look for any form of a bird. You will find a trail of bullshit following it. Any form of a bird, anywhere. Not real birds, no. Nature, no. Do not get me on that.
The irony of flying around, dropping a lot of poop all over the place.
Yes, the real birds are all looking at me now saying, wait, so no, not you guys. I'm saying the false birds. Yeah. And I'm discounting that of the Anunnaki scenarios, even though your government time travel factions did go back in time and plant plaques with a temporal signature that would align with now, you would carbon date it as then. Could they have done that with the bird Anunnaki material? Yes, but they did not do it. There were some that actually looked like that. A faction of them that actually did look like that. There were people that looked like that. Again, echoes of the past that they are abusing. Like in your Honor Among Thieves movie, your Dungeons and Dragons Honor Among Thieves, where you saw the bird guy as one of the judges sitting at the table in the beginning, that Jonathan or whatever they called himself. That actually happened that way. And you see this in video games. Like there was this Storm Eagle character in one of your Mega X movies or games, and then you saw a hero in one of the Golden Axe games that was like a bird. That's true. There were bird people. Were in your Star Trek Enterprise, they showed that the birds were dead, meaning it was a symbol. Like on Xindi, you haven't seen this season yet, where you see the avian species is dead, meaning there aren't any more of them left. They are extinct. They are using those poor people as a shoe-in for their disinformation. That was also a shoe-in in the show, that some of the history had a yield in it, and some of the history had disinformation that they were actually trying to peg Sitchin, which again, was also a disinfo agent, but he brought forth some of the material about Nibiru and trying to shove Asgardian stuff in there. He had some truth in there and some fiction in there. But the bird people were true of that time, where you see them with their hanging ornaments on their little Christmas tree there, the genetics tree. That's true. And it became the Jewish tree of life. It was also like the Asgardian Yggdrasil. This is where it came from. And you said that was also like an origin of a Christmas tree. This is true. But you hear in your modern day, bird, falcon, owl, some crow pooping shitting on a fence somewhere. Also, we wanted to show him years ago at your house in Nightdale, where he saw a bird looking at him that was standing on one leg like he was doing the crane from Karate Kid and then shitting on the fence. We were doing this. We were trying to say you were being bullshitted by birds. Military, all.
Well, thank you. So I know I went a little bit
corporate project military. Yeah.
I did go a little off topic. If I know the things that Chris, this is the first, guys, I've never gotten a list of things that Chris wanted to make sure that I brought up, and that was just a deviation. Let me see. I think we've covered a lot of it. There's this one that I do not. It says Rock of Antaeus.
Yes, he got a channel years ago that was supposedly from Saturn. This was actually from from Enlil. But this was actually about a real rock titan that actually exists as part of your Earth. He saw this in a movie years ago with his father called Hercules Unchained, where Antaeus was the rock god child of Mother Gaia, meaning also he was a Nephilim Titan mix. And he was a bit of a dick, actually. But I'm just saying that when he died, before that, though, he helped bore out some of the tunnels through the earth. He helped. He was actually one of the Titans, like you see in your Godzilla movies, where you see them all over the earth, like even Kong and all of them, and Godzilla and all of them fighting a Hydra that was like an invasive species that's supposed to represent Draco and Orion and Black Goo, just like your Shungite is opposing Black Goo. That's that story that's being told in the Earth, coming up with antibodies. That's telling that story also from Titan and Olympian. This is why he saw dragons on Olympus for a little while. Off track though, a little bit. The Antaeus is actually referring to the Titan Nephilim mix that he's long since died, but he is a rock formation now in Greece, which they depict him in Hercules Unchained, where Hercules throws him into water to weaken him, like Superman and Kryptonite, like basically saying he was getting his grounding from the earth. This is actually true, where he, like I said, he would bore like a mole. He has become a particular formation. He only had one eye, by the way, and he was on Malta as well with the Builder Giants. He was actually their leader. The reason I bring this up, he is not like Talos of Crete, where like a robot, or Njord of Vanaheim. No, he was actual flesh and blood, and when he died, he became one of the mountain formations in Greece. Not necessarily. How can I put it? Was it part of the Mount Olympus mountain formation? Yes, the one they actually dubbed as Olympus. This is actually part of Antaeus, the Rock of Antaeus. Just like your Atlas Mountains are the remnants of Atlas himself, holding up the sky. You see, Rock of Antaeus is when he decayed, he became part of that formation that got mixed with other rocks. And Zeus / Enlil thought it was ironic to use his remains to perch atop. Just like a lot of them wanted to look down on humanity. A lot of groups will use mountains, military use mountains. That's what was being referenced with the Rock of Antaeus.
Okay, so the next one, again, not something I'm familiar with because Chris does a lot of stuff without me present. Are the NAS beings fake?
Yes, 110%. Back when you were at your father and Becky's place in Carrollton, there was a myrrh species that came to his mother that called themselves the Nas. And they basically tried to convert your energies into a silver energy core, which is not completely false, by the way. There are people with silver energy cores and golden and all this other stuff that actually work. It's not associated with the golden children, indigo, and all this other stuff, like the purple, silver, gold. No, the other thing was a bullshit thing on the part of the Ebens, like you said in your 144,000 conversation, and the rainbow children. Look what happened with the rainbow children now in modern day. Look what's happening with the rainbow symbol now. There is your disinformation right there. Saying the rainbow children would save society. What is that in your society now? You see. So I will go back to Nas, though. They came to him, looked like these silver-colored mer people, fish-like people, and these were military through and through. Think of what is close by your area. He saw a sign when you guys came back here that said Nas Oceanic. Is essentially Oceanus. Oceanus was also a real being that was basically Odin's father, grandfather, I believe, a Titan form. Not necessarily a grandfather per se, but he was a Titan form. Acted like a grandfather, they figured to him, but it was more or less a being that was here already. Now, with your NAS Oceanus, what's there? Military. And it's very close by in this
Well,
area.
the three letters NAS stand for Naval Air Station.
Yes.
In human English terms, that's what it stands for.
Yes. Yes. This is why they came through as the NAS. This, again, V2K technology that you found in this area from the bases. This is who was speaking to you at the time, because there was he likes to cite the abduction incident where he was placed under the ocean in a suit where the MER were trying the military wanted the MER to shoot at it so they could calibrate it. Hence your war, the military's war with the MER, or skirmishes with the MER. He refused. The Navy said, "Why are you being a rogue?" Sent him back, and he remembers the bedroom from Carrollton there. Uh, then another incident where a dog, a large German Shepherd, was pulling them out of a suit. This is what was referring to. It's SSP through and through, where they were trying to goat him back in as a test dummy for different suits, trying to get him to go against some of the friends he had made. This was a payback for siding with the MER over what they feel or his own kind. You see, so what the Navy did was they supplanted. Oh, we're the NAS MER people. No, you are not. Just like what I said, they will they will mimic some things, and they did this in Arizona as well. A lot worse there, but I'm just saying this is what was going on with the NAS. So
Okay. And then one of the last things that Chris wanted to ask about was fake truth injection drain.
yes, this is something he had many, many years ago. This had to do with what you spoke about earlier, where you said this off recording, where he was goaded into a more of a guru conspiracy. You said where he saw in this scenario, which was actually an alien spaceship, or alien-esque even, but with military. And also, he was seeing what would happen later with COVID, like when he says saw zombified people in masks attacking regular people. You see in COVID, he saw two syringes, a pink one and a white one. He pointed to them and he goes, "What is this?" And somebody says, "Truth." And they inject him with it. This was actually military and aliens at the time. He saw even his own father in the scenario yelling at this person. This was not his father. This was not necessarily a portion of him or any of this was just some people that were around him at the time that disagreed with what was going on. What happened at Sarah, he saw it like kind of like a bank teller kind of scenario where you had the wall with the little windows and everything. This is how some of the sick bay was set up, where you would get equipment on another side, kind of like a quartermaster would give you equipment. This was military, where it injected him, and therefore it rewrote him enough to be able to do some channelings of their choosing. He's outgrown this. This goes along with the Agartha thing, because it was some things were aligning with that other agenda, like with Agartha, where people had channeled Agartha. It's this exact same subject. This is why we wanted to have him bring it up. But then now that you guys have outgrown this, you are now starting to see what was past, what is now. This is what this aligns with.
So, I don't really spend a lot of time, especially in conversations like this, talking about some of the things that I have personally had come back as, let's just say, memories, because they're not pleasant. I guess
none of them are.
No, I guess for me, I get a little jealous when people talk about other things. I'm not doubting that they're bringing through something.
There are special things out there, but people are remembering happy things because their subconscious remembers the horror. So therefore, they're supplanting it with something that's more pleasant. The human mind has a propensity to do this.
Right. Whereas for me, it seems to be this direct negativity that I just felt was not appropriate at the time to be spoken about.
Yes. No.
But I will say, one of the things when this conversation first came up, then it was not very hard for me personally to believe that underground spaces that maybe historically were used for something else, that maybe was positive hundreds of thousands of years ago, could now be taken over by something that is actually maybe pretty nefarious. And I say that because some of the things that we talk about that are in our humble opinion, very real. The soul trade is one of them. Missing humans that are then done who knows what with. But it gets even worse than that. So some of and I get really bothered with people who think it's cool to be abducted, and they don't. And some people who proudly wear a badge that they're a birther, even.
I was just
that really bothers me. So because some of the memories that I have were, literally being in a cage, like using the not new fencing, but the regular old chain link fencing, where you were literally in a small cube that you can't even completely stand up in, just to let you know. And the one cube right next to another, right next to another, and sometimes even stacked upon one another, where what you were dealing with was human beings in them.
Yes, this unfortunately still goes on to this day with your trafficking.
And I agree. And with birthing. So, what bothered me, about it, and I'm like, so again, if you have the ability to take people, let's say, in and out of time, where you can take someone and they wake up and not that it's just the next morning. You have no idea how long in a different timeline or whatever that you've been gone. But are women taken? Are they implanted with pregnancies? Are they then kept somewhere until that pregnancy is viable to be taken from them and then returned? That kind of stuff goes on.
Yes, and people see this as mystical. There was even a recent case that you saw on a show and also you saw the same thing in a session where people saw these beings around them going, they're like, oh my God, this is such wisdom and such all this, and even beings and military in the background were snickering, going, well, we saw you coming. Kind of thing.
But really what you're talking about is no different than everybody's disgusted with puppy mills. Well, we're talking human mills that are set up not much differently. And this is the thing that, again, I normally hold this stuff close to me because I feel that people aren't ready for it. But all of this space that is being utilized and all of this, I'm going to call it whatever. Some people unfortunately refer to it as just commerce because they've lost all their humanity by now. And I hate to say this, but if you can imagine, there are also human beings that have lived in no place else other than a cage like that their entire life, no less than when you get upset about seeing the monkeys that are caged that are used for their please don't think that isn't going on, because it very much so is.
And do not think this is something mystical that is taking place. If you have dreams where you are trapped and you feel trapped behind a cage or behind something, they want you to think that this is your own emotions that are caging you. Only a third true, because it is a memory. Because like when he had this memory come back of emotions where he felt like he was stabbing a gray in the head, which actually happened. He managed to nail one of those little scrotumites. But in this, where it was the knife with the goo on it, this is the blue goop on it. This is exactly what happened. Evidence was left for him so that he could see what truly happened. If you are having dreams where you are being caged and you are on the other side of walls, on the other side of feel like you're being caged in, or like even in a dream they say is symbolic where it's your own emotions caging you. And I'm not saying that doesn't happen. Sometimes that can be inner work, but it's also a memory of being abducted and having been in one of these environments where you're having dreams of where you're in like a chain link cage and all this other things, like even naked dreams, for instance, that can be your light body being taken somewhere. And this does happen a lot, interdimensional stuff. They can even take you saw this on your networks one time, your streaming networks, and he saw this too, where the aliens can bring you to another copy of a timeline. This is what happens when you saw that person wandering around outside, going into government buildings and all this other stuff, and nobody was around. It was a clone of a timeline that he was filming. And the other ETs were caught doing something on a world line they were not supposed to be doing. And that timeline was left a little while where that guy came out of a building and saw there was nobody around. It's not that everybody had been abducted. He had. and he had his phone with him. That's what happened. They take you on a timeline where it's just you and them, and they delete that timeline. There's no other life forms or anything there. It's holographic. They can do this. That's what, hence why you have your backstage. You can delete timelines as you want, just like you can jump timelines as you want. This is essentially what's going on. People sometimes are remembering, the reason their memories are cloudy is because the memories were formed in that timeline, you see. But also the memories are suppressed at times. They have a suppression bubble like his that's affected by orgone and pieces and heavily magnetics, like with the MRI type of scenario, like your Tony said that time. But in this respect, you have also birthers, but they have these dreams, or they have these imaginary scenarios, like the woman who painted the big-eyed children. There's actually two artists that did this. She was seeing these children with these large eyes going with a tear in their eye. His mother is the same with this. This is exactly what's going on with that. It's a latent memory. That didn't happen in another timeline there in those two scenarios or three scenarios, but the memory was suppressed and it was coming out from the subconscious in artwork in those things. Now, another angle of this is something like from ancient times where these beings would abduct women in antiquity and birth the different beings, and some of them looked like hideous creatures. They were trying to get the formula right in some areas of the direction they were wanting to go. You'd see long-headed people sitting on spaceships doing this. And and also this had to do with some of the clothes that they wore. Also had to do with what you saw in Atlantis, your church, your suppression of women in Muslim cultures, your genocide of particular ethnic groups in Africa. All of these things have to do with hedge betting, have to do with dice rolling, have to do with like with Hercules and his 12 labors, have to do with Samson eliminating the Philistines. It's all this sick cycle that's been going on for eons now. In modern day, though, the things you have to look out for, again, the dreams where you feel confined, the dreams where you feel fenced in, the dreams where you see like maybe a neighbor like Wilson in your uh, where you saw him on hold on,
Looking over the fence.
looking over the fence type of thing. This is why I was showing him only the eyes in that scenario, is because I was showing him there were eyes on him that were good and eyes on him that were not. And he's remembering Home Improvement was the name of the show. This is why Isaac used that show for the alien abduction or alien military reference with the lights in the You're Babbling episode. This is why he used that reference, because of the fact that he was trying to say the eyes over the fence thing. You're seeing that sort of thing. You're remembering these caged in scenarios of somebody that looked through a slit, just like in his SSP time, where the Nazis were looking through a slit at people getting rid of bodies on Lystaria in a vat. And they were getting power from all of that too, from the tubes that were in. They were too cowardly and they wanted to look through a slit. Or in your Dark Angel with a bunch of genetic manipulation that went on. That was true in the underground bases where you see the resistance always used the eyes and slit. This was actually more of a positive view of it. But people remembering these things, and also remembering also there were spherical drones and little flying drones that would go through where these cages are. Right. If you're remembering these things, these were 110% abduction scenarios, and they're being passed off as sometimes people will think they're heroes. They've broken out and saved everybody and blah, 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 blah. And in some cases, there were rescuers. I'm not going to lie. There are those cases. If there weren't, you'd be in big trouble. Just like we help people from time to time if we can, but all these factions are all equally powered. You have these other, well, some are lesser than others and greater than others. Just like Isaac showed, he was more powerful than the regular military that tried to pay you guys a visit. Also, the alien Taigetans that tried to pay you guys a visit. He was basically showing his balls were bigger, and in that case, it was true. But this does happen where even a friend of his visualizes himself kicking in the door of a church or a chapel and rescuing children. That did happen. As a soldier, this does happen. But and also fighting AI spherical type things in the Middle East, that did happen. And seeing bird people there, that part was a slight lie. That was the military doing that. But in this, like a blue avian thing, just like when he was in Nebraska, his mother saw these blue avian guys over him in the bed. That was military slash agents at the time. who abducted them, and they remember being led naked out of the room. That was the Evans and the military, through and through. Like with the ones he calls Tufi and Trauben, when he encountered them in the garage outside, when he called out to a telepathic field that was there. Those two were even men in black and military. These when they said when Tufi revealed himself to him when he walked in and wanted to about their culture. Tufi showed himself in a hazmat suit as a blue alien, and the brother was really pissed. At first, he was thinking this was a stagecraft and was pure military. No, it was even and military. And it's the Men in Black. These are the things that are going on. If you're remembering these things each and every single time, it's been an abduction, hands down.
So, and again, and I'm not trying to, I've kept it under cuffs so much because I have no desire to scare anybody. But I think more and more people are coming to the realization that they are ready for that information because it's starting to feel right in their own life for themselves. And these control mechanisms to let you not remember are beginning to break down. So people are starting to have certain memories mixed with real memories, mixed with false memories, mixed with all kinds of things in this big bowl of soup going on. But we just want to acknowledge that some of this is actually very real. Now, we're not pessimists about all of this. And I want to end this way. I know Chris is going to talk about something once he comes out of channel, but I don't like to end things on a really bad note. I definitely believe there is as much good out there rescuing, doing the things that you said, as much as there is, any sort of bad. I believe as the human consciousness does expand and open themselves to this information, it provides us a better way to co-create for what we want. I'm feel very strong about that. So again, I don't know if there's any words before you leave us that you would like to do that is more on an to give people positiveness.
Yes, so this is despite all that was said, what he is going to talk about there is good out there. It's very much like that crop circle that he's talked about a number of times, where it had the picture of the gray alien in it, and the message within it was beware of Greeks bearing gifts. There is good out there. Those were good groups that were giving you that information, genuinely. So I'm saying there are good groups out there, but if you get some of these thoughts to say walk into an underground cavern, even though Da Vinci did say when he came through, he did talk to an Agarthan sect, and he said Agarthan sect because there was no other word for it. He was talking to a group that didn't want to identify themselves to him and Bjorn on GIC, and ones that he sees in sessions. Some are military. That one was a genuine Atlantean dissentage group that was not necessarily bad. The Ama fall under this category as well, Portugal, Spain, and France. There are good groups out there, and also the Tartarian World Unity, some of your Untumban groups, things of that nature. These are descendant lineage groups as well. You weren't always communicating with the planet itself, and some of you were communicating with some of the descendants here. Some of these are good groups, but there was no other word to describe sometimes where these groups was Agartha. And I'm telling you now, these are pockets of groups that are in a honeycomb sect. That some of the ancient areas are lost to them. They can't get to like some of the underground castles and things of that nature. They want to reoccupy some of their ancestral lines areas. But then you have the military that's also fighting to get to it with their drills. That's why in Arizona, when somebody was communicating to him out in Arizona, out in the deep deserts, she heard a drill underneath. That's still going on. But at any rate, just like with Dolce when finding the aliens underneath, what him and Aubrey spoke about. But there are good groups out there, but do not always depend on coming across these groups. Make sure to, as we have said, with calm. Find the calm amidst the storm, of calm amidst all of the mishaps that are taking place, from your full moon to your aurora borealis to your solar eclipse. Any of these stories that come across and that we've talked about, and some of that was psionic dampening, like your solstice time with the human resonance readout, all these things. Amidst all these tricks that are out there, know thyself, know thy environment, know thy own heart, mind, soul, all of these things. You know yourself, you know your outer world well enough not to fall for some of this bullshit. You know that there is good out there. Don't throw out the baby with the bathwater, no matter how tempting it is to do so. So this is where I will leave you. Thank you. Ugh, my arm was starting to twitch there from this. He's right. We've had a lot of these some of these trickery scenarios over the years, and this is why we are rebranding a lot of this information. And he said that there was one final synchronicity that came up, and this I believe was more Isaac related, and later on he can confirm this in something. You've heard me talk about some of the groups that either belong to the Galactic Federation or other groups that have had children born here, and I always compare it to Superman. Uh, and Isaac works with humor. So I saw this as of this morning, and this has to do with this topic. And we've said this goes with the Treaties of Galactic Federation. They'll have parents. We knew somebody that had alien parents that left this person here on Earth. I won't say the planet or the person, but so that they had a stake in what happened here. And Superman represents those cultures to where Lex Luthor represents ICC interests, corporate interests, where you have Superman trying to open everything up. Well, basically, truth, justice, the American way was the old phrase, but it's more like planetary union, kind of like the plan of peace or pursuit of peace, basically. Uh, and you have him battling Lex Luthor. I thought it was a Michael Lucifer thing, but it's not, or a Loki Thor thing. It's not. It's an allegory where they're both allegories of Superman's the allegory of these ET groups that are here that are living here as well, and some of the descent lineages that are here. Again, they've done it before where they have a stake in what happens here because this is their home. And then you have Lex Luthor, which is corporate interests, military, all of them doing all these side projects. Lex Luthor in the comic books was fully invested in military side projects, all of it. So he's an allegory for that if you're going to go into that. And what was the synchronicity that popped up that this needed to be mentioned again? Was this is more of a synchronicity between me and Aubrey. I'll give a slight backstory. It won't take long. Him and I, with a group of people and one of our paranormal outings, were playing Cards Against Humanity. I cannot remember what his question was, but my response was a card that said Skeletor. That was had the name Skeletor on it, and that had Aubrey just roaring. Isaac has now run with this particular thing, even if I don't remember what the original question was. There is an artist or a voice actor that we came across, also named Isaac, on Instagram. Isaac, believe I can't remember the last name, but I'll put a link below because we have to cite sources. But this is he does these Skeletor voiceovers based on the memes that you see spreading, like saying some stupid fact, and until we meet again, you see He-Man on there as well. Well, this morning, one came up about Superman, basically saying technically he's an illegal immigrant that came here undocumented kind of crap, and that's what the humor was. The synchronicity was Isaac has been using this where you go, remember this fact, just like the voice actor does. This is I find hilarious because it was the Superman thing came up just as we were talking about the descent lineages of the thing today, is what it needed to be said, because some of them are ETs that have now come here that are raised by human parents like Clark Kent, and that also have a stake here like Resident Alien or People of Earth. That is actually happening even now. And we've known people to actually be this, that are technically human, but they're also ET, just like you see in Man of Steel, where he tells that general, which ends up being the Martian Manhunter in the Justice League movie. He tells Martian Manhunter that he goes, I've been here for 34 years, raised by human parents. That basically that's a declaration of an allegory again of all of these different groups. And I find that very, very interesting, that I wanted to end off on that because you're dealing with that as well. I wish I could remember the last name of that, Isaac, but it was spelled with an AK instead of an AAC. It was the Scandinavian version versus the Middle Eastern version. But I just found it funny that Isaac pointed out an Isaac. So as the synchronicity, that's why that was added in, because it pertained to the topic. So I find that very, 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 very interesting. And people are probably wondering why we're doing this as a World of Sasquatch episode. I will clarify, because when they speak, we gave them their own carved out section of the World of Sasquatch. It's not just about their people, and this also includes galactic history. You might be asking, isn't this also GIC oriented? Yes, on all counts, but it's them that are speaking, so we're putting this on their own channel. So of the World of Sasquatch, and they will more than likely come in. I do want to say, are you Pleiadian descent lineage or not? Yes. Okay, that's still from that star system. Okay, if anything changes in that area, please elaborate on the next show. You've told me how it is in that area. I just wanted to clarify that before we close the circle. Okay, this has been a really good show, and I notice it's been going on a while. I can see the time now. So sorry about the length of some of these, like with the GICs, the liftings, and these, but we just let it go to where it organically finds its end. So do you have anything else to add, Joanne?
No, hope everyone found it interesting.
Okay, I now officially close this circle within true benevolence and no conflicting agendas as of this moment in time. Thank you, everybody, for looking at the World of Sasquatch Rumble, tuning into our GIC website. GIC.show is the shorter URL, and the lifting as always. So bye-bye, everybody.
I do want to add to that, though, with the master conversation for Admiral Byrd. I also, had blue avians and stuff show up, and blonde-haired idiot, I'm not going to say his name, would, and also the others, like the Brat, the Witch, all of them, I would call them the Masters. See, I was tricked into the same thing at first. And Joanne and I said off recording that it was like our things with Egypt we were writing from the fall to the lifting, resurrection, crucifixion, all these other things. We were getting tricked into that. I always felt like I had to stop. Like, that wasn't pertinent. I had to stop. My intuition said stop. We said this off recording a little bit ago, that it was a trickery surrounding that, going into other things that I won't mention here. It's more personal stuff that she doesn't want mentioned, but then trickery into going into a certain route where, again, avians were around me at the bed, and also evens that abducted Laverne and my mother and me and military to go into that particular route. The fantasy behind Egypt, then it really was actually more or less stuff that's surrounding now, like the scar on her neck and her head. We were told that was because Draco got her as Hathor in that time frame. No, this was from a previous existence where I was brainwashed with the Nazi party. Ended up shooting her, going through body transfer after going through 50s and 60s up to 1980. We found out she was born in 62, I was 80, that adds up to 8s. That's our numbers. So, yes, this is, but the whole point is there was brainwashing. I called these beings the Masters, just like the disinformation that Admiral Byrd was given, and Jesse Marcel was given, all these other things. You see, along with the aviary group, all these things. This was military through and through. There are personal stuff I won't add into this at this time until she gives me the go-ahead to add it in, till I find out more information in the past, from our past. It has to do with mine too, but it's interlocked with hers. I've logged it. You'll see an edit in this. You saw that jump cut. I mistakenly said something that was not relevant. Well, it's relevant, but it's not relevant to the conversation. But this has to be more of a broad topic. Until we go into talking about some SSP stuff, we have to learn a little bit more first. So there's some stuff I need more clarification on before I go into that. So you'll hear some names being bleeped in that show. There's a reason for that. So you'll tell probably by my mouth movement, but that's about it. And that's where we have to go. Some people have accused us of becoming more PC. We're trying not to get blowback, that's true, but that's not cowardly, as some people thought. It is actually, we didn't want our YouTube and Rumble accounts canceled, but at the same time, it caused etheric blowback, but also at the same time, it gets us further to get the information out as we move along, and we're finding more tact in this area. Bulldozer, yes. but also bridge building. So I'm the bulldozer, she's a bridge builder, and we just combined both of these concepts. Conan the Barbarian also meets the bridge builder, basically. One burning the bridge down in battle, and the other one rebuilding it. So there you go. So it is 1:20 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, May 25th, 2024. Thank you. Oh, when they were mentioning the Oceanic sign, well, we were in Washington filming World of Sasquatch when Chuck came through, and that's Chelnorscus. He's basically, they were getting it from the name Pilchuck, which is the mountain, saying that's where they were also. And they were also warning of military stuff in that area, which is true. You have Mount Shasta, that's on the border of Washington and Oregon, and Mount Adams, that's there, and also the Elven group that I channeled from there that was supposed to be good. I probably have to ditch that GIC episode as well. What we said with Mount Shasta and everything was true, like with Moses and everything was true. But they also was saying, I went further down, and I saw a sign that said White Chuck, where a boat was. That was a docking area for the river and lake system. So that was by Pilchuck. So they were basically warning the military, but that went through that waterway. They were also, some beings will look at signs and use that for their acronyms and names. So that's where he was getting that from. And Isaac would call him Chucky all the time, just as a joke. So at first I thought he meant, oh, this was a bad guy like Chucky, like possession of like a doll type of thing, which can happen. No, he was just making fun of him. So you got to know what's a synchronistic joke and a joke. Synchronicity as a joke and a joke. So he was just making fun of him. So yeah, I wanted to add that in because the way they use signs, like with the Nas, that was the military doing that, but they were using something that was real. They got to display something that's true. They were basically saying where they were broadcasting from was the naval station there at NAS, Oceanic. So that's what I wanted to bring up too. It is 1:26 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, May 25th, 2024. Thank you. Okay, one last thing. Mount Adams, that's what's linked to East Ranch, where they get all the ET contact and the Ascension contact and all this other stuff and that whole thing. But there's this Elven group, the Elven group of Mount Adams, where they talked about the takeover of Telos City with the Shasta effect. I'd be willing to bet that that's incorrect information now, where they blurred in from another timeline. I'm thinking that information where they Mandela affected in from the copy holographic timeline, I would be willing to bet that Syrian group's always been there, Mount Adams and Mount Shasta, and the surrounding mountains like Mount St. Helens. That Syrian group was the one that blew up that mountain with a toplet bomb. They took away the matter underneath, it slid under, the bomb canceled it out, and it blew up. That old man died on the mountain there, that whole story with him, that it wouldn't leave. Richard Dreyfuss's character was also based on a real guy that was there, that was in the movie. 1980, I believe, is when it blew up, sometime in April. Ironically, probably around my original birth date it was supposed to be. But anyway, anyhow, the ESETI, I was trying to get in good with them, and obviously something going on. They also, with the witch, is that one they worship there, also known as Isis, ancient Egypt, all that other stuff, the fairy tale of Egypt, all that. They show her as this white-headed being, like a tall white. I'm thinking they're getting a tall white or one of her versions, just like a version of me and Joanna in another universe that Abe showed us, showing Orion versions of ourselves holding hands with white heads. So I'm thinking that's there. But the point I'm trying to make is, I believe that Shasta effect was a lie, and it happened a long time ago. The takeover of a Lemurian stronghold, which was originally Telos City and under Mount Shasta, I feel was taken over a long time ago by Dark Elves and Lemurian descent lineage aristocratic types, which they tried to take over the Lemurian people. They rioted. They got booted out to the Marquesas, and they went to Easter Island, where the statues were made of Syrian types with elongated skull. There's some that have elongated skulls too. And the bird cult that exists there, bird cult, was actually an angel-like form. Some of them are angel-like forms too. that actually tricked the Rapa Nui people a long time ago. We saw some on Easter Island yesterday where the statues were marking where fresh water was that they could drink from the ocean, and that started to disappear after a while. Therefore, the people died off. But there's the bird cult to put in consideration. I saw in a session one time somebody had me remote view that, and I saw a castle in a different dimension with an angel guy there with a bird face, and I had to get rid of him. So there's a bit of misinformation, but there's also the Anunnaki connection to consider as well, and the other generation of the angel-like forms, angel lizard bird forms that the Orions genetically composited together. I even saw in a different timeline that the witch showed me quite a while ago, these weird hips these beings had with a bird face that were also on Mars. So it was a different timeline, but also somebody was perpetuating the bird misinformation as well. So that's where I will leave it. I believe the Shasta thing happened a long time ago. So it is, and it's always been taken over. And I said it would be as if it had always happened. I believe there was temporal war going on, but at the same time it happened in the times of Atlantis, I believe. But the same thing with Lemuria falling at that time. I believe it was post their war, and they took over Telos City, which was originally a Lemurian stronghold. They've been using it as a spiritual center ever since. People are just remembering how it was in the pre-war times of Lemuria and Atlantis. But also there was a fracture point of Atlantis as it fractured out, because there was a group we didn't ask about called the Parents, and they were reptilian forms that when the temporal explosions of Atlantis and the nuclear bomb dropped, they became these immortal figures like Highlander, cutting the head off. There can be only one type, Prince of the Universe. They're not real. They aren't linked to the other guys that are like Draco. You cut the head off. The quickening is actually the nanocore and the souls being set free. Kind of like the soul thieves in Babylon 5 with the orbs when Delin broke them open, or Highlander and the quickening. And all the soul shards that would leak out therein whenever you break open a soul trap. Or a soul arc of some kind goes whoosh. So there you are. And also the fragments of the people that would get into all the immortals. Like Duncan MacLeod runs into a guy named not Kolchak. Yeah. He's an Aztec friend of his that takes on too much negative energy, turns, he cuts the head off the guy and takes on the dark energy and has to go into a water fountain to balance it out. Underground in Agartha, ancient area that Mythos brings him to. It's a healing spring. So there's some synchronicities there. So I will leave this here before I keep going on and on and on. It is 1:34 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Oh, also the races that they're dealing with at East City are a mix. I'm thinking it's mostly tall white mixed with Eben and Syrian groups. That's just my opinion. And some forest people that try to help out in that area. And other Archontic groups. There's also this giant spider-like thing that's over Mount Shasta, this AI thing that collects people's DNA that Moses and I found as well. So it's in the episode me and him did on the different galactic groups as well. So the Art of the Journey episode. So it is 1:35 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, May 25th, 2024. Thank you. You heard them make references to Hercules Unchained. This was also a personal reference. It was the bigger reference with the Rock of Antaeus, where he beats the shit out of Antaeus, the rock god, in the very, very beginning of the movie. Hercules does. He's traveling with his wife, and this rock titan is harassing him. And big Nephilim-looking guy, as big as they could get, a big Italian guy for the time. And he throws him into water and then basically asks him if he yields, and he says yes. Goes along, gets separated from his wife. This is like telling me and Joanna's story in a nutshell with the SSP. He loses his memory. An evil queen or witch scoops him up. So figures, she's going to just use him as a bulwark or a weapon against her enemies. And then for months he's there. What happens is his wife eventually finds him, and he's like, "Do I know you?" And eventually she convinces him. And the first thing he does is burn their world down. Even tossing this big watchtower over that had this asshole that was in it. And Mystery Science Theater 3000, when they did it, they did the whole theme song, the F Troop, with the tower falling over and all this other stuff. The thing of it is, his name was Steve Reeves. They had me do the Superman reference. Around the same time, they had Superman, the series on, which I watched as a kid as well. I watched Hercules and Hercules Unchained, and I watched the Superman series not that long after. It was on Nick at Night, and his name was George Reeves. Eventually, they had Christopher Reeves. Christopher Reeves, Superman, Chris, George, Steve. Basically, 3 names associated with me. My grandfather, George, and the George reference is a tag I used in the backstage. I'm not going to make any more public until Joanna gives me the go-ahead. But this was a long-standing synchronicity that had to do with also Hercules. That was a past life of mine where that was son of Enlil. I find that interesting. And those 13 labors, or 12 labors rather, I always tell people, the gods send out some muscle-bound assholes to go do something for things they're unwilling to get rid of, like a science experiment or an object they lost on Midgard. So they couldn't get to anymore from the old times. So Samson, same thing, doing God's will, getting rid of the Philistines, same differences they were saying. But then at the end of the movie, he looks in the mirror, gets his memory back, then he burns their world down. It's that scene where he just looks straight in the mirror. I'm reminded of that Michael Jackson song, Man in the Mirror. We had a channel with Michael Jackson too. I will put that up separate on the YouTube. Great session with him. Better than I thought that would go. But it was knowing that I had to look in the mirror at a lot of the past. I will only make the other files on the George synchronicity public if Joanna gives me the go-ahead. This also has to do with what she was saying about the cages and about the underground stuff and everything, about how the Force people were saying soldiers would rescue kids. There were times where, I was doing things to help out. And and if people think that it was all rosy and they go on these hero quests and everything, like Hercules, wrong. Wrong. You can't always label everything SSP either. You maybe just be plain old alien abducted too. And if you're getting these like quests from guides to go on a mighty quest to do something for them, think what I call the Hercules initiative. Again, some muscle-bound asshole going on a quest to kill a creature, like a knight going after a dragon, or something that the gods or hedge-bending ETs wanted gone, or some object they wanted to retrieve discreetly, and have their hero kill anybody that got in the way. Like with Hercules, he was more of a demigod. There were the gods, demigods, and heroes. That's where the word came from. Heroes would be more the human meat puppet in that way. But we've attributed a good meaning to it, which is fine. And demigod would be more like Hercules, Perseus, and that. But and then of course you have the gods. So I may touch. Bjorn may touch more on this on GOC. In fact, I know that we will. But at the same time, you have. Where am I going with this? Yeah, it was Christopher Reeves, Superman. George Reeves, Superman. Steve Reeves, Hercules. Super Soldier, Superman, Super Soldier. Even though the allegorical meaning that I said, the allegory I said before, is absolutely 100% true, but so is the other. So is the literal for like Geralt of Rivia, which is a super soldier, Kaer Morhen being the base, things of that nature. The mutagens being the eugenics alterations, the genetic alterations, and the abilities they're going therein, and they were magical sets of abilities that the genome then produced: fire, force, all that other stuff. So, the eyes changing, super strength, super vision, all that other stuff. That's also where some of that came from. So, yeah, that was more of a personal thing, retrieval of memories. And again, I will, when I know more about my own personal side of it, I will be more than happy to talk about it. It's Joanna's part I'm haranguing up on because she told me to halt on anything that was related to her. And I'm inclined to agree. So, this is about me at this point. She talked about it much more than I thought that she would. And the forest people knew that I would kind of man my way and piece together the stuff at the end. And this has to do with a long-standing synchronicity. Any of my friends hearing this, you're going to know it automatically. The secret to that part is at the end of the movie. The secret to the Rock of Antaeus is in the historical things in the beginning of the movie. I may have Joanna watch it. It's kind of cheesy. There's a cheese factor in there. It's an English dub, a couple set of movies. You can or cannot watch. You don't have to really watch the first one. I would to get the story in there. It's just basically the Jacobson and the Argonauts mythology and the Golden Fleece. There's Jason and the Argonauts. The other one, which is really good, they have a different actor playing Hercules. They were originally going to have Steve Reeves, but he died. So they were going to connect it, but they didn't at that point. And that is the movie where the line, the gods are best served by those who want their help least. Even though it was Zeus in that sang it / Enlil, the line, that particular line and that particular phrase still holds. That's where I'm at right now. I believed that earlier on, but now I believe it more. So I'm going to leave that here. Oh, one crucial thing I almost forgot this one. Also, there was some insiders. I will have bleeped the name. I'll bleep it here. It was that brought forth the different Agarthan factions that had the amulets. He had said the Unshar and all that other nonsense, which isn't happening. One of the biggest guilt trips in history. Oh, humanity wasn't evolving quick enough, so they had to go into these time preservation chambers. Most passive-aggressive guilt trip I have ever heard in my life. So, that said, each faction, he even said when we went down there they were eating only raw vegetables and all this, and I believe it was supposed to be Abe's grandson, I believe it was. But I'll bleep that out too because he's still in business. But I'm doing this as part of the identification magic and everything as I say it. This is why I do it. This is what people wonder why I say it anyways. This is why. It's basically targeting it in the etheric and grounding that as I'm saying it. So, has coins of his own face like a Roman emperor and everything. Basically saying they only ate raw vegetables, went along, and that was Syrian. That there are Syrian descent lineages, as we were saying, that do deceive people. And they will make you think they're passed on loved ones, even though there are some avatars and kind of Syrian elves out there that are part of the soul family. You don't know what allegiance that particular avatar has. They might be that oversoul might be showing you something that you don't want to see, but need to. That may be a kind of a, I don't want to say contract, but that could be an agreement between the two oversouls at that point in time. But at any rate, the ones with the amulets, I see the amulets all the time. You had the Hassan to Hassan, the people of peace. In GIC, I had to get rid of that one, and I'm getting rid of the ones that had to do with the elves of Mount Adams. And I may just get rid of any Syrian-based ones except for that of Soul Family, Dark Elf-based ones. My grandfather can always come back in and re-explain some stuff if he has to. Because there was another one that had to do with Oak Island, too, from the Diamonds era, that two myths came in. The Syrian Dark Elf came in on GIC. And then the unpronounceable ones, I can't remember the name of the ones that were Mount Adams, the City Ranch. And then there's Archontic beings that come in and all that from there. And also, oh man, I'm getting mind wiped here. Forgive the pauses because I hate it when I get mind wiped there. And if I remember it, you'll see another video. But these groups that have the amulets around their neck, the Hassan to Hassan People of Peace had the Star of David on there. But these are groups that are in these different pockets. I'm deleting any material that had to do with any of these different groups because I even saw this in a session of mine. Also, Hourglass once, too. I ran into this reptilian group that had the Hourglass amulet, too, and that was part of the good material as well. No, good. I mean, whenever you hear me at conferences saying the word good, that's what I'm referring to when I say not a good idea. That's what I'm saying. And Dodo is... So, You'll be able to read my lips. I'm bleeping all those names. This is going to be an editing nightmare. I can foresee this. But at any rate, a client friend of mine had a group that she thought were her angels, and there was an underground pocket group near her. I believe this was military because some of them can use these amulets to amplify. It's like a psionic amplifier, not just on the head, and a protection symbol. My friend Brian, also is a gnome of the Ozarks, has something like that as well, but that's like a dark mirror that reflects back to keep. It's a weapon that keeps away Orions and other unwanteds from their world within worlds there. So it's basically a security measure. So not all this is bad. I'm just saying that I've seen a ton of these different little pockets pop up recently. There's some in the Alps, Swedish Alps, and there's Swiss Alps, excuse me, and the Peruvian mountains there. See, I'm starting to get all fucked up, so I'm going to have to cut it, but I'm being told cut it. I'm even out there here with a powerful tower buster, and I'm getting a little garbled. You can, this big ass thing that's over there that I'm making for Bjorn, if something's cutting through that, then it's fairly strong. So I'll wait here a second after I'm done with this recording before I go back in the house. But I'm not going to sell those big ones to the general public. They're too powerful. The only time I would ever make a custom order like that is if you would have to promise me you'd have to keep it outside and in a distant part away from the house. Then I would consider making you one. That is the only time, and they're not going to cost. They're not going to be cheap. That piece, this one here, I would have to say this is the piece that the Force people were poking me or haranguing me about. Even though they asked me to make it for Bjorn, they said it's too powerful and it's pushing on the SSP material, the Jekyll and Hyde suppression bubble. You know, because you can get around a strong magnetic field per this material. And mine, as I had one time by accident, I had a MRI, and I felt weird after that, and it affected that bubble. High magnetic fields will, if there was a different personality there, a different type of personality. Remember, I've said in accounts past where you encode and decode it differently there than here, and also you could be on a different timeline, like backstage and whatnot. So it may not be encoding and decoding the same way as you're getting it back. It could be a totally different encode decode translation type that you're getting, even though it's a clone of you, and you're getting a quantum entanglement back and forth. Once that ends, you get the memory back, and you automatically have a suppression bubble in your head, even if you've body switched. And I found that out recently too. It says it's like a balloon with a cork in it. You're around high intensity psionic fields and or magnetic fields. That thing farts, and sometimes it's a lot of gas. So sometimes there's a lot of synchronicities that Spirit and or Orso are trying to show you to mirror that back to you to where it isn't that bad. I will say in short, I did encounter a person that the Force people wouldn't let me see them in the face on Zoom, and I had this really big leg pain in my leg, like I'd been shot, and I had a sequence of memories where in a dream they came back where this person, I never looked them in the face, but I knew it was this person by how they talked there, and I knew them by their energy. Shot me in the leg. This was in Russia, and I was my SSP cell. Got me in the leg, and I have other recordings on those that I may share in the SSP set. It would take too long to explain. I did within those. So you'll start to see some of those SSP ones pop up. Either they'll be in the subscription or very limited use on the YouTube. So, until we get all our marbles in order here, it's just best that we keep some of the SSP close to the chest and then talk about the things we absolutely know for certain. And that's the way all SSP people should do it. Abductees and contactees, you got to know the intentions of the beings you're around. Don't purport any GF propaganda or abduction propaganda. Abductions are never good. Mind wipes, I heard good beings will do that to you if you leave their space, like with Leyland Investa space and stuff like that. There's some are security measures, some are because you're changing environments. But abduction, like you're being grabbed in the middle of the night and somebody's breaking and entering your house, it is never a good thing. It is evil. So, and if your origin story is that you remember being in a big cylindrical tank surrounded by grays, chances are you were cloned and or pre-programmed with some of these programmed destinies, so to speak. So you got to watch out for that. If you can discern past that, you are doing really well, because it's very rare that people have done it. I'm not tooting my own horn. This is not coming from ego. This is coming from experience. Ego is more survival instinct and saying you're better than somebody. And no, I'm just informing. I've been accused of being a narcissist and an egotist, but this is not coming from ego. This is coming from informing. We are not the almighty vetters. We're not the quality control people. That's what some of these beings had me going down the road of, is the quality control checker. We're not. We're just informing, and then you can make up your own mind. So, it is. Yes, Isaac, you're going to hold me to that. So, it is. 4:52 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, May 25th, 2024. Thank you. Oh, also the Jules Verne, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. You know, they made jokes on Saturday Night Live with Kelsey Grammer saying that, oh, that's a measure of distance and not a measure of depth. It's impossible, kind of thing. And that's what popped into my head a little bit ago. And the books, the old book with the big mushrooms and all this, and Journey to the Center of the Earth, and both of them with the older crew talking about Explorer Palmer, and also that with Brendan Fraser, the newer one, showing all these different animals and everything, and also Kong. Godzilla versus Kong, showing it down there. They were even showing it as the people were once there and they weren't there anymore. So that's a clue. And Jules Verne, I believe, was getting it from a past life. That's my opinion, or intuitive opinion, or intuitive theory, based on oversoul information, like what Tolkien did. I believe George R. R. Martin is getting the same with Game of Thrones. You know how many jokes I've heard with the whole winter is coming thing. I saw one for Nebraska. Winter is coming, all in one week, all in one weekend. So yeah, all at once, all in one weekend. I about died laughing as I used to live there. But at any rate, these were places that you saw they once had people. And the people that were there, were descendants of, or even to a lesser extent, Logan's Run with Michael York, where everybody was inside of domes, and the rest of the world had just kind of rotted, except for the old man that was in Washington, D.C. at the end, where people thought there was renewal, and that was basically dumping against the incarnation grid and the soul tree. I would go look at it. Even this robot they encountered had all these birds hanging on the ceiling, so that he was preserving the birds because they were holy and all this other stuff, kind of like the avians. And it was an AI that was guarding it. That'd be like a tripwire. Logan and his girlfriend kill it. They move on, and then his partner sees this robot on the way out, and his partner was full of programming. He tries to kill Logan, saying, "You defied the programming. You defied your orders." Like, no, I got free of the programming. Let me help you. You're my brother. Let me help you. And showing both sides of programming. They Live, it was the same way, where it was a subliminal messaging, but cognitive dissonance wise, it's the character that was in that wouldn't Keith David's character versus Roddy Piper's character. Roddy Piper was trying to put the glasses on his face, and that's what you'd have to do for some people. But anyway, in Logan's Run, they had even the stigmata in the hands, all of it. And they had a clock by which they were supposed to live by. You don't need that. That's basically like saying predestined contract or time to leave this world. Oh, you're renewing, you can move on, you're ascending. No, people can do whatever the hell they want. Like in Star Trek, where the AI that was blocking some people from evolving, it was called Vol. And They would offer it food and everything, and then they were stagnant. Spock said, "Oh, you're violating the Prime Directive." And he goes, "No, that's for an evolving culture. They're stagnant. We have to, from an outside source, we have to get involved and get rid of all." It's kind of like along those lines. So that's more in galactic history. But now I'm rambling. So I'm going to, because I keep getting mind wiped, I'm going to cut it out for one day. So it is 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, May 25th, 2024. Thank you. It just dawned on me that that's basically Hercules Unchained, breaking the chains of memory, and finding out what's real and what isn't real. Discernment. Deny the known, manifest differently. Rising above the psionic chains, like he said on series with the poster with Earth with chains. That's the psionic dampening devices. So, unchain. Basically, you have to unchain whatever you're believing. That falls under deny the known, manifest differently. That falls under religion, all those things. Basically, setting aside viruses in the DNA, habits, mannerisms, all of it, and becoming something new, like what was said in the show Spawn, where you had to do the opposite of what the programming was. Satan had programmed this guy to be his right arm, basically. And Merlin, or Zarathustra, says, no, you have to become a new you, a new different, a better you. Meaning, in order to fight that curse, meaning the curses in the DNA, viruses in the DNA, energy, curses, all the other stuff, you have to become something totally different than what you are. He denies it and all this other stuff, but that was a point that was made. That was Merlin that was saying that in that show. Todd McFarlane did a fantastic job with the animated series. I wish he'd bring it back. They're thinking about it doing a new movie. But again, I digress. So, Fateless One from Kingdoms of Amalur. I have other recordings on that. I'll edit together about the Fateless One, cutting the threads of fate and doing your own thing. He dies, again, comes back. He has no memory. He has no memory of being with this, or your character has no memory of being with this other person that's in it, this woman that's in it. So, wakes up on a pile of dead bodies, and he's the Fateless One. You go to this theater of fate, and this psychic tries to read it, and you have no fate. You're there just to be there. It's the oversoul, basically, doing things. As moment to moment, you're truly free. It's like in Loki, the timeline threads, or the TVA, and then he rewires that. So people are more free. And there's the multiverse and freedom of choice. So, yeah. And then the psychic, your character frees him past the time thought he was supposed to die. It means there's exit points, and people leave when they're supposed to, but there's wiggle room. Just like this character, you don't see him die past a certain time. It doesn't mean that he wouldn't a few weeks later or something like that. Like Edgar Casey saw some people that didn't have auras that were in an elevator. He backed up, and they fell to their death in the elevator. Usually it's from a few moments to 2 weeks if you don't see the aura. But in the game sequence, yeah, it could be another rotation or time interval, and that person would leave, given what the oversoul would want at that point. So they always say God is bringing you home, kind of thing. It's oversoul. He's saying, okay, this is done. So it is. You do have wiggle room. And Brian even said in a channel one time, you're done with your mission when you leave. So, and you don't always get all of it done, like Jeffrey Hunter said. But again, there's other avatars that can pick up the slack too. And Bjorn and I found that out, where there was a homeless version of him and a good version of him and him, that if one couldn't accomplish what the other did, it follows the rules of multiverse. The multiverse, where it doesn't happen here, it happens there. Everything everywhere all at once. Infinite diversity and infinite combinations. It still followed the same rules, which I found fascinating as you're jumping timelines. So it is a 33 and a 34. Yeah, a 34. So yeah, I gotta cool it. It is 5:04 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Well, that's a 9 completion, and then 2:05 is 7. Okay, it is 5:04. I get the hint, guys. It is 5:04 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, May 25th, 2024. Thank you. I forgot the most crucial part of the George synchronicity. It was Hollywoodland with Ben Affleck. It was about George Reeves. My stuff out in California, in the SSP, is out there on the West Coast. That's going to be all in the book. It would take too long to explain. I'm going to try to redouble my efforts to go back to that. Maybe make it online, publish somewhere on the website. Sell it that way. had bad luck with publishers in the past and royalties and whatnot. So I'll see at the convention who's using what publisher, but it had to do with out there too. There's a 7, 4, 3, 4, 3, and a 4, 4. Here we go again. Okay, I gotta stop. So it is 5:13 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, May 25th, 2024. Thank you. One more validation on Facebook. Somebody posted an astrology session, even though I'm not into a conjunction of this and conjunction of that. They were talking about, dealing with things from the past. If not, you might get some false things from guides, or talking about some false things that you got from guides before. That was a synchronicity regardless of the rest of the information. So I'm not going to say who it is or anything like that. I'm just saying I spotted it. So maybe if you look at my Facebook history, you'll find what I looked at, hit like or heart on. But no, Isaac, I didn't say hard on. I said heart on. God. All right. God, you just wanted me to say that on a recording. God damn it. Okay. Yeah. Shush. All right, let's see. Beavis and Butthead right here, and South Park all rolled into one. So it is. That's our life. So it is 5:17 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, May 25th, 2024. Thank you. One last thing. Looking at the old Galactic Interstellar Council after shows, sort of some I have to ditch, some I keep. And some are from other beings that lived in the mountains, like Agartha being the Atlantean familiar, things of that nature. Those conversations you heard, some of those are from legitimate beings. So I know to keep Jaeger, he called himself, kind. He looked like a chameleon. It was fine. He wanted to make sure people knew that not all reptilians were bad. Keeping things like that. But I'm literally getting rid of every single conversation that did not serve. Or with the lifting conversations, we are tweaking those to be more conducive with the new information. So you're going to see that more and more. So I'm good now. It is 5:19 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, May 25th, 2024. Thank you. Another synchronicity popped up. The episode I was talking about, the Elves of Mount Adams, for the after show. It's number 8. Also, Adams, Adama of Shasta, Adama of Telecity. That's obviously, it's linked in with the, oh my God, the AI foundation that's out there. Oh my God, I can't remember it now. I'm trying to, it's on the Princes of the Universe episode, Ashtar Command. That's who that's associated with. Adama of Shasta, or Adama of Telecity. That's all involved in this shit. Don't buy into it. Same thing with Ashtar Command. So it's number 8. So I even a recording I did for the lifting, I just somehow forgot like this to put it in to the episode on self-farming that we did a while back. So it'd be interesting to actually, I'm going to see now what number that was. Okay, here, let's see, now it's episode 99. So 99 is 18, which is a 9 completion. So there we go. I had to look that up. And the Princes of the Universe episode of GIC Infinitum, Galactic Interstellar Council, and Infinitum is number 2. So that's up. They're both on the YouTube. The other one was published back in 2020, December 1st of 2020. And the other one, the Princes of the Universe, I will check. Princes of the Universe was published September 14th of 2022. So I will leave this here. It is 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, May 25th, 2024. Thank you. Yeah, there were so many distractions from the lifting back then, the original GIC kind of deterred us, away from where we were. We were doing it correctly to begin with, and the new GIC is much better. So these groups can come back in. The ones that are legitimate can come back, and we'll keep the legitimate conversations from before. So we got sidetracked by some handling that went on by the previous regime, and then now with the new people we have with GIC, it's wonderful. The lifting, we're going to go back to the old style, doing Q&As, the whole bit. But we're also putting all the Sasquatch conversations here on the World of Sasquatch. We have the World of Dogman Conspiracy Sector that Aubrey and I use, and then the Lifting and GIC Rumbles. These are all Rumble accounts, I'm saying. So, it is 5:32 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, May 25th, 2024. Thank you. There's an energy of peace now that I deleted that file from the Elves of Mount Adam, so I may do the Syrian one, but that has my grandfather in it. So I will pick and choose which ones, and you'll see them again on galacticinterstellarcouncil.com. The legitimate ones of both the free pile and the pay pile. So it is, go there to subscribe. There's some wonderful new conversations on there. So it is 5:33 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, May 25th, 2024. Thank you. Yesterday we were also discussing some of the when the Sasquatch came through, or 2 days ago rather, on Thursday. And they were talking about how Agartha was like a prison, and that's essentially correct. Like Clifford Stone was saying, some ETs were held in jail for coming here. The Martian Germans have the military hold aliens. He even said that he was setting one free. He said some aliens were going to try to free it. If he didn't, that this alien was scared. But that one I believe. That story I do believe, and he did talk about that in when he channeled. So, yeah, we can mention him and everything. So, because we did channels with him, and Corona as well. So I'm going to revet the Corona material at some point as well. But we were discussing how there were prisons down there and how some aliens were held in jail as they violated the whole, like we said, the Angels Unaware thing, where they have to run or leave if they're discovered as an alien. And this costs the ICC money, whether it's a good alien, bad alien, you interrupt with their trade, when they go to antique stores and all that, like that character from Strange New Worlds, who's the Tomorrow, the episode entitled that, who is not only on the Enterprise in the future, but in the past, she's an antique dealer in our time. So, that's actually true. And they trade them off-world. So, that's true. That's some of the material in GIC that I'm keeping. So, I can take bits and pieces of that I know are still a thing and put them back up. And I'm going to be doing that here, not in the too distant future. So watch for it on the GIC website. The short URL is gic.show. That'll get you straight there. And galacticinterstellarcouncil.com for sessions. Thelifting.net. So, I'm going to leave that here. We were discussing the whole prison thing before. I've even heard from ETs saying that they would get in trouble, just like the ones I saw in the mall in Illinois. I was standing in the Starbucks. I started not at Starbucks, but I was standing in a Barnes & Noble, and I heard some telepathic babble. And I see two, all of a sudden I hear this man and woman are yakking back and forth telepathically or psionically. And then the guy goes, "Oh shit, he can hear us." And I see this guy looking at me. There's a sticker on the window, and then he's looking in between. Between that staring, and he ran at a dead sprint away. And I showed Joanna the spot when I took her through that area. I showed her the spot. And then I went over to the Starbucks, sat down, and then he came back telepathically and said he apologized, but he didn't mean to be rude, but they'll get in trouble. Guess where they're held? Down in the military bases, the deep underground military bases, DUMBs. So I asked him if he wanted to sit down and have a coffee. He said, I'd like nothing more than sit and talk to you, but we get in trouble. They want to interact with the rest of us. Even the Mozen can't always go that far. So they follow that Angels Unaware rule. I call it that. That's based on some spiritual teachings of, there's angels around unaware, meaning you're unaware of them. In this, you're unaware of, there's ETs around you performing good acts and bad acts. Just like Clifford Stone said, Corona said to him that sometimes they telepathically direct people away from a bad spot if they think they're going to get robbed, etc., etc. And people attribute that to angels. So that's where I came up with Angels Unaware. So that's how I came up with that. So this is now the end of this. So it is. I keep coming up with new stuff to add to this because it's pertinent. And you can see how many mind wipes I get and why I have to keep coming in and doing this ever since I got sick in 21. This continuous string of videos. I'm going to have to go back over some stuff from that time that I recorded on these, and you'll see the ones that are pertinent, I promise. So you're going to see a lot of them from Q&A over the past 3-4 years. I'm going to put them up as Q&A on the YouTube, on the Rumbles, from GIC to lifting. We're going to go back into doing the Q&As, all of it. So it is 6:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, May 25th, 2024. Thank you. Also on the old GIC, I know I said I'd stop, but more ideas come to me, you see. And if I don't log them, the memory wipe gets it. By the time you see this is going to be one long edited thing without all the dates and timestamps in there. Old GIC alumni would always bring up, oh, wouldn't it be neat if you had a coffee table book of the Agarthan tribes and sect? Well, now I know that they were just placating, the beings were placating or lying about there being enough material to do that. There's wonders to behold. If anybody went down there, they would see these vast open spaces, and it'd be honeycomb, but they would be, there'd be like one of us trying to scale Everest or bigger. So to get into the inner earth, the hollow earth. But as some insiders have said, insider Randy Kramer said, that it's just bad identification. Basically bad identification. It's of course it would look like it was a big underground world. It's the introverse people are thinking of as the world within worlds, is the dimensional spaces. That's what the Vikings get. Asgard, Midgard, Agartha, but you have like the worlds within worlds, the nesting doll, or the conjunction of the spheres, or the line of the spheres. So that's where they're getting some of that from, is dimensional spaces. This is Midgard guarding the middle ground. Agartha, I might have to come up with a different word for it, but inner earth, honeycomb earth, hollow earth, but of course they have another sun down there. But at least as far as I know, they do. But it's, again, this is all old. This is also based on some of the dreams I had, where there was this creepy dream where there was this big conflict up here, and there was this I had this dream, it was on lifting before, whereas these two children had the FBI show up at their house, and they're like, we're sorry, your kids were linked to Islamic fundamentalists. That had to do with a lot of the Hamas crap that's going on right now, the pro-Hamas crap that's going on right now. And then later on, there was all of a sudden this conflict where people were starting to head into the inner earth. Where were they heading? Into military bases, in the arms of military. And I even saw beings down there that were watching military build this fake Agartha. I even saw workers building this fake Agartha. There was even a reptilian that tried to attack me. Now I understand why in the dream sequence. They were trying to get me to see them not see them building the fake Agartha setting that they were trying to send people down into, basically stagecrafting, in the bases, because of the whole fake alien invasion garbage. That's not going to happen. And then there was another one where I went down into this area where I saw Bush Sr., Young, and several of the politicians, and I saw this fake, like, a luminescent sun on a painted sky, like when we went into the Maristar Casino and saw these fake clouds. You'll see those pictures on my Facebook. If I can dig any up, I'll put them in here, but if I can find them. But you'll know what I mean. You've probably been in casinos and whatnot where they have the fake clouds and everything that they paint, well, kind of like the whole Sistine Chapel look after a while. And they do a good job. But like I saw this fake town in the Maristar Casino in Kansas City, Iowa. That it was like this whole village, like Italian village look, and fake clouds and everything. Or Greek village, excuse me. And, but anyway. Or Roman. But anyway, this is, I went into this one area, past all the politicians, sat in a classroom with several people. And there was one thing, I said, well, where's the real Agartha? And I was speaking as somebody else. And I saw this one German kid go, Joanna at the time basically said, oh, that was just a trick. Now I'm not so sure. The other thing was the trick, to get people to a channel what they're bringing out of the bases. So you see how that flipped? So I will genuinely leave this here unless I can come up with any more. If you don't see any more, didn't come up with any more. but you will continue to see these little videos attached to things as much as I can remember from my stay in those facilities in the SSP, and from any ideas that I know are attributed or pop culture that display this as a disclosure in some form or fashion in any of our brands, mediums, stamps, websites, any of them. So it is 6:24 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, May 25th, 2024. Thank you. When we were out at lunch earlier after we did the show, Isaac kept putting in my head the bird is a word, like that Family Guy episode where Peter helps Jesus out and he becomes an asshole, real like conceited Hollywoody type. So he even ignores him on his phone, pushes ignore. Peter says, "Oh, I know you're ignoring me because it rings a couple times," and then you hear the button get hit. But Jesus pays him back before he goes back to heaven because Peter broke his bird is a word disc. And the only time you hear Stewie say fuck is when he goes fuck, and then he starts going bird is a word. That's what was stuck in my head. Meaning you hear about bird anything. That's why the forest people are going, no, not the real birds, you're cool. You hear bird anything, aviary. That's that disinfo group. Avian, anything. With the exception of the Anunnaki and, of course, real birds. So, fake birds and bugs out there, like we said in Conspiracy Sector. So, that just dawned on me, too. So, it is 6:32 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday. It is 6:32 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, May 25th, 2024. Thank you. Like I said before, I might make these for sale, but you have to remember, I have to get the supplies for these. There's a lot that goes into these. They're made. This one's made out of an old Bush's Beans can, and they have to sit for several days before I can mail them off. And you can see how tall the copper pipe is. This would suffice for an outside property. I would say over not inside a house you'd get overwhelmed, but outside I'd have to say roughly half an acre, maybe a whole one. 2 would cover a whole acre, but these are not going to be cheap. I have not decided on a price yet. If you would like one of these, and it's a big if I'm going to do this or not, please contact me. These, again, aren't going to be cheap. There's a lot of expensive ingredients that went into these big, powerful dynamos. I don't even have a name yet. If you come up with a name for this type of Tower Buster, we do the minis or the like the cupcake one. That's Tower Busters, mini Tower Busters. This would be, I don't have a clue on the name. That is if I choose to make these again. And we're making the wax pieces again that you see there. If you would like these, this would be an on-demand thing. That is for these little Tower Busters too, the cupcakes. And they're highly magnetically charged. Don't put them near electronics. This type, you can, like the Sasquatches here, and those are for electronics, near electronics. That's a land clearing liquid. I have all of these things. If you are interested, please let me know. Serious inquiries only. So just know this is an overwhelming piece. It would take a little bit to do, and it takes a lot of resin. I'm judging this to be roughly $300 plus to create it, and we will see what the postage is. And I will put that in the description below, or do another video on Zoom to show what the shipping would actually cost. People have complained that the shipping is too high, or they thought the cost of my objects were too high. There's a lot that goes into it. There's people that they'll say, well, why'd you raise the shipping so high? It's postal boxes. I use those postal boxes. This, I'd have to build a box. See how tall that copper pipe is? Also, there's a lot of cost that goes into the materials. So just know the same thing with the wax there. There's a lot of labor involved with that, making Shungite beeswax and the like. So I have to account for these things. This thing is heavy. I haven't tried lifting it. I know it's heavy based on what's in it. That's how you know it works. There's so many people out there that just put pipes and clear resin and they think it's doing something. It's not. This one functions. Trust me. It's overwhelming the house. Outside, it takes your breath away. You put it outside, that's where it's meant to be. Out on a large property. A half acre to an acre, I would say this is for. I could go bigger. We would go blind trying to make that. So this is as big as it's getting. I would say 300 to 400 on the cost of the item because it uses up a lot of supplies, and whatever the shipping is after that, I'm judging this is going to be at least 80 to 100 on shipping because it is big and it's heavy. So depending on where you live, I am more than happy to make these on demand. Serious inquiries only. No, when you order it, I'm not stopping making it, and this is when I say serious inquiries only, means I would have nowhere to send this dynamo if you back out of the sale. So please, serious inquiries only. I can't say that enough. And also payment up front for the device. That's the only way we can do this. Payment up front. You want this? I'll be more than happy to make it. May not look exactly the same. That's a Bush's Beans can. It's what we have available. So just know they may not look pretty. It works incredibly well. Pretty. Sometimes you're getting glitterite, that's fake orgone. Sometimes you're not. You're getting the quality of the stones, but it's not, some say it's blocking 5G. It's not. That is doing the job. It is also designed to block do weaponry and microwave weaponry and any sort of Havana syndrome type things. So I will leave this here. It is 7:02 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, May 25th, 2024. Thank you. I used to make the Tower Buster pyramids, the black pyramids. This thing is stronger by far. It'll encompass a lot more energy-wise, and it takes away the chem clouds and chemtrails. I've seen even the high-frequency activators, the plate ones I used to make, along with the communication arcs for the beings, take pot shots into chem clouds. When we were in Arizona, I was seeing, as the cloud would move, I would see like the zipper, like pot shot, poke, 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 poke effect. These will just clear all that out. And the longer the pipe, the better, and wider pipe, the better chance you got. So I have to source the materials out. That's why the cost is there. And the time it takes to make those. It's a shorter period of time, but still, there's a lot that goes into it. I'm using my own materials and I have to source it. So if you want one of those, again, serious inquiries only. No, I can't have any of these in stock. They're too powerful. So when you order it, it's on demand. And I built it at that time, like people that build computers and such on demand. This is the app and also the cupcake ones. If you're interested, let me know. It is 7:08 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, May 25th, 2024. Thank you. Well, there's some activity that's happened in the interim from me deleting that episode of the Elves of Mount Adams. There's been some retaliation. I'm assuming it's Syrian. Yeah, forest people have been blocking. They told me not to record for just a few minutes, but they said, since this is in my head, do this real fast. So just know there was some blowback, has been some blowback and some narratives in the head. But they had me walk out by that device, and it's helped immensely with that. Still wouldn't put it inside, though. We can handle it. We've been around it. We've acclimated to it, but not recommended to be in the house at all. Outside only. Outside use only. So I've been cleaning up the lifting episodes, GIC episodes, sorting them on our AWS account. And also the reshuffling and deleting of stuff has stirred up some shit. So just know when you're clearing stuff out, there's some beings that want to distract you from that and pound you for it if it's something that wasn't for your highest good to begin with. And basically you're revoking or renouncing their presence at the moment in time you're doing it. Throwing something out is basically deleting it. Deleting it is basically revoking or renouncing. So there we go. I'm getting the timeout. So it is 7:18, and they're doing this. Thankful. I'm very thankful for this this protection. So it is 7:18 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, May 25th, 2024. Thank you. See, I always seem to make these things at a time they're needed. The forest people told me to do it originally for Bjorn. But now they say the situation's done and I felt the energy lift, or get faster moving instead of slower moving. They now cleared it, so I'm very thankful for their presence. Thank you, brothers. Thank you. Love you. Tomorrow when we go to the Outer Banks, they don't want me to bring my phone with either. Probably just so I'm without it, because it tends to pump out more than anybody else's phone in the house does. And we'll bring hers. For some reason it got targeted, but we're good. It's 7:25 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, May 25th, 2024. Thank you. Joanna went to visit her son tonight, and I was wondering, why I wasn't compelled to go. Now I know. So, I didn't even realize the GIC sticker was back. But anyway, yeah. I wasn't compelled to go. Now I know all this was going to go on, and this would have happened there or here. So it was more within the protection bubble of the device. So I can feel it even through the wall here. I can feel it around the block outside. So even down by the creek up the street. So I'm thinking it stretches out at least 3 or 4 blocks, and then upward in the sky, fairly up, probably up into the stratosphere. So it is 7:27 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, May 25th, 2024. Thank you. I'll add this to this Sasquatch episode too. I went and turned on the TV. Joanna's visiting her son, so I turned on the TV. I was cleaning up the AWS of old GICs and lifting material that doesn't serve at the moment. Things that were backed up that need to go. And getting some weird energies and attachments out of that, believe it or not. But went and turned the TV on, and there was this brief commercial. And I knew this was from the Forest People. That had a cartoon called Smiling Friends on it. And there was a Sasquatch smiling and waving at little kids, to the little kids that are watching and stuff like that. It's a form of disclosure. Like you see in the commercials with the Mountain Dew commercial, like I mentioned Aubrey and Conspiracy Sector, where it's a Mountain Dew commercial where everybody, like from lizard people, like a chameleon or gecko or iguana-looking guy, cat people, regular people, Nordics, all this other stuff, are all like they're your buds from out in space. And insectoid types, like a cat on a cat commercial where he's doing the sliding with the litter, for the litter. Like, where do you learn to slide like that? I know. And it's a litter commercial. And I even saw a cat person in a car commercial. Even in Progressive Insurance, you see Flo running down a road. You see a UFO picking up a Sasquatch. Force person. So there's no different. I was meant to see that. I really was. I just turned it on. Something told me go and turn the TV on real quick. Boop. Smiling Friends, and it's a Sasquatch. So it's a confirmation and thanking. They were smiling at the fact that also it was a synchronicity at the fact that property is now clear. I was dealing with a few attachments, but I'm clearing out old shit. So they're smiling at that. That's how I feel. I feel it's a validation. I feel that synchronicity and validation. And I can feel that in the ether. It's an acknowledgement. So it is 8:13 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, May 25th, 2024. Thank you. Like I said, the thing with the Sasquatch wouldn't have happened had I left. I was also clearing out, old GIC episodes from 16 through 19. And they're gone. But I found more in the archive. I was wondering why not all the energy was clearing. And I ditched it again. And with archiving, you run across redundant piles of shit. Basically, it's one big pile of shit, like what Jeff Goldblum said in Jurassic Park. So when you archive, it's a redundant process, and it should be, because you gotta back stuff up. But then when you ditch shit, you had to do it multiple times too. You gotta flush those turds multiple times. So or else it clogs the energy. It's like a clogged toilet. So I'm good. So hopefully you enjoyed this Sasquatch episode, and you see the aftermath of some of the stuff that happens. I'm in the tool logging the aftermath of stuff. This is what's happened, folks. So, and if I had gone with Joanne over his place, his father's place, this wouldn't have happened. I just was calm enough, stayed home. I didn't, I hate, we have very little time together, and I usually am like, oh, for crying out loud. But no, not now. So, we're going to the Outer Banks tomorrow. If anything happens, I'll add it to this. So, they specify don't bring the phone with, but she'll have hers. I mean, if you don't see any more videos, nothing happened. So it is 8:18 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, May 25th, 2024. Thank you. You guys might relate to that. There's a bit of separation anxiety sometimes. Not like I'm a dog or anything where they're just sitting around worried or all that other stuff. It's just like because you want the person around to do the things with you at home. She went back to work after, the lifting didn't cut the mustard in some areas. But we're getting back up there. So I do want to say that. And man, this is going to be one hell of an edit. So it's going to be up there with the Matrix of Dreams edit, I tell you. That was a 5-hour edit. I don't think it's that bad, but you know what I'm saying. It is. I know other people can relate to what I just said. It is 8:22 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, May 25th, 2024. Thank you. There's even rocks being thrown at the office wall there in the office where we film, and now it's been happening consecutively up till the filmings of these shows, even the previous 3 that we did. Rocks on the walls. Experienced that when I first met Telnorskus in Nebraska. Heard rocks hitting the side of the walls when I first encountered the forest people. That in Columbus, Nebraska, when I stayed with Curtis and his girlfriend Cole. They were around. I had a dream of a forest person in a forest saying, how did he come and go from the inner earth, or Agartha, and he went, did like this, vortex. So I find that very, very interesting. Rocks are being thrown. They were on Fletcher, they were on Hartley. We heard rocks on the walls there. Here, same thing. So I find this very, very interesting that it is happening now. So validation again. So I told you I'd show you the blow-by-blow. This is what happens in the background, folks, that people generally don't see or hear about. It was suggested to me by a few friends that I do this. So I will do this. It is 8:27 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, May 25th, 2024. Thank you. Oh, as the nights progress, there's been some entity types, that they were trying to disguise themselves as Elaine and Vessa, and I do revoke them as of this moment in time, their presence as of this moment in time. I was told it was because of the content of the show earlier for World of Sasquatch about Agartha. It's been a while since we've seen this level of harassment. There's been others in other recent ones, but of this magnitude. Well, I say this is more medium welterweight level, not heavyweight, but it still was a punch. It has been a punch. I've actually seen worse, believe it or not, and for other shows and show content. So I can only imagine what Bjorn and Aubrey and them have had them happen. So I'm going to check outside tomorrow morning for stones, because the forest people were throwing rocks at the house to try to get my attention. They usually says they like people when they do that too. That's what our friend Jerry told us when he came over. Said, oh yeah, they must really like you if they're throwing rocks. In Prescott, we saw rocks. In Lincoln, we didn't find them. They just weren't there. We just heard the sound. I'll see if it's either one here. So I will let this go for the night. It is 10:47 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, May 25th, 2024. Thank you. Okay, dream. This was really weird. I was told I would, by Elaine and Bess and them, I would get a weird dream. Went into the dream sequence. And this was what made it, this was so odd. Joanne and I were at the convention, the 2024 Disclosure Now conference in July. And we were along this one long hallway where a bunch of vendors were. And but before we got to the convention, we were outside in Arizona. We were wandering around in the desert area with people in cars, and we were seeing these gigantic cats. One of them was humongous, and it was like luminescent, like holographic luminescent. I got out, and this thing turned, looked at me, and went like that. And I saw a few others. Got back in the car, and then all of a sudden we were at the conference, Was in a building, saw some of these. I walked around, saw some of these luminescent little cats wandering around, and I even tried to push the door shut to one of them. And there was a human that had it on a leash, and I found out it was V2K technology, or a variation of it they were using. And I went in and met with these people in their hotel room, and I asked them all about it. I said, this would be awesome to play pranks with and everything. They're like, yeah, we do that. And what was very, very interesting was the group of people. They were talking to me all about it. The one guy was laughing that I fell for the thing with the cat. I was spooked when I saw this cat come around, and the large one. I said this would have come in handy in our neighborhood in Prescott and Prescott Valley, both in Granville and Prescott Canyon Estates. We could have scared the shit out of the old people in the HOA with this shit. And I was being shown both places that these guys were spying on, because in Granville we had someone up the street, and Bjorn told me, don't go check it out. Just because he found a creepy one near him where he went with a cop, and saw some of the creepiest looks on the people's faces when he was tracking who was shadow banning us. And then he said there was somebody up the street. That also goes with when I saw the guy arguing with the HOA in his pickup saying, how dare you take pictures of my house? We're watching somebody in this neighborhood. I was meant to see that. So, yeah. Same thing with the white pyramids on the towers that I mentioned on conspiracy sector, stuff like that. So, I was just around the corner. I was told, watch, wait. Same thing with the kids doing the army crawls and the maneuvers and everything, and in the hazmat suit types. Yeah, I was meant to see these things, but in this instance, these guys I feel were the ones responsible for some of the shit. And what happened was I was talking to a couple of them, and I was trying to get their names. I even took a business card stupidly, and I did the Dreamtime revocation afterwards. I was like, damn it, I broke a cardinal rule. They were testing to see how resilient I was to the mind control. And I asked this one person's name. She told me. I was like, well, I'll have to purchase one of these setups from you at some point. Really screw with people. Went over to this one guy. He had this comb over. Looked like Joanna's son Andrew, but thinner in the face. Had a beard, goatee, had this comb over that came down kind of like this, though. You see Sean Bond, if you go on his Facebook, his hair looked like that, but only black. A blackish, dark brown, kind of like mine. So, I asked him his name. I think he said his name was Mario something or other. And then I was talking to this other woman, but before these guys got butthurt, I was talking to this one woman, and I was asking her name. And she was like, oh, like this, looking at me like, oh my God, what are you doing? So that mindset, scared. And I said, what's going on? And she goes, I had this mishap on Signal once. I can't give you my name. I'm so sorry. I recognized the person, a former client of mine named Jen Zaringo, said it goes back to that conversation about Sears. And she told me in an email recently that beings are there's these dark wizards and such attacking me through other Sears. I got to take a break for a little while. That was this person. And this person probably thought I was spying on her. But it was really, what I was being shown was that it was V2K tech that was doing it the entire time. And with the entities, the magic, all of it, it was all military. And when I realized this, when I came to realize who this was, these other people in the room got mad. I went downstairs. And like I said, with other past, where you have to still open and close the circle, as a seer, you can't rapid fire them. That's still true. Regardless of who's doing it, it is still true. And protections always. And procedures always. But went downstairs, saw the convention was closing. I'm thinking, I wasn't up there that long. I was like a few minutes. Went downstairs, all the tables were covered, some people were gone, and our table of merchandise, nothing sold, and it was covered. Like, that was a threat, basically saying, we're not going to let you sell anything because you disrupt our shit. That was a threat through a V2K. And I just was incensed. I was looking for Joanna in a panic, and I was like, Joanna, I go yelling, where are you? And everybody's going, he's looking for Joanna. Meaning the whole thing was a V2K snare. So, I just found that fascinating. So, saw all our stuff covered with a sheet. She was nowhere to be found. I told her I was going to go upstairs, and then came back to her not there, and the convention was ending, and people were packing up. So that was a threat through and through. So it's 8:34 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, May 26, 2024. Thank you. Okay, I came out this morning to check to see if the Sasquatch had left any rocks. And there's nothing here that I can see. The grass is a little long, but it hit about here on the house. This is the outside of the office. You can see the reverse side of the lifting flag in there. But, yeah. I don't see any rocks laying about. And that's how it was in Nebraska. Went outside, they weren't there. Whenever I'd hear them, we went because it would be clear as to if something was thrown, if there were pebbles or anything. There was nothing. In Prescott, however, my mother and Laverne found rocks all the time. Even though there were rocks everywhere, you could completely tell where they were thrown. So it depends. It's just like with footprints. Sasquatch tend to only leave them when they want you to see them, and they're trying to leave a little slow drip to you connecting with them. The exceptions to this are adolescents and children that end up doing it by accident. So this is where I'm at with this with the pebbles. The hearing of it was basically connecting. Our friend Jerry said, "Oh, they must really like you." You know, when you hear he's saying, "Oh, there's some are good, some aren't good." You know, stuff like he was going through his explanation of the forest people, but it was roughly the same as ours. So. Yeah, I thought that was interesting. Anything else happens with the forest people before I have a chance to edit this show, I'll let you know. But there was nothing there this morning. But if we hear anything or see anything prior to that, I'll log it. So, all of you have wanted these blow-by-blows. I know it's long, but I know some people complain about all the videos, but some people wanted the blow-by-blow. So, I'm going to leave this here. It is 8:38 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Sunday, May 26th, 2024. Thank you. Oh, back on the other conversation, I think some attachments and stuff I'm seeing are holograms. Anyway, the holograms. I was seeing years ago, somebody was showing me in a vision sequence on a computer where they were going, does this look familiar? Does this attachment look familiar? Does this look familiar? These are all presets in a computer, V2K tech. As they use presets in a phone or in a tablet where there's preset vision sequence, holograms, you shit your pants, pull your pants down, orgasm, all the usual presets they have. And a handler could be sitting in a Starbucks on a phone doing this to about 20 or 30, 40 people. I'd say about 20, 25, somewhere in there. But they could be sitting anywhere. And I usually come up behind them with a selenite sword, shank the implant in their head, and then cut the one off on the front end of the brain. And then say sleep, and I just smash their face into the phone or tablet. And yes, you can do that. It's usually them just losing consciousness. So, yeah. Like the witch I took care of in Phoenix Psychic Fair, where he kept psychically attacking me, and I did the brain spike, and he lost consciousness. And he's the one that accused me of attacking him, when in fact he was attacking us because he was jealous because we were making more money. The people of the Psychic Fair, the heads, saw it properly. So I thought it was interesting. But anyway, all these presets, I'm thinking some attachments jumping out at you are the same. Some are real, some are solidified black goo in a different, and nanites in a different frequency. I saw that in St. Augustine. You can clearly hear that on the Ghost Box session from there. And then others, are V2K. It's just like in Ghostbusters Afterlife, the reference to the 64 World's Fair. Annie Potts holds the coin at the end. That signifies that's when the binary network was turned on, and some of the ghost instances and all this stuff are holograms because of the binary network. Just like what Joanna saw when she was mad at me because I wouldn't drive. She's like, I want to see what he sees. She drove across the bridge going into Newport News, saw this guy run in front of the car and disappear under the wheels. I saw this on Paranormal caught on video as well, where somebody in a parking lot was driving, and all of a sudden this holographic ghost like disappears under a car. Somebody was supposed to see that. Normally it doesn't happen in a parking lot, but it will. And I've even had dreams where I've been trying to stop and then run over a person. That's all binary network. Just like the Facebook algorithm that gets in your head, like the guy that dreamt of the sex toy advertiser or the model, and then woke up and saw it on Facebook and was amazed. It's not amazing, it's rape. You gotta get that out of your head. You can't either be in awe or scared of, and that goes for UFOs too. So this is anyway. This is exactly what we've been running into. You see anybody, something running in front of your car. I had that happen repeatedly. I had things in the back seat, rocking out in the back seat, or going. I even saw Thomas in the back seat going in the mirror, and I almost hit things several times. It's like that would be distracting if you constantly saw it. In Tempe, I would see a ghost car come up on me, an old car, or not a ghost car, but I thought somebody was going to T-mob me, and I moved over, and I ended up hitting somebody. It's like I was avoiding somebody. And then somebody on camera, on paranormal caught on tape, was avoiding a car, and then ended up hitting somebody. It's like, well, I'm so sorry. I was avoiding that other car. And the other person's like, what other car? There was nothing there. Some people can see it, some people can't. It causes chaos. The algorithm is programmed to cause chaos. And I was in one court battle after another over shit like this. This is why I don't drive. And I was even turning left one time, and nobody there. Turning left, all of a sudden this pickup is ready to ram me. I'm going, what in the hell? It will even mask things so you don't see it. Again, why I don't drive. But this is part of the binary network. This is part of the holographic system that's in place. Or, to be more accurate, psionic dampening and psionic resonators. That falls under the dampening, psionic resonation, psychic rape category. So, this is it is 8:44 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, May 26, 2024. Thank you. Okay. I determined, that was Bluebeam I was looking at. And of course, Bluebeam's controlled by the same set of technologies. And the guy saying his name was Mario, basically video game controlling you kind of thing. Like Super Mario Brothers, going down in the sewers. Basically saying they were down in the sewers, they were in secret areas, going down pipes, plumbing. Also, the plant beings, or those plant vampiric beings I told people about before, and and the turtles and all these other things are part of all the, basically trying to take credit for all the intrusions by saying it's Bluebeam. Now, can they take like a ghoul's body and upload someone to it, and they could haunt a house? Yeah, I knew of in a secret space program interviewing like a ghoul. And Nils/Ludwig was saying something to this ghoul, what do you like to eat? And he bumped into me, which was one of the creepy things. But in any rate, it was somebody being trained to be a ghoul. Like, he basically told the couple in the house, which were a fake watcher couple, like Russian, like that show, the Russians, or Scarlett Johansson's character from Avengers, which would be, oh, for God's sakes, brain, wake up. You know who I'm talking about. Anyway, let's see, this is how they get you. I come out here and it's just like, bam, bam, bam. Well, anyway, they make you forget, and then they pop it up later in your head, so then you have to record another thing to account for it. And it's really annoying. So, anyway, Black Widow. See, they do. This is how they do it. Anyway, yeah, I got algorithm tripwire. But anyway, this is. I even ran into something where Joanna said I was talking to somebody. I have virtually no memory of it. I was basically chewing I believe I was chewing somebody out for saying something, doing something, and partially, and I could feel it on my left in the living room. B2K again, and I'm not sure why it is so loud, because I have this in the house. It should be dead silent, but only it's blasting like you have a subwoofer on, and a stereo system going. No clue why, none. So obviously this could be pressing up against something, and it's like when you're cooking like a burger or something, when you press it, or cooking something in a skillet and you're pressing and it goes sizzles harder. I'm thinking it's like that kind of effect where it's pushing, and just like people that look above the psionic dampening, then they get targeted more, and they think, oh, they're the targeted individuals, when in fact all of humanity is with the psionic dampening, just that you're popping your head above it and getting hit with a brick in the head. I'm thinking that's what's happening with this. It's hitting it, and you're hearing that junk layer that people who go into meditation hit what they call the junk layer. They start hearing, all these weird thoughts pop in my head because you're hitting the psionic resonation field or dampening field. And people call it the junk layer. They start hearing commercials. Even heard Ellen DeGeneres disclose that in her stand-up. Believe it or not, Satanic Hollywood disclosing what they're doing, basically saying, "Oh, you could be perfectly quiet, and all of a sudden, you hear." And then she went through a song about detergent. I can't remember the song, but it's from one of her stand-up, and she was disclosing that technology. So, yeah, which I find fascinating. I don't know, it's evil, but you find it fascinating when you can put all the dots together, V2K dots. But in fact, they're trying to dumb you, and this is why, boom, I get slapped like that. These are the things that happen on the sidelines sometimes. And also, this other client, I came to find out, the people that bug her out are usually anti-changers, or the ones that can't read emails. Like this one guy came in, wanted to confirm a session with me, and I was like, well, this is already, you already said you wanted the session, you've been scheduled, you pay a deposit or full amount, that type of thing. And it's like, oh, I never confirmed, I'm so sorry, last second cancels. He goes, oh no, I never did, so you never confirmed with me. And also the second email about the money that you're talking about, the price and everything's gross to me. That was gross. That was very gross. And then I said, well, we have to pay bills. Oh no, I recognize that, the good ones are more expensive. And then kept going back and forth and back and forth. That's an agent. So the people that do that shit, or have the same problem reoccurring over and over again, they might be being controlled as an anti-changer. But they may be completely innocent too. So, yeah, I'll leave that here. It is 9:10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, May 26, 2024. Thank you. Even while I've been trying to record, I've had people interrupt me this morning. Series of unfortunate events keep bumping into shit. Dishwasher started to fall apart. All these other little series of unfortunate events. That's usually oppression when that happens. And this is all in the wake and the aftermath of that Sasquatch episode. They said forgive some of the blowback. It's not their fault. It's these other shitheads' fault that don't want people talking to them. And yeah, I may add that dream stuff into the Sasquatch video just so it's seen. And it caused, it didn't cause, but the series of unfortunate events that came after. I said I would give the blow by blow, and this is it. And the V2K has been horribly loud. Good thing we're going out to the Outer Banks where there's none of that here today. So, if anything happens there, I'll let you know, but my God. I was going to bring the ghost box out with, but, I just may do that just to actually see and add that on. So I won't, I'm not going to, I'm never going to ask for force people with it. I will never ever do that. No, yeah, I thought it was force people telling me no, but no, it's V2K. So, and Isaac's saying, do what the hell the fuck you want. So, yeah, I may do that. And I have that on here. Got this sitting right out here, actually. So, I may do it. So, I will end this recording here. And I will add all of that onto this. So, it is 9:17 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, May 26, 2024. Thank you. Originally, the Sasquatch told me no to bring the ghost box and the phone, but I'm thinking they knew I was going to do the opposite, so they were basically saying, "Oh no, don't." They were knowing that I was going to detect stuff even with equipment, and there went an orb right in front. See, there we go again. So, yep, there we go again. See how that goes? See how that goes, folks? Yeah. And that's not a cobweb or anything. I'm checking. That's not a cobweb. So, yeah. There's also light. There's some lens flares in there, but that ain't a lens flare. So So yeah, you see what's going on? That's like somebody going boogie, 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 boogie. And I felt cobwebs while I was in the shower and everything. That usually tells me ghosts. But yeah, I find that fascinating that this paranormal activity is starting already. Dadgummit. No bugs or anything in here, so. Oh, yeah. Let's see. I'm going to debunk this for a second, see if it's anything else. No. See, there's a lens flare. You can tell the difference. So, yeah. Yeah, see? Yeah, there's nothing hanging here, folks. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm not sure. And I'm holding the ghost box under my right armpit here. So, fascinating. Yeah, there's nothing hanging in front of the phone. I'm looking. Yeah, see? Nothing. Wow. Alright. I am going to have to stop now, regardless of the paranormal activity. So whoever that is, please let me know right now who you are before we go. Boogie, boogie, boogie. Let's see, is it something on my head here? No? Okay, I think we're good. It is 9:20 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, May 26, 2024. Thank you. Oh, I forgot to add the series of unfortunate events. You know, my phone locked up too, what I'm using right now to talk to you and record this. The phone locked up, and I'm still out here. That thing, I know there's cobwebs here, but that one yet, there's nothing. There is literally nothing hanging from the ceiling here. So, the phone locked up with this notification saying, swipe upward to get your phone out of lock mode. And it wouldn't work. It was frozen. And obviously somebody with V2K on that was fucking with the phone. So, yeah. This was after, or before, rather, than that activity. So, damn. Yeah, see, there's nothing. There's nothing. So, yeah. And it's always, and this is the area of the garage where I sometimes see things come from this corner where the plants and stuff are. Over here. And then when I'm over there by the resin, I see something screwing around over here. The Wi-Fi is there above the washer and dryer, right here. That. So, it's not that, but it could be something using V2K to leach into this environment. It's making it harder because of that thing. So again, if anybody wants to buy one of those from me, let me know. But you gotta pay in advance. So, see, thing's gone. I'm even standing in the same position. I'll stand right here. Same position. Nope. Thingy gone. So, it is 9:23 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, May 26, 2024. Thank you. Oh, also, along with some of the holographic stuff, I'm thinking some of the entities I've seen in the attic, I think are this holographic system, because it was mainly cats that I was seeing. Both there was like assailant kind and protector kind. I have been seeing this repeatedly, but I believe the real entities are there and part of spirit, the good ones. But again, the holographic system and the AI system wants you to believe that it's spirit. That's why Viking stabbed us in the back, because he was being handled by an orange orb I saw over his property. He was thinking it was spirit. And he's stuck in a loop on his show, Interstellar Earth Alliance. So, yeah. This then the cat. One time I was looking up in the attic for something that was causing problems. I just saw. Yeah, there are cat entities. I saw one episode of Unexplained where a woman had this really bad pain in her body, and no doctor could explain it. They were just seeing the effects, not the cause. They will never see it. They're not looking in that area. She went to a Haitian sorcerer who was part Christian, part Haitian. He said there was a cat entity wrapped around her. Yeah, I see these a lot, but some of the things that repeat, like with some of the repeating problems with some clients, are attributed to a curse being regurgitated, a recombinant curse being regurgitated, being put back. I see entities putting things back, but that's a tripwire somebody's hit. You've heard me talk about tripwires, but the AI tripwire also does it with the holograms too. So I just wanted to add that as well, and that's my running theory at the moment. And somebody is very angry at me. I've had computer problems up the wazoo this morning trying to transfer these files over from the phone to the computer. It has taken a long time, longer than normal. It goes by one, by one, by one, by one, by one. And you want it to go by 10s, 20s, 30s, and 40s and get it off the phone like it's supposed to. Nope. It is by one, by one, by one, by one. And then sometimes it hangs on one for 10 or 15 minutes. And they're like, I'm going to decide whether I'm taking this one or not. And sometimes it miscounts on the number. Like you can say you transfer 70 files. You mean 63? You mean 71? You mean 2? You mean 12? It'll do that crap. Like somebody going 12, 13, 63, 24, like in Beavis and Butthead. It kind of does that shit. At first I thought Isaac was playing a joke on me, but it's not. So, kind of like when somebody's counting, like when I'm mixing my resonant counting, I can hear him in the background, 12, 24, 63, 1, 6, 5, 8, 1, 20, 82, stuff like that, just to throw me off. This is the darker side of that. So yeah, that's a Beavis and Butthead thing being regurgitated on both good and good joking side and bad being cruel side. So it's been a pain in the ass this morning. So another part of the series of unfortunate events tied to this information. So I'm going to cool it today. We're going to the Outer Banks. So it is 10:22 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, May 26, 2024. Thank you. I brought the video on the computer and looked at that paranormal activity. Oh yeah, there's definitely faces and everything in there moving around. There was something in the background going boogie, 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 boogie. There was like a face over here and everything. So cobwebs are usually attributed to ghosts. There was even a famous picture online of it came from an AI capture of where you could literally capture, with a square person's face and everything, and it showed the age, temperament, all of it. And at least close. And it said the person's name, age, all of it. And that's what they wanted to do in COVID when they wanted you 6 feet apart. They wanted the satellites to be able to scan people like that. That was the only purpose. It had nothing to do with viruses, and people just fell for it. And the mask thing, of course, you know what happened then. But the 6 feet thing was AI control mechanism because people together had a hard time scanning. It doesn't now because they've calibrated the system after a few years, 4 or 5 years. But anyway, identified the person, but in the doorway there was nothing there, and it said there was something there, gender male, age 260 something or other, and it said 63 or 64 or something like that, and it said mood angry, and for the guy it said mood happy, and said his name and age, and it was like 26, 27. Yeah, so yeah, I thought that was fascinating, and that was a real one too. So that's always cool when the computer equipment picks up on something legit. Not when it's being affected by something legit. There's a difference between picking up on it and being affected. Today it was being affected, like when that ghost drained my battery of this computer back in Granville, but I still had it plugged in. That's a telltale sign something's fucking with it, and ended up being a vagrant ghost, female vagrant ghost that was in the garage that was attracted to the power box on the outside of the house. So got rid of it. And the computer functioned normal, but it overheats a lot. Overheats in the exact area right here. The plug in this area. See where I'm transferring it. The plug, it overheats on the spot where it's plugged in. And even there's this weird goop that appears on the screen that I was cleaning off yesterday. It was like slime. It was like this, I had to take an alcohol wipe to it and just scrub it. And it got some of it off to where I could see again, but it might be like an ectoplasm type of thing. But it's been in 2 different states, and it's been around some, not necessarily grease, and hasn't really been touched all that much as far as fingerprints, because it's a touch screen. But I mean, ectoplasm is like is interdimensional. Sometimes aliens leave it as some of the Zeta goop, like on kids' cribs and stuff. Some people found it on the cribs. That's aliens analyzing children. People attributed that to changelings. fairies, which that also happened as well, but it was alien abduction. But ectoplasm is dimensional goop that takes place if you cross dimensions. I even had it when my father and I ran into this woman at a cafe called Mimi's in Mesa, Arizona. I don't even know if it's still there. Ran into this waitress. She had different eyes. I was told that was that was not necessarily an ET, but it was an ET, but Lane and Vesta's people, their eyes are slightly different. And when that happened, there was like this dimensional frequency. She could have been, one of them could have been channeling through, and I was told it was one of them. I believe it was Vesta. And the other one that I encountered with the dark hair was Elena at the time. And they went by the name Jessica. One with a K, the K in it. But what happened was, I stared at this person, all of a sudden I'm covered in this slime. Not sweat, it was like this sticky slime. And before you make a crude sexual comment, this was all over, and it was paste. This was ectoplasm. So I'm going to leave that here. So it is. Oh, quit laughing. Let's see. It's 10:27 a.m. Eastern Standard Time Sunday. Oh, you're thinking it's funny I make this aired. Yeah. So it's 10 because people start laughing. Yeah. It's 10:27 a.m. Eastern Standard Time Sunday, May 26, 2024. Thank you. Yeah, we haven't left yet, and there's already ocular migraine happening. There's already brain fog. I haven't eaten anything that could have set it off. Not one thing. Not one thing. Took vitamins, everything. Just reviewing that picture with the faces on it, trying to make it so that it's postable. And all of a sudden, brain fog, like you wouldn't believe. It's like, my God. There's several faces in here. One looked kind of like a forest person. One looked like a lizard. And there was one smiling on like that. I'm trying to highlight it. If you don't see it displayed, I wasn't able to make it visible enough. But it's interesting, nonetheless. Well, I'm fascinated with the paranormal stuff, but I'm tired of it affecting me. Yeah, it was even affecting my eyes. So as I'm staring at these faces on there, I can't see it properly. And there's nothing in the room with me. That's the thing. There is literally nothing here. So this goes back to the technology. And there shouldn't be anything wrong. We have so many tripwires and devices around here, there shouldn't be anything affecting us. So this has got to be damn powerful. And I know the force people were helping to filter. So they're helping to filter out a lot. Yesterday, even the orgone piece that was overpowering, they were filtering some of that too. And balancing out energies. It's about balancing out and dispersing and shielding. So it is 10:46 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Man, I even have a lump in my throat. Good Lord. And it's been a very stressful morning for no reason. It is 10:46 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, May 26, 2024. Thank you. This entity appears to be a fish that's in the picture. I'll give that right there. I'll see if I can screenshot this because this is actually pretty interesting. Looks like a fish with like a big tooth in the center there. As good as I'm getting at the moment. Man, it was over my right ear. Kind of like in the Van Gogh thing with the right ear. I mean, the aliens did the thing with the right ear as well. So I found that interesting. Could this be reptilian too? Yeah, but it looks more like fish. We encountered a lizard not too long ago that was animal-like, that was like this too, but it was more like this is more like this. So yeah. And there's also aquatic reptilian Draco as well that are a pain in the ass too. This doesn't appear to be one of them. This appears to be more fish, like with like a little weird mustache thing going on. So yeah, there are fish bad guys, like I said, with the jellyfish attachments, which is what some of those tendrils look like. Like sometimes they will drop things on your head, but I didn't have anything on my head. So I caught one of these fish entities in Prescott Valley when we got home one time from Quartzsite. I caught one in our kitchen throwing jellyfish into the environment. So when I get home, there'd be attachments everywhere. So yeah, didn't find any, but putting something in front of my face, and that sure as hell looked like almost like a jellyfish tendril or a tentacle. And those jellyfish ships you see are these guys. They're interdimensional. They throw these things on people. They'll even grab parasites from the void, like octopi type stuff, and throw them on people. They look like goldfish. and sometimes squid-like. Think Davy Jones from Pirates of the Caribbean. They sometimes look like that, like with the corrupted look. They've associated octopus with corrupted, even though octopi are highly intelligent animals. Some of these beings, I believe, created them, but they're separate, just like insectoids created mantises and other bug types. But they're separate, and some of them have become fey as well. So, in both respects. So, you got to also discern whether, like with reptilians and octopi and all of them, you have to discern whether you're talking to the actual animal. You see the image in your head. When I read a guy from Venice, Florida one time, I saw an alligator in my head. It was an animal trying to communicate. This was in somebody's session too. I saw an alligator trying to communicate named Bubba, some outside of somebody's like townhouse. The octopi in the ocean have tried to communicate with me. I've swatted at them thinking they were the other thing, but they were the legitimate article. So you got to discern. These animals can communicate. We even saw a Portuguese man of war last year at this time at Sandbridge that Joanna think, oh no, they're too far north. It's because the ocean's heating in some areas. I'm not buying into the over global warming thing, but there is something going on. It's terraforming is what it's going on. The Earth will be tropical in about 100 years or so, but at least in the timeline I saw. And there was a Portuguese man of war, which I thought was reaching out to me, but this is an attack move, and it does this, because it could see me. It looked like a big blue brain gel, like hand sanitizer, or like ectoplasm reaching for me, like you'd see something out of Ghostbusters. That's what it was. But that was an attack move. Sometimes think reaching is an attack, like in this photo. Sometimes not. Sometimes something's trying to get help or help you. In this case, it was an attack. So it is 10:52 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, May 26, 2024. Thank you. Okay, here we go. This thing looks like a Muppet. You see how it's all distorted. And of course it was freeze frame inside the video itself. But you see how it has that fish-like appearance. It has the slitted eyes like some fish do. You could say aquatic reptilian, but you see that aura and fins around it and that jowl like underneath. And above there are, let's see, there are some others above here, and others here, but nothing compares to this Muppet looking one right here. Next down, that's my eye, by the way. But you see here, this guy, big Muppet face there. So I found this fascinating. So it is. Well, that's our banner. See, I have above the window. It is 11:11, of course. The AI would intervene as a synchronicity here. It is 11:11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, May 26th. Well, that's an 8 too, so that's interesting. It's 11:11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, May 26th, 2024. Thank you. Even down here, there's like a dogman-like appearance. See right here, with the eyes here, and see if I can. Right here, eye, teeth growling, snout. So there's a fish, Muppet-looking fish, and a dogman. So I find this interesting. So of course at 22, it is 11:12 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's not fascinating if you get hit, but fascinating as an overall subject. It's 11:12 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, May 26, 2024. Thank you. Dogman have been harassing us lately, as the Sasquatch was saying in the episode, because I have the liquid that has the wolf's bane. There's nasty ones. We had one, of course, with the Dreamtime I told you in the previous episode about a dogman that had it on the property. That's why that was there. So, on the previous episode of the World of Sasquatch. Also, one could argue repeated recording does this as well. Brings in things, when you're recording paranormal activity, of course it stirs it up like the ghost box. People that record repeatedly in their home have this happen. Just like we had the owner of the house have his security system in place. Ghosts wouldn't stop messing with it, so it was drawing in activity. We weren't doing it intentionally. I would never recommend doing it intentionally in your home, ever. That's a disclaimer right there. No ghost box, no paranormal photography like with full spectrum, any of that in your home. No investigations in your home whatsoever. Do it away from your home and draw it away from your home. That's why we're bringing the ghost box with. That's a disclaimer right there. but it just happens to be happening anyway and catching it on camera and on recordings anyway. Sometimes it happens. So sometimes you're not doing it intentionally. So it is. Ooh, my shoulder's hurting here too. Yeah, something's trying to get me to quit here. So this time it's a positive force. So it is. Sometimes, like Elena or Vesa grabbed my hand one time to get me to snap out of something I was seeing in a session. The forest people put their hand on my mother's shoulder one time, and she felt the handprint for a couple of weeks. I felt a few days with Vesa. This is something right here. So I even felt Twiggy put his hand on my shoulder. That I thought it was an attachment, but he's more likely telling me to stop because of the activity that's going on. So you'll see the ghost box session from the Outer Banks. So from this point. So it is 11:15 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, May 26, 2024. Thank you. Oh, I'm not sure why the dogmen would be angry and be able to be here around that liquid. I know why they're angry, but why they can't, why they aren't here, or I mean why they're here. So, okay, it is 11:16 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, May 26, 2024. Thank you. Also, some paranormal investigator would see our ghost box and go, "Oh, Eureka, this is why you have all the activity." No, we do it away from the house, and I painstakingly clear. So I want to put that as a disclaimer as well. So it is 11:17 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, May 26, 2024. Thank you. I thought this was a cat at first in the picture underneath, too. Where they both were because of the eyes and everything, and given the dream sequence. But one's a dog man, one's a fish. I can possibly identify that now. So it is 11:19 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, May 26, 2024. Thank you. We've all come to the conclusion that these are illusions put out by those same V2K assholes that were in the dream through and through, because the fish and the dogman figure that you saw in that corner there, over there, those two would not play nice together. And I do have a very powerful piece here, but we're also concluding that it's not potent enough to get rid of all V2K. I know it takes 5 bucket busters to fully block them. I'm never going to make one with buckets like that big. I'm never going to do that. The last person that did that, she made 5 of those. The military showed up and burned her house down and destroyed them. Fire is what can destroy those. So they're like, "We found them, sir," and obviously it was destroying satellites above. So yeah, this is where we're at with this. Now, can a ghost or something make like that spooky ooh, like the Muppet like look? Like even the Lancaneers of the Tall Whites, when they came through, they had this weird because I wasn't decoding it correctly. They looked like those alien Muppets from Sesame Street that are going woogie woogie woogie. You know, it's like that. It's like in Doctor Who, where he goes visits this psychic or these paranormal investigators. He's looking into the Clara mystery that's in the show. What happens is there is a ghost or haunting there at the same time, or what they think is a ghost. He scans, sees the picture of this thing, and then he goes, "This is really," and he peels back the frequency layers and shows that it's a human. It's somebody that's sitting in a pocket dimension, trapped there with another elemental being they rescue at the end, and their frequency levels apart. This person is these other two's descendant from sometime in the future. She's an astronaut that time traveled, and some time travel project way ahead in the future, like several hundred years in the future, 1,000 years in the future, 800, 900,000 years in the future. But again, also temporal frequency would have made that further apart at first too, like in Star Trek when they lose consciousness, or Giorgio's character that gets temporal aphasia, because there's a frequency, and you pluck that person out of their temporal frequency and you move them, they could get a disease or temporal aphasia because they're trying to get entangled back to where they're from. Like you see in Discovery where they get entangled to the future. It's the same kind of slingshot effect. But if they can't get back, it's like in Farscape, when Crichton and I believe Dargo have these pieces of this crustacean that they ate inside each other. And those crustaceans are trying to get back to one another, but they're in their individual stomachs because they're trying to regenerate together. They're like, "Oh, it'll just kill you to try to get back to each other." It's the same kind of effect, but that was more physical. This, it's frequencies apart, where he clearly took back the layers and showed it was a person. In this case, it's like what Isaac did with the dogmen illusions to the soldiers that were here. Watch the Babbling episode. You will see. And I know this one's rivaling the Babbling episode with the amount of videos. But this is the amount of activity that's taking place, folks. It's starting to clear up. I feel the energy clearing. I feel this was weaponry. I apparently am going to have to redouble more of my efforts, but this piece is doing magnificent to block 9/10 of that. Magnificent. Or else it probably would have been worse. So I'm not product plugging, I'm just basically reporting on the device. Take it as you will. But it is 11:42 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, May 26th, 2024. Thank you. I also noticed the liquid wasn't keeping the dog man away. Then it always does. So this was obviously an illusion. Cat, dog, fish, whatever. It's from those assholes that were in the dream. And I was basically spirit and forest people and guides, all of it, soul family, were showing me the problem, real problem. So it is 11:43 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, May 26, 2024. Thank you. I theorized they were using the metal that was going along here, but the orgone field here is using the metal. So they're not using that. It's just blue beamed in place. This is what we've been able to ascertain. So it is 11:04. It's 11:44 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, May 26, 2024. Thank you. Last one for a while. My mother said she had a nightmare at the same time, I had the dream, that creepy dream with the holographics and stuff this morning, where all of a sudden I died, everybody else died, and she had to give up Sammy to adoption, and the person mistreated him, and my grandmother came to her saying, oh yeah, they've all had troubled lives, they had to go, and now you're going to last and linger a while. That's a fear of hers, that she'd be left alone and die alone. So also this goes along the lines with reading somebody at the fair, and this person showed me a flyer of who she thought the betrayer at the fair was, and it was somebody that was there, and I didn't completely agree at the time. I acted like I did, but since it was audio recording, she was just showing it to me. I said, just show me the thing. That particular person, day or so later, we were sitting on the couch watching TV. All of a sudden, we felt something around, and my mother felt presence, so she felt like she's being watched and stuff too. In the same way, in the bathroom, feeling like she's being watched, but scared, playing off her fear. It's psionically being pumped in, not actually here. But I look up to something. Told me to look up to my left, and I'm seeing this woman from the fair looking at me, transparent. She's like, like that. I got up, did my normal thing, and got her out of there. Cut the head off, got her out of there, and found several other soldier types. And this is military, and I did, put her in a box, and I just put a net over the box, say nothing that uncreate you, then hot lava drowned you, meaning I'm closing the door. That's how I do to the spirit world too. I shove them across and do that same thing. But with this was a remote viewer. This was a spy. These fairs are full of spies, and sometimes it's not the fault of whoever puts the show on or the events on. It happens. So it's a lion's den. You gotta be leery. So it is 12:08 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, May 26, 2024. Thank you. Okay, we're at the end of our stay here in Kill Devil Hills, the Outer Banks. So sorry, I had to get away from people and noise. So what ended up happening was, my head filled completely up after that, after I got away from the house with cotton on the brain. Essentially, that means SSP stuff. Hands down. Feel like you have insulation around your brain cavity, or dentist cotton as I like to call it. AI causes this, it triggers this, but tries to trigger SSP shit. So, what I did was, it was it was interesting, but it was also distractingly annoying, because it took away from the trip as far as I'm concerned. I always tell my brain, do not do this. Do not have downloads, do not have any of these things, but the subconscious seems to choose when it's best to vomit this shit up. And especially if it's in a relaxing environment, which you'd expect in a meditative state. But at the same time, what was interesting in my head, I was seeing me in a holographic environment after I'd gotten memories back, and part of me was inside a holographic environment, like a holodeck, training, like in the X-Men training room, like you'd see in the comic books or in the old animated series from '97. They're doing more of that, by the way. We haven't seen it yet, but look up it's like the X-Men training room or their situation room, It's essentially the same difference, and they do have that in the SSP for training. Like the holodeck, you see them on Star Trek Next Generation, all of them using it for things of that nature, like war for this calisthenics stuff. So, at the same time, I was getting sick of the volleying back and forth with all this shit. And I showed Joanna in that scenario what I was doing and everything. I see these spheres I was trying to catch and put into things. I was using my psionics to train like a Jedi to try to hit the spheres with just psionics, like Luke with the end of destroying the Death Star with the 3-meter hole. So, what happened was, with that, the enemy decided on the radio to intuitively give me a song. And it was actually quite interesting. They chose Master of Puppets. I volleyed back with Ladies and Gentlemen by Saliva. The other one was Metallica. They volleyed back with Tool H. It wasn't the song, but Tool. Then I volleyed back with Rob Zombie's Scum of the Earth. So it went back and forth a little bit on the drive like that. But I am I promise to give you Ghost Box. Also, we got some fake synchronicities along the way, like somebody tried pegging Zora and different inner Earth species like the Syrians and Abe's family and stuff like that, which I don't doubt they're part of it, like under Shasta. But I knew this was V2K shit. So I did promise this. So I'm going to end this recording and go to the Ghost Box. So I saw a license plate that said Zora, and I had been talking about him in another recording. Obviously, somebody tried to peg him when it's not true. Which, anybody blame, it's probably him. But at any rate, I'll bleep that. It is 5:51 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, May 26, 2024. Thank you. Okay. Here we go. The questions I am asking is, what was the real reason for the harassment that the forest people had to prevent? What was the payback actually for? What prevention measures were put in? What messages from our true benevolent soul family with no conflicting agendas is here, to give? And we will go from there. I am now opening this Ghost Box circle, then true benevolence with no conflicting agendas only. No enemy transmissions are allowed at this time. So here we go.
Xbox. Scanning. SM.
Who protects me? I heard he protects you. Who?
Old. Like an old.
Before I close this circle, anything from Benevolent Soul Family at this time? Isaac, Eleni, and Vesa. I heard you're a dumbass, but okay. Okay. Thank you for this. At this time, thank you for putting up with the static for any elementals and such that were probably irked by that. I am sorry for that. So I am officially closing this ghost box circle as of this moment in time. It is 5:54 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, May 26th, 2024. Thank you. Okay, I did notice in the episode that the forest people were asked. There were some things, that were mentioned about like med beds and all that other technology, and that's been talked about ad nauseum for years. And people go, "When's this going to come out?" Never until we demand it out. This is a horrible carrot and a stick. Now I'll take the time to answer this. It's a horrible carrot and a stick. That a trick that has been played on people since the 90s. Yes, this technology exists wholeheartedly. It's in the SSP. Do we have access to it? No. When people invent some of these things, like some of the healing tech, what happens to them? They get hurt. There was a guy that built this whole building that was a big healing room. It was based on a geometric healing room. He was killed. They have healing rooms that are square or octagonal or what have you in some geometric shape that the frequencies bounce around again and regenerate you. They even have where if somebody loses a limb, they can regrow one. They can either slide an octagonal or honeycomb shaped ringlet on there and regrow the limb, or they wrap it with something, or they stimulate the molecular cellular solid ability in some other way, which is phantom limb syndrome, and it regrows the limb. This is this is how this is. Are they going to share this? No, unless you demand that change. Don't just wait for it to happen. Don't wait on the world to change. You do it. People always say, "Well, we don't have time for this. I'll just wait and hope and pray." And you just keep doing that, just like that formula Elena gave. 25 or 50% is nosing, 25% is action. Another 25% is the resolution of all of that, from the noticing to the action. So, notice, which is 50% of this, that these stories about beings coming to save us, the med beds being released, have been circulated since the 90s. Some of the ascension is coming, all this stuff that I did not want to have repeated on GIC or the lifting or any of these places. But I had to endure that on GIC for a few years. This was information that's been regurgitated since the beginning of the New Age movement in the 90s. So, yeah, are there some things from that era that were true? Yeah, but there's some things that the CIA created that were bunk. And, yeah, they have this technology, but it's just like when Werner von Braun activated the binary network at the 64 World's Fair. He was basically saying, these are all the innovations you'll be too stupid to invent. Well, here, innovate. Try to innovate with the psionic dampening in place. Go for it. You're going to be too stupid or too not caring or indifferent to do it. That's why people feel this way now, by the way. But with the whole medbed thing, we are probably not going to see that in our lifetime. It's just like you see in Stargate, where they're getting all these things from other planets and finding all these other solutions in other dimensions and other planets. Then Daniel Jackson makes a comment that they found this cure to this disease that was on this other planet, this blood disease that was making everybody crazy. They said, "Oh, I wonder what product this will be at home." That's how you'll see some things, and you'll see rudimentary forms, if anything else. They have Star Trek level technology. The only way you escape it taking decades and decades and decades, just like they said on Stargate. You got to do this quickly or they'll sit on it for 50 years. That's true. Do it quickly. Don't just sit there and hope and wait and pray. Praying can only get you so far. Beings out there you're praying to either don't give a shit or they're expecting you to do part of it. Other than just go, yes, that focus is awesome. Please do it. But you have to act on it too. You have to perform the magic necessary and or the action, physical action necessary to make it happen. So, I don't mean through violence, but you need to get this out there in some fashion and not participate in the narratives that are taking place, like the Grush narrative or the Snowden narrative or any of these things. You know, any of these operatives from Doty to Good or any of these things. And Joanne and I were discussing this. You know, there are no almighty vetters for this community either. And I've said this to other members of the community. It's like, who? Well, the one time I was asked, well, who vetted you? I don't care to be vetted. Well, it doesn't make you legit. Who makes the vetters legit? Do they approve of this? You know, but normally I don't ask for it. And I don't care whether I'm proven. I know my experiences. But Joanne and I could also say that some of the memories are implanted, some aren't. And I agree with her assessment on this. 110%. But I know what I know, and I experienced what I experienced. And I know we've all been fucked with in some way. And being fucked with, not only just in the SSP, seeing disinformation, but like when people were talking about the Planet X crap. They were just given a line of crap back there. I don't doubt that they had that happen, or if they were given some clandestine mission to bring about their form of disclosure. Disclosure is all information. It's not just the Almighty Galactic Federation's information and some grays are telling you to save the world. This is what happened to mathematician John Nash. He was a channeler that brought in some information, and he was declared crazy. He was mind controlled, declared crazy. Oh, now they use him in A Beautiful Mind to show that. This is what mental illness looks like. No, that's what channeling looks like. Channeling, he said some aliens came to him to talk about stuff, and of course, his brain was stimulated because of the channeling. And even his good notes were burned, just like a psychic known as Tamar. Her notes were burned too by her family. Oh, she was crazy. She believed in aliens and all this other stuff. Me and a friend of mine named Diane wanted to fucking hang these people. I feel the same way about any time somebody asks me about when are the med beds coming out. I want to put a gun in my mouth. Not towards that person, but I'm getting tired of the narrative being circulated. Either bring something out or don't. Don't keep the goddamn CIA-born stories circulating since the 90s. This is why you saw way past when the New Age movement was created. This is why none of these things ever happen, and they keep recirculating this. And this is why I got sick of, on GIC, this getting circulated. It's not going to happen. So, I hate to be the poo-pooer here, and we're not the almighty vetters either. We just know what we know, and you just know when you know. So, you just know. And we're not being pessimistic. We know what we've experienced, and we know there's some padded. We even talked about the padded list of memories from past life and SSP, and mind control, getting you to believe. Well, this is why everybody keeps saying, "Well, it's wild. The SSP was great." No, it was not. It was a horror show that basically Nazis raped and tortured you constantly. There's good factions out there, mind you, but I'll grant you, but that are better than others. But it doesn't mean that they're good always, because they still abducted you. They still did shit to you. And in my mind, that's bad. And, I know other good groups use the memory wipe, as a security measure, and fine. And our government has a rudimentary form, and it fucks your brain up, like in Incredibles 2, when you see the dad using this memory wipe thing on that young boy, and he forgets his daughter. And his friend goes, "It's not an exact science, man." That's our version of it. And it gives you dementia and Alzheimer's after a while. Soaking in a lot of stress, too, and the wrong foods and all that shit, too. And I worry about that sometimes. But anyway, back to the propaganda. I will end this here. And propaganda is the right term. If you're asking still when the med beds are coming out, don't hold your breath. Because I know you're probably in pain, you're desperate for something to change. You have to change it yourself. And if that means going to a physician and being guided to somebody that's not cabal oriented, so be it. It's rare, but it exists. I'm in the process of looking for something myself. but you have to intuit your way through it. And I'm not promoting it either way. Just know that one of the med beds coming out because I really, really need them. Yeah, we all need them. We aren't getting the Star Trek med beds yet. Quit getting hung up on the med bed carrot and a stick, and look at the real disclosure of information that is distracting from. Look at what it's been distracting from. Probably you improving yourself somewhere and not waiting on the world to change. Making it change. And somebody, I even saw on this, I even saw somebody basically saying, keep praying, it's just going to get worse, keep praying, get worse. It's only getting worse because you keep putting energy out there that is getting worse. En masse. Stop it. Stop waiting on the world to change. Med beds are not coming. Stop hoping and praying and hoping and wishing and wanting. You gotta act on this. And I don't mean violently. I mean, you gotta act on this by at first noticing that you're being led around by an ox ring in the nose. So, I'm done. It is 10:41 p.m. It is 10:42 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, May 26th, 2024. Thank you. I do want to point out that because of the events of today, I did have a hard time enjoying things. You know, we were walking the beach and I was just kind of all over the place. We won't be back there until after the conference. You know, so that's what you miss when you get fucked with. Unfortunately. So, and the ocean should be fixing some of this, but some of it was, some of it wasn't. It was lessened, I will say. It is 11:54 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, May 26th, 2024. Thank you. One thing I will say, psyops that the government likes to put in, or the bad guys like to put in, that same team that was in the dream, is the lie. And I saw this synchronicity, false synchronicity, while we were out. This song called "The Big Lie" came up as part of those synchronicity sets, and on the way back, and I remember on my computer, the one that has so much trouble, with getting hit by ghosts, like the ghost that drained the battery, and when it was still plugged in, I had to get rid of the ghost in the garage in Granville, all of it. From the beginning, I could not get this computer to remain staying called the lifting. It just kept coming out to the lie all the time. The and then L-I. Constantly. And it was somebody fucking with me. You gotta know when you're being fucked with, and you gotta, they tried to convince us we were sleeper operatives, and that we were doing a narrative just like we have accused others of doing. And I don't buy it. Yeah, that to me is complete and utter bullshit. So, you got to know when you're being fucked with, and it's not a synchronicity from spirit, but it's a synchronicity either from AI, like the 1111, 1111, 2222, 2333, 4444. Then you have triple ones, threes, and fours that are fine. That's there's 111, 222, and then 444. That's the tonal hertz, megahertz. So you're good. There. So you gotta know the difference between them. Of what's being like a synchronicity, like the 1111 that latches onto an already existing synchronicity. I've run across many people who go, well, I got an 1111. Well, what did it confirm? Well, it's an 1111. Well, what did it confirm? And I'm not joking on that one. That's retarded right there. I could see if it was confirming. You think it's confirming a spirit coming through or some other message, and AI is just trying to latch onto that. I could see how you could cross that bridge, but if it's like not validating anything, it makes no sense. So, to me anyway. Now, but with this other thing, those kind of false synchronicities drive me crazy, and some people lump them all together. Oh, this is from spirit, like what I told you about the Villisca axe murder house in conspiracy sector, where this person goes, I knew it was a sign we had to go back because and do an investigation with those kids, and people keep rubbing old wounds the wrong way and keep going back, and those souls or those ghosts have to keep coming back and talking to you all the time to send them on. This person sat in her office, all of a sudden her printer printed out the Villisca axe murder house map location from Google Earth. And it's like, she goes, that was a synchronicity. No, that was some guy with a pad, like I said, V2K tech, fucking with you, saying, "Here's your sign," and at that moment, it's like Bill Engvall's "Here's your sign." At this point, that's what I hear. You're supposed. Somebody wanted you to go back to be a carrot and a stick, and also maybe feed a demon. You know, it's not a charity. Feed a demon is not a charity. Hashtag feed a demon is not a charity. So, I cleared that house a long time ago. To the people that own it, yeah, I went and did the thing. So, there's still bad juju there, but I went and cleared the demon and the children out of there years ago. So, yeah, to any of these organizations holding ghosts, like the one in Jerome, Arizona, or various others, the people wouldn't let me get involved there because, oh no, we need the ghosts to get our money. No, benevolent elementals will help you out, let people get experiences and get touched. They love doing that shit to people, and they won't hurt them. They love going boogie boogie, and they won't hurt anybody, and they get a kick out of it every time. They will gladly help you. And it wouldn't be the original ghost. You don't need the aesthetic ambiance. You just need the experiences, right? Okay. I would hope that would be a yes. So they want to be commercialized. Ghosts do not. This is where I get a little perturbed. But I'm just saying that that whole thing with the printout was, yeah, it's not here's your sign, it's here's your sign. See the difference in connotation, you know. Hashtag feed a demon is not a charity. So it is 8:33 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday, May 27th. It's Memorial Day. Okay, it's 8:33. Oh, it's 8 and a 3 and a 3, of course. It's 8:33 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday, May 27th, 2024. Thank you. Okay, we were watching that interview with Joe Rogan with Terrence Howard. It's fascinating. He's automatically, right out of the gate, he's talking about the Oversoul. Because he's talking about the palace he visits to get information. And then how earlier in his life he remembers coming out of the womb, he remembers being in the womb and seeing his hand as his friend. He remembers he's tapping into the same thing, you know, like in Lucy, where she's talking about, remember her mother's breast milk and all that other being coming out of the womb and all that other stuff. Even though they were integrating the Luciferian black goo, all that in there, they were trying to couple the two together when they didn't belong together. But anyhow, what ended up happening was, you know, he tapped into this information, but he knew why he was here, his soul mission. But then he felt he had to become an actor because of he was trying to get the adoration of his mother, which he thought his brother was getting all the adoration, but it was really his mother was helping him through his brother through an illness. At the time, I don't remember if he died or not, but that was the sidetrack, and then he got into scandals and all this other stuff, you know, that people know about that he didn't do, or some things I think he reportedly did, but now he's back into this thing, or this information. And he's accessing that the planets that were created from the outside coming in, whereas it's the amount of pressure exerted on them. Now, I don't agree with the fact that nobody could go to the other planets because of the amount of pressure and you'd automatically go poop. And I don't agree with that. Asgard, just suddenly they pop their own planet, boop, they're the asteroid belt. No, it was the Orion Wars. What I do agree, though, it's like how this symbol came into being, sound waves, sound light wave frequencies, where you, like what they do with the sand, the sound waves, where you see it takes the different shapes, and you hit 444, and I believe it creates this. So, that's why this is so effective. This is the purging frequency. This is why the Cabal uses the MK Ultra, different programs uses the Moonlight Sonata at the 444 frequency to penetrate the programming in, or interlock the programming. Then they put the 440 frequency out there, so nobody can use the deprogramming of the 444 that they abused. So, like when I saw in Yuma when we were there with the horrible energy that was there, right next to the proving grounds, about 30-40 miles outside of Yuma, I saw when we were next there. I saw these. Um, saw these reptilian faces coming up from the dirt, and it was just some of the psionic technology they were using. He was talking about the psionic dampening in his own way and technologies that were going down through the planet, down into not necessarily down into the planet, but we also were watching Y-Files previous to that, where he was talking about the satellite mind control, psionic dampening. And then Terrence Howard started going into other aspects of this. So, again, across multiple mediums, it's talking about a true thing. Like Wonder Woman 1984, we saw scenes from it when we were at a restaurant where we saw that it was up. That was reminding me that what Pedro Pascal's character was doing in it, where he was asking Reagan's character, Reagan in it, or the one playing him, do these waves actually touch people? And that's how he was able to cast the spell. That was actually mind control. Again, the psionic field, aside from the 1984 adding up to WW3, mind control, World War III, subliminal, trying to get people to believe in World War III, revoking the wish, revoking World War III. Anyway, I'm sidetracking. Or what you need to do anyway. I'm sidetracking. But what I'm trying to get at is, sorry, there's some distractions in the workshop here. What I was getting at is, it's just like in Everything Everywhere All at Once, where the two oversouls of those two ladies are talking, the mother and daughter, and they're going through different universes. And what ends up happening, there is a fairly large spider coming this way. What ends up happening is that the daughter says she put everything on a donut, basically. That's supposed to be a sound light wave particle. And put everything on it and got bored, essentially. Wanted to uncreate herself. The mother, Michelle Yeoh's character, wants to eventually has to recreate herself. And both souls audit. Oversouls audit. But yet, the different aspects of the person in the multiverse still have to go through what they go through. If it doesn't happen here, it happens there. Infinite diversity and infinite combinations that had to realign into the lenses and particle wavelengths that they're meant to be in and not interact. No, just too many had interacted and fucked everything up. The one oversoul had fucked some shit up that wasn't supposed to get fucked up, and it had to be turned on its head and reset back to baseline. So, the original template frequency. I like how he says, how periodic table, that was all wobbly. And that's how I've seen things. And also, about the flower of life. And Joanna said, when she was younger, pre-SSP, she was doodling these flowers. And I was good at math, too, until one day I became dumb in that area. The same thing happened to her. And we're talking to Tony Rodriguez. He acknowledged this as well. And it happened to him. And I'm going to walk around this spider before it jumps on me. Okay. Get out of here. Okay. I'm having to watch this big ass spider down here so it doesn't get in my slipper and bite me. Anyway. Right where? Oh, okay. Yeah. Anyway. That's not large. It's just poisonous, it looks like. But anyhow. The point is that, when we were inducted to the SSP, from what I remember, in the beginning when I told you about remembering being born and remembering the life before that, where I was brainwashed into killing Joanna, got set into the Martian German machine over the, that body transfer machine into this body. And then I was born here. Because they were already established on Mars by that point. I had done some stuff on Earth in between, being brainwashed to kill Joanna and that point just before now. There was a lot of time there. That was the 40s before, and it was the 50s, 60s, and 70s. So I was born in 1980. Remember, we have 8s in our numbers. She has a 62, which is an 8, and I have an 80, which is an 8. So that keeps coming up all the time. Anyway. The lifetime after that's this one. So, remembering the birth, I remember coming out and knowing something was terribly wrong. Something wrong had happened. I remember when I was being transferred into that body, I was terrified. There was part of me that didn't want to do it. Then there was the oversoul that knew it had to be done, even if I'd given in to a trick. And to get out of the programming, I had to go straight through it and unlock every aspect of the programming, like what I said Isaac and Thorson do. When there's abducted people around, they put a fractured, cracked version of the program in, like with the Death Star, where the scientists put a flaw in the Death Star so the rebellion could break it. That's essentially what was done to me. Joanna, I think, partially helped with it. I thought I was in control around Hitler's people. No, they were controlling me, but the Oversoul was fucking with them. So they just thought they were winning. Just like when we moved from Nightdale. The Martian Germans were ecstatic. They thought they'd won. Yeah, they think they'd stagnate us. No, just like I noticed in the video. He was having trouble with his phone and his computer. Same way I do. Completely. In the same fashion. Things would freeze up. Things would be operating on their own. Because this happens all the time. You know, they don't want us talking about this. And yes, they are listening. You know, Joe Rogan asked who are they. He said government, 3 other agencies, take your pick. It's some asshole on the other end of an earpiece. Take your pick. Layers of them. He didn't say voice to skull tech, but where they could get into your head itself. That's what AJ on Y-Files was talking about, was the V2K. In one of his older episodes about the mind control. A couple of them about the mind control, and he was dead on accurate. So, might take the skeptical approach, and then Terrence Howard went in the other direction, but put them both together and he pretty much got it. I just don't agree with Terrence Howard's assessment that we haven't been to the other planets, because that part's slight propaganda on part of the cabal. I don't want to say he yielded or anything. I believe he did get this from his Oversoul library, but you know, the Oversoul wasn't letting him access some of the information, like the Martian Germans, like the ancient galactic wars, like all these things. And if he has, he's not saying. So, it's probably Oversoul sees it as a safety issue. I don't know. For me, yeah, that's how it is. Tapping into something too much, we get blowback like you wouldn't believe, like that episode of World of Sasquatch on Agartha. Enormous amount of blowback for it. Inordinate, uncalled for amount of blowback. I mean, monumental blowback. From dogmen to psionic activity, you name it. Holographic bullshit to the psionic waves and suppression and dampening tech, you name it, we got hit with it. Depression, popping my part of my SSP balloon where it farted a little bit and I flipped into SSP me for a second. Tried to reactivate. You name it, they tried it. Except aliens. And I'm not wishing that, and military at the door. Not wishing it. They were not around. Haven't seen them. They haven't done that. I don't think they can. I don't think they're allowed to. But like I said with the bed bugs on conspiracy sector, I think there's some contracts and treaties in place to where they have to do little things. Probably that spider that's walking on the floor. Like monitoring devices that they can get in and listen. Like with fake birds and such. Yeah. So they're creeping around each other. They couldn't physically go into those people's apartments, so they had real bed bugs they unleashed and one fake one they could collect DNA from, like the character of Dr. Gero in Dragon Ball Z, where he collects cells from all the heroes that way, like a fly, where they just go boop and flick them away. And in order to create the androids that create cell. That's a show in and of itself, but you get the idea. Then they can create their clones that way. They also, see, starting to act up. They can also get it per maritime law out of the sewers. It's gross, just like they say in the movie The Martian. It's maritime. He got Blondebeard the pirate, meaning he could steal that other rocket from the Russians or that other group, because it's maritime law. Well, I'm gonna end this here, but you get what I'm saying. Go see the thing. Yeah, go see the interview. It's interesting. So, it is 9:52 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday, May 27th, 2024. Thank you. Well, I do want to point out that spider walked right for me, right as I was walking in the door to talk about this. Came right at me. Beeline right to me. So, that proves to me there was either something possessing a real one, which through frequencies like the Pied Piper of Hamelin effect, You can do that, just like I had to do in a session today to get rats out of somebody's building. You pinpoint, you do a frequency waypoint, you do frequency here, like travel, like the harmonics, and you basically say this one here, and they go. That's what Pied Piper of Hamelin was essentially about. So you can do that with bugs too, real ones. You even saw that in the show Smallville, where a guy that was infected with kryptonite could control bees and other bugs and locusts. That is possible at plague levels. That is possible to do it with magic. You can corrupt animals. I even saw gnomes one time in Japan corrupted with nuclear energy, and they looked like wet gnomes. And they had been corrupted. I've seen anti-nature type beings before corrupted. Even the void parasites that some of these aliens use, they're like the corrupted versions. Some of them are the corrupted versions, not all of them, of like the sea creatures. I see this constantly. So I'm going to leave this here. It is 9:54 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday, May 27th, 2024. Thank you. I will say, the reason I know we were punished for our math skills is because I was accused of cheating on a math test. They wanted to see if the wipe had got the mathematical ability suppression had happened. So a math teacher threw something at me called Napier's bones, and that is like lining up dominoes or mahjong type pieces together. And I didn't know what to do. They said, "Oh, we thought you were in a more advanced math class," meaning they had fucked with my math abilities. And Joanna had them more because in her school she had done all the homework, done all the everything, and they had her going measuring her school building for extra credit. And then then on another test they accused me of cheating because when I intuited my way through it, because they tried to get me to check my work, that classic move. Even Men in Black came into the school a couple of times. I did a test, SAT test, or I refused to do one because all the questions were about dreams. They were checking to see if children were tapping into their psionic abilities and seeing what they remembered, just like I said in a session today. These beings are getting people on very little of what they consider crimes. They're paranoid. They think people are seeing more than they actually are, which they can't. You think they can't be this dumb, but they act paranoid. They believe people could interpret more than what they actually are in the dreams. So they attack them relentlessly. The aliens abduct them, fuck with them, everything. Beat down their psionic abilities. The Men in Black came in and made the students fill out a test to see what the dreams were about. I was told by guides at the time, don't answer a single question, don't do anything they want. Even though I was already back from the 20 and back, this was a way to recruit again, or put back again, to see if somebody like myself remembered anything. It happened 2 times, one in grade school, one in high school. And even in high school, there was a fake simulation of a break-in one time. Military came in, spooked some children, and some children beat the shit out of this one trained soldier, which people probably laughed at him, but it was they were basically running false flag simulations to see what would happen in case of military takeover of a school, something like that. It was really creepy. But before that, the Men in Black came in, and both were brief, both were creepy, and I never wanted to repeat it again. So, and these were the genuine Men in Black, folks, just without the fedora and the sunglasses. So, I will leave this here. It is 9:58 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday, May 27th, 2024. Thank you. Oh, also, when Terrence Howard was talking about, so when he would bring stuff to him, the guy was correcting him. Just like when I was in grade school and used the same formula that the earth science teacher said to how the continents split apart, and I ended up finding Atlantis that way. They said, oh no, they spun this way and did this, and it's like, no, it's using this equation, it says this. It's because when she went to the school authority, they ridiculed me and said, oh no, that's a religious belief, you can't say those things. It's because I was able to connect those 2 dots, see, between their earth science and Atlantis. They didn't want that. My mother went after him, everybody went after him.
They were ridiculing, hoping that I would back down and go, well, maybe you're right. I never did. And I got an F in earth science. And so that I couldn't progress in their system that way. Anybody he went to, they kept making corrections and ridiculing him. That's because those people were still in the system. And he somehow became a wild card outside of it. Now, do I think there's some yield he might not know about, same with Tucker and the rest of them? Yes, but it's like with Mel Gibson when he said when he found meditative techniques, he got out of his mind control, like when he lost his shit all the time, tired talking about the Jews, all that shit. All mind control. And where he lost his temper, he had those stupid recordings done about him. And they were doing all the recordings about him. And then airing it on like TMZ and all those places. It's because Entertainment Tonight, all those places. It's because they wanted something. They want blackmail. And like what Terrence Howard said when he got in the industry, they were trying to nail him because he was talking about the other stuff that was more important. One thing I will agree with Terrence Howard, where he said if we went to another planet, we'd get larger. That's how Asgard was. The people were bigger and they came here, but some of them had to alter themselves. Like Poseidon said he had to alter his eugenics. And also if he came into our frequency, we'd explode. Yeah. That is, so there is some truth to that. So I will leave it here. It is 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday, May 27th, 2024. Thank you. Oh, there was also a time, adding to that Sasquatch episode, that I was taking a picture of Elaine and Bessa, and it's no different than with that fish guy and that wolf man. That I was trying to take their picture, and all that showed up in the picture was a dragon, and it was in the same spot that I took the others, but on the kitchen side of the wall. But it was coming from the same spot, which I find fascinating. So there's obviously something about that spot in the house that was off anyway. But still, things being beamed in from outside, probably rubbing a spot the wrong way. We hear crashes of like a china cabinet falling and all this other stuff all the time. Here we hear residuals. The guy that was I think this last guy was abusive. We found evidence where somebody was locking themselves in the bathroom and everything here. So but there was nobody here that had a china cabinet when we got here. We heard that crash. We heard the door open several times in the back, but it's been all residuals. Just like on Hartley, we saw the closet door shut one time, and we found out that mirror was haunted on Hartley. So we turned the mirror around, bolted it face in, and it shattered. But this, it said it. With them, I took their picture, and then all of a sudden there was a dragon there with weird eyes. But it was still a projection. That tonight they were trying to help me block something. They were very irritated with whomever was doing it. So I find that interesting. That's bad for them, but it still hasn't been completely resolved. But the piece that's out there is helping immensely. I'll have to create one for us at some point if all others fail. So let's see. It's helping, not 100%. Like I said, 5 bucket busters will block them 100%. That's when the military shows up because they're so powerful. And it was using our formula that person used. So it is 11:58 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday, May 27th, 2024. Thank you. They also advised I go through the book Ghost Box information as well from the time of this recording. I have not done so yet, so I'm going to look. So it is 11:58 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday, May 27th, 2024. Thank you.
What I find interesting is also not only did Terrence Howard bring up Enki and Enlil, some of this information wasn't correct, but he was going off of also where he was talking about Buddha and Christ coming in with more information. Didn't know that the Christ story was made up by Enlil in the Roman Empire and solidified by Council of Nicaea. But also, the devices, or the frequencies he was talking about. We're talking about the frequencies of different elements. Basically saying you either add in this frequency or add in this element to this, or its frequency. And a person that I read, who probably wants to remain nameless, has something called the Genius device. And this Genius device mimics the frequency, and it also scans for attachments. It'll show that there's a bunch of toxin buildup. But each and every time I've looked at where the toxin buildup is, it's been an attachment. So, yeah, I find this interesting. Now, also on a side note, some people have talked to me and said, well, Chris, if the Jesus story didn't happen, who are people talking to? Well, Enlil, for one. 2, 99.99% of the time, that's true of Michael too, you're getting some hedge betting race posing as. And I guarantee you they're either wearing a GF uniform or they just want to screw around because that's their plan. Like with Elena Denanen and Nancy Thames. I'll bleep those names out. Of where these races are hedge betting to see how far that same group is hedge betting how far that they can push these women with a false narrative, just like they did with Raymond Kusandalich. They kept giving him false information. He goes, why do they keep lying? Why do you keep talking to them? I don't understand why they're lying. And he kept going back to him. I'm like, why are you lying to me? Because they are assholes. That's why. That you've been found out. You're assholes. But at the same time, some of them will continue to give you false information to see if you'll discern. Enki did that to us. That's why in Sumerian mythology they called him the god of deception. So, yeah. But they said he deceives to make you better against his brother. I can't completely argue with that logic, even though it is annoying. So, that said, yeah, they made this up. People, they constantly, especially with the current events, they would constantly return to Christianity. We know some metaphysical friends of ours went, oh my God, this was false, and then threw the baby out with the bathwater, went back to Christianity. Went, oh my God, we're so sorry, Jesus, so sorry. Just like what happened to Doreen Virtue. Went out there, saw that she was being schmoozed, and went, oh my God, I am so sorry. And went back to Christianity. That was after I spoke to her that time. I'm not tooting my horn, I'm just saying what happened. Went and talked to I went and talked to her, and she was wanting validation on some channelings, and she could have been a mole the whole time trying to figure out where I was too, but I think it was more the reverse, where she started to cry when I said, no, this is a false channeling, this one's false, even though I wasn't as far along then. This was in 2015, 16-ish. I got even further along with it now, but it's like, okay, if you're hearing this, Doreen, you didn't have to completely convert back to nutcase Christianity and start poo-pooing psychics. And people sometimes throw the baby out with the bathwater. They will go, well, if none of this is true, then what am I doing? Well, if you're a healer, continue to do that. If you can hear and talk to beings, continue to build that skill. You have a heightened set of abilities for a reason. Use it. That's also a form of disclosure. Like if you found out some of your SSP memories were a lie, like, where's my purpose? Your purpose is now to report that. That certain things that you went through were implanted or something. If we found that out one of these days, I'd tell you. I would be extremely perturbed while doing it, but you would know it. So, yeah. That I would be perturbed that we would have to redact something, which I don't feel that's the case, but we would. It would be an open book. It's like Joanna was said, we know something happened. Some people don't, when they get the memories back, they don't get them right in the back order. Like Tony was saying, he goes, I don't even know what order I have them in. I just know I have them. So you get back even real memories, implanted memories, whatever. You know, the script writers in the background can literally create a character profile and shove you back out there. And you're just running a business, like what happened with me and the female body. I was running a business here in Virginia Beach. I even found the shop. It's over on Laskin and Atlantic. We found it right over in there. There's actually a couple locations I jumped between, but there was one that was closer to the Neptune statue too, where I could walk to it. But you could walk to it from Laskin and Atlantic too. It just takes a minute. But yeah, over there. So I did find physical locations and stuff for the earthly SSP stuff. I found it every single time, and then my energy got repaired as a result, or the frequency, you can say raised, but got faster moving because I was in a more sovereign mode because I was remembered. So that told me there was legitimacy to the concept. So that's when that started to happen. So yeah, this is I find it interesting. But people, please do not just revert to Christianity. It's an older cult, because that's what it is. The Roman Empire made it up with an agent that went around that they hired, that was basically either a channel for Enlil, or it was Enlil himself, because Enlil himself really couldn't walk around too much. More than likely a meat puppet or incarnated avatar is more than likely. And was born here, then made up the story about the Immaculate Conception. They all sat around figuring out, okay, this is how we're going to crucify the guy, this is what we're going to make up. And did they do a crucifixion to make up stuff? Yeah, to a point. And then they started a ceremony. It's like the King Olaf thing in Skyrim, where they're burning the effigy of King Olaf. It's kind of like along those lines, and it's basically crucifixion and Burning Man put together. And that was supposed to be positive ceremony about King Olaf, but the queen gets rid of it because she thinks it's nonsensical, and that the history wasn't completely right. But then you prove it was right, so therefore she's more apt to go on with it with the proof. Which, yeah, they should treat Christianity the same way. It got out of control very, very quickly, like the song with Fall Out Boy, Centuries. Just one mistake was all it would take to go down in history for centuries. Is exactly it. The Roman Empire wanted to control their immediate environment, and Enlil amplified it through the centuries. So, yeah. And then some people are saying, you know, like I had somebody recently tell me, well, who is it that I'm talking to then? Some alien hedge betting, hoping you'll believe the disguise. In this case, it was Taigetans that were scanning people's belief systems, like I said, with that big stone structure I said in the dream sequence, where I was hearing, okay, this person believes this person believes this, person believes this. They're data miners. And then they can use it to manipulate. And some races, like Garians and some others, are running social experiments like that, where they will even have incarnated people around, like Joanna's son Joseph, gathering information. To other races do that too. Some Ebens have even been born to gain codexes. Some groups need codexes, some don't. Very few don't. It's not to save the universe. The Earth is not going to save the universe. That's Nazi propaganda bullshit. But that I'm very thankful that I snapped out of believing. But see, even I wasn't above getting nailed or controlled there. But snapped out of it. But what happened was, I got more grounded. What happened was, this person was saying, well, who am I talking to? I said, look at them more closely. Hit them with a big burst of light, like a lightning bolt. And you'll see, ironically. You know, and Lil Zeus lightning bolt. And just say the word reveal. And it'll melt their disguise away. If they look like a frog, you'll see it. If they look like a gray, you'll see it. If they look like a human Nordic, you'll see it. If they're using a Jesus and Mary disguise. And this I find this interesting, though, that though they've gotten away in this area for so long with this, and the New Age groups went into it as well. Which, yeah, accepting all aliens and creeds and colors, yeah, that's great, like Star Trek. But you don't want forced inclusivity, and you don't want trickery invited in. The whole idea is that they're inviting in everybody. Just like with those doormats you see with the gray alien face that says "Welcome" on it. They showed in the movie Renfield that he had a welcome mat out front of his door, real concept, and he comes home and Dracula's standing in there waiting for him. He's like, oh shit. And he looks down, he goes, how'd you get in here? And he pointed to the mat. And he went, oh shit. Don't get those. Do not get them. I know you're meeting it as a form of friendship, but especially the ones with the gray... See? Interfered with my throat. Especially the ones with the gray alien faces on. Don't get welcome mats of any kind. Get mats that don't have any words on them. There's even some that say fuck off with a middle finger too, but I've seen those. Those don't count towards welcoming something in. It's actually repelling. But yeah, don't get the welcome mats. No. One of those same, the ones that say welcome, come on in, or something like that. That's fine for businesses, and I'd be willing to bet the business signs would do the same thing if you had a Dracula Renfield type situation. I guarantee you, you'd be able to walk in that business no problem. But you still have to have that as because you're welcoming customers, but you still know that it's an invite. It's like the welcome mat. So, as I've seen it time and again, work towards the other. And then some businesses wonder why they're haunted, and time and again I see that sign in the window. Some don't have it. And then some of those businesses aren't haunted, and then sometimes I do see ones that are haunted because there could be aliens disguising, like the one in the bed and breakfast, like I said, with the orb floating over the guy. And they caught him. And the guy caught him. And the guy diverted him with the ghost story. I've seen that time and again with businesses. So, yeah, where it was actually the alien trying to divert attention because they got caught. And they more like they had abductors underneath it. Yeah. So you gotta be more careful. So I gotta end this here this morning. So it is 7:37 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Tuesday, May 28th, 2024. Thank you. Oh, when I say Terrence Howard, the yield might be around. It's more like what happened with us. There was just some facts that got convoluted in there. But the rest of it, yeah, the fact that he was got hit with ridicule agents, like, and I think that guy's a ridicule agent through and through based on what he did. And you start seeing some of the real science behind stuff. Yeah, they're going to throw ridicule agents at you. They put a false system in place so people had a false template and we're not getting the right information. Like what happened with academia after Hitler, they got spooked and wouldn't add the paranormal stuff in there. And, oh no, that was a clandestine organization. We're not going to become that. Well, you already did, because you're controlling history and you're basically telling people they didn't see what they thought they saw. You're basically threatening their jobs, threatening their livelihoods, and ridiculing them. You just became Adolf Hitler. So, congratulations. What ended up happening, again, it's the Martian Germans doing their thing with the yield. But I don't believe he knows this, that part. Or he knows some of the other portions of academia, but he doesn't know some of the galactic historical part. He was just going to his library and getting the more important information why he came in, to get the scientific information. I like one times 1 equals 1, and he basically mirrored it, went 1, and it was 2 rather than 1, because you mirror it. And I thought that was fascinating that he went into that. Some people might find that boring, but that means a lot of the basis for our own mathematics and our own sciences is extremely incorrect, and we would have to go through a massive overhaul. This is why they need to do it now before it goes into another couple of generations. So that's why the school system is brainwashing. Yeah, exactly. From history to mathematics to sciences. There's also the science and science. And scientific methods. Scientific methods still sound. So you do one thing and then you repeat it again, and it's proven. Proof of concept. So, yeah. And then the science was the money base during COVID. But everybody knows that part. I'm going to end this now. It is 7:43 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Tuesday, May 28th, 2024. Thank you. Okay, I'll add this to Q&A. This is something that bugs the ever-living crapola out of me. Now, you may have seen in the Terrence Howard interview where his phone's in, computer got messed with, and that is an external source doing that. And he acknowledged that, so did Joe Rogan and his friend, Jamie. So, yeah, this was all acknowledged perfectly. Like, oh, they're doing this because we're talking about A, B, C, D, F, G. Yeah, exactly. And this is what happens with our computers. I came across a client one time that said, I just don't know why my daughter won't stop screaming at her computer like it's alive. Like somebody's going to hear her. I was like, because somebody does hear her, and they're laughing at her. Well, what do you mean? And I talked about the V2K technology, voice to skull, where they're fucking with her because she talked about something, probably to a friend, acknowledged something psychically, or something like that online. Or, came to an epiphany and hit a etheric tripwire. You've heard me talk about that. Whereas you hit a certain thought frequency or something that trips the AI or trips the, say the old rumor about the CIA vans that were and all that FBI vans that were around cataloging and looking for keywords like online to be able to cancel during cancel culture. So, in the first part of that period in 2020 and 2021. But before that, it was CIA vans monitoring people. And that actually did happen. And they made it sound like the tinfoil hats. They made it sound crazy, when in fact, aluminum is the real thing. Tin enhances orgone pieces. I found it. Aluminum will block radar waves. But people say it's crazy, so they say, oh, you're wearing a tinfoil hat. But at any rate, that's how this person was treating her daughter. And I went, why are you treating her that way? That's what she's doing is she's talking back to the people that are doing this. They want a reaction, mind you, but I do the same. And I know they're fucking with it. I said, no, this computer is mine. I'm asserting my energy on this device. No other energy applies. She goes, yeah, these things, she's saying these things because she's attempting to assert a sovereign temporal space. This person had never thought of this before. Like, we just kept telling her, please stop being crazy. And I said, that's upsetting her further. Well, yeah, she gets so mad at us. Because you're insulting her. That is a trigger point because she's not crazy. You are for doing it. And I said, I have to be blunt. The ones that are thinking, oh my God, what's wrong with this person? If you're blaming the person, you're the one at fault. You should be blaming the ones they're blaming and taking their side against those others. I saw a case one time where somebody told me that their friend had a daughter that they found her in a parking lot at 2:30 in the morning, just standing there. And the mother goes, oh my God, oh, she ran away again. Oh my God, why did you run away? She's like, Mom, I don't know how I got here. No, please stop lying to the police. Please to stop lying. The stupid mother, she also made these dragon eye art pieces. I said, for one, the dragon eye art pieces, because you're seeing Draco eyes in your third eye. You're not imagining it. Second, your daughter is not running away. She's being abducted by military and aliens. That parent is neglectful by not believing. Just like if you have one parent that believes and one doesn't, the other parent that doesn't is being neglectful and abusive. Because they're calling that other person crazy and causing psychological damage, while the other parent is more likely being abused by the secondary one. And but I wanted to rip that woman a new one for doing that to that child, because you just took the side of the assailants. If you knew you took the side of the assailants, you would be mortified. Don't do it. Just if you think, if was your daughter prone to running away? No. And then I said to this other person, I said, was her daughter prone to doing this? No, we don't know what happened, because she is recognizing that she's being dicked with, and you're not taking her side. So she's mad at you. Please wake up and recognize this, or you're going to cause more turmoil, and you're going to cause this person to hate you. There's a fine line between parenting and then also there's validation and not indoctrination, like with a young child seeing something. You don't know if they're making it up or if they're seeing it until later on when they describe stuff. Then you know. So you validate, say, I don't see this, but I believe you. But at the same time, you can't acknowledge something that's a lie either. So you got to intuit that a little better. And this is why this person came to me, because she said, this daughter of mine's crazy. It's like, no, you're just not recognizing the signs. And there were synchronicities all around this person that the spirit was desperately trying to get a hold of this person. Saying, no, please look into this. This is an emergency. And she just thought her daughter was mentally ill and wanted help fixing it. And I said, this is not an illness. You're just not recognizing the signs. And first, this person was perturbed, but then I described every single thing. She goes, well, how did you know that? I said, I go through it every single day. This is how I know that. I said, you came to me for help, thinking your daughter was mentally ill, when in fact you just weren't recognizing things. She goes, even if I went this route, my husband sure as hell won't, and I can't. And I was like, you came to me for help. This is the help. You will be psychologically damaging your daughter if you don't take her side. And I said, your husband be damned in this case. I saw a case where this guy named Eric Mitchell told me back on Diamonds that he saw a couple where the woman was into the metaphysical stuff, was into the energy work, was into all the stuff that we mentioned, all the stuff Terrence Houghton mentioned in his interview, all that. Into all of it. The husband thought she was crazy, kept trying to put her on medication, all this other stuff. She goes, if you don't believe me, I will throw you out. You're being abusive towards me. No, I'm trying to get these crazy ideas out of your head. And she goes, you're the one that's crazy. You are leaving immediately. If you do not believe in any of this, you will leave. You'll throw away our marriage for this. You would. Yeah, I would. Goodbye. Threw his clothes out the door. He told me this. Threw the clothes out the door. Said, get out. You are not the person I married. You were never this person, which I know goddamn well they were manipulated to split. But at that point, it needed to happen anyway. And was basically probably changed that person from the inside out over a period of time, made them more skeptical. This other person told me that her son was this way when her grandson was born, and this other woman came around to be a handler and get him away from those beliefs. And the mother was left going, what the hell happened? He used to believe me. Was manipulated by a handler at that point. So the other, like Neo in Matrix 4, where he had a handler program to try to keep him away from discovering the Matrix. Again, yeah, it's along those lines, but more like connection to spirit or benevolent source creator. Even though that's within, you're connecting to Oversoul and connecting, like what Terrence Howard was saying with the palace. They don't want you connecting to that palace. Ever. And in this other person's read, I saw that the person had a Hogwarts and Greek temple look. Mine looks like a big alchemist's library. So, yeah, I get it. They don't want you connecting to that because you bring information down here to Midgard and grounded in the benevolent Akashic records, and then it's available to everyone within the butterfly effect or the source field, you know, and the energy field. They don't want that happening. But if you are a parent and your child's doing this, please look closer at it. Please look, and you have a spouse that doesn't believe, nobody cares. Tell that person that they can bugger off if they don't believe you. And I'm tired of being neutral in this area. If they're also ultra religious and they're saying, no, if it's not Jesus, it's Satan, that's an automatic axe right there. That's my opinion, mind you, but that's the advice I can give. I'm tired of being neutral in that area. So it is 8:47 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Tuesday, May 28th, 2024. Thank you.
Had a song synchronicity again. I've heard on multiple EVPs as well. You're In Too Deep. I saw that on the radio on the way back from the Outer Banks as well. And I heard on the EVPs, you're in too deep. You know, and listen to me, you're stopping this work. It's worth it. Cleanse your spirit. This is the V2K assholes that we were talking about before. That's how I see it. I'm never going to stop this, ever. Also, when they put in there, oh, your wish is not being granted, or we won't grant your wish. Well, I didn't ask you, shithead. That's the V2K assholes doing that. That's not anything spirit-related at all. And my grandfather's voice, I can pretty much tell. So, but you guys always take it with a grain of salt. You have to go by what the feeling is. The feeling is there's some legitimate and some dipshits in there screwing around. So that's my my assertion anyway with this, or my analyzation of the ghost box material from Kill Devil Hills that day. So it is 1:47 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Wednesday, May 29th, 2024. Thank you. I also got a synchronicity while looking at Facebook while I was editing the ghost box around some Elaine and Vessa were talking about on here. And I ran into something that talked about Isaac the service dog for a blind person. I thought that was pretty funny. Like he was basically saying, "Oh, we're leading, you're blind, I'm leading you around," kind of thing. Not in a bad way, not like, "Oh, we're leading you around like a nose ring, like you're blind to us," or intent. It was the other one, meaning guide. So, like, service dog in service to, it was a joke. So, it is 2:28 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Wednesday, May 29th, 2024. Thank you. You know, amidst all of all the V2K shitheads that were listed on that ghost box, there were 8 of them. 8 voices total. And 8 is a Joanna and I's number. They knew I'd interpret that. You know, her being born in 62, me in 80, that's 8 and 8. And there was a lot of 8s surrounding us in numerology and everything. Knowing that I'd be upset about that. As many of them were on there. And then Elaine and Vessa, I'm not sure what the whole lie thing was about that was in there. I'm not sure. I just know they were being truthful there. I'm not sure what that whole thing was with Kieran, but I'll figure it out. I just felt, it was something I felt devastated about, and I didn't know what. It was like phantom PTSD. No clue. So obviously they're trying to trigger something for me to figure it out. So I'll leave it here. So it is 3:39 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Wednesday, May 29th, 2024. Thank you. Oh, that 8th one said, "I love your voice." I'm thinking because they like to hijack people's voices. Meaning, in this case, they wanted to channel through or mimic a channel. Not going to happen. I'm just saying that's how I interpret that. So, that's how the feeling is anyway. That female voice, "I love your voice," meaning flirtatious, but at the same time, we want to hijack. No. Not going to happen. This is why we have to be careful, folks. That is the prime example right there. They can interrupt on the word "the." That's why you hear the channelers come through like Force people, Isaac and them saying, oh, and Elena Vessa saying, "Sorry, we got interrupted," or any of them saying, "Sorry, we got interrupted," in some form or fashion because of that. That's a prime example. They can interrupt on the word "the" and try to switch track it. That's why I have to be very careful and pause as I'm going through. I can't go on longer than how my body is feeling. I can't. You know, where it's that creepy bone-like feeling, bone pressure feeling that I mentioned on GIC and lifting sometimes. So I'll leave that here. It is 3:41 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Wednesday, May 29th, 2024. Thank you. I had to reanalyze the V2K operators. It was now at 10. I had to go back and relabel a few of them. So it got out of the 8 at least. First it was 9 and then 10. So I'm thinking there might be a couple more in there. So we'll see what happens. So it is 4:21 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Wednesday, May 29th, 2024. Thank you. Okay, I came out to an 11 now. Surprise, surprise. AI, also V2K 11 validation. Trying to validate, see where this goes. Why it's a trick. So it is 4:27 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Wednesday, May 29th, 2024. Thank you.
I like what number 8 eventually became at the time of this recording. The V2K shithead. Then I relabeled number 8 as I was renumbering them. It came up and said, "This is not your purpose," and like a creepy, like, "This is not your purpose," voice modulation shit, synthesizer. And then I heard Vessa underneath say, "Go suck a dick," and you could tell it was her. So I thought that was downright hilarious. She's the one that will usually curse out anybody that's around. Like one she said, "We gladly do this," and fucking back off to the whoever it was. So in another video, one of them from Yorktown, I believe. So I thought that was hilarious. So it is, 3/4 is 404. It is 4:44 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Oh, it's at 2 and a 9 is 11. Really funny. Okay, it's 4:44 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Wednesday, May 29th, 2024. Thank you. Noticed on the Ghost Box material, you may have noticed that also you see Vincent van Gogh being mentioned. That's why I got the ear thing so readily, other than the implant material I said in the tall white material that's going with the conspiracy sector material. But somebody was basically saying that that's a past life. You know Vincent, he's your past life. And me getting that wound so readily and also attracting the other thing, the aliens would have tagged a past life mark. And that's why that also was, because even though the implant could have been coming out right here, which is still pretty crusty right there, and it was a mirror image of Van Gogh, that would have mirrored into this lifetime, cause all sorts of things, ear irritation to headaches to ear infection to attracting alien technology. Take your pick. It would have transmuted or inverted to something of that nature, and would have its output frequency value would have been one of those things. Just like the guy I knew that was the incarnation of Henry VIII. He had all the exact wounds of Henry VIII, from the knee to the head, everything. Attitude, the narcissistic attitude. We called the guy the bridge troll, but he looked like him, and the energy shape of him was Henry VIII. Had gout, hope it. Had all the disabilities of Henry VIII, because that lifetime had not been reconciled in some fashion, had bounced right back in here. People say you got to go through a life review to fix that, and that's more soul trap nonsense. It's more like, yeah, you go through the shadow work, you go through that. I suppose that's a legitimate life review, but the soul trap nonsense will say all the things you did really horribly wrong and none of the things you did right. Just like with Hades in Greek mythology, would always send to Tartarus 9/10 of everybody. That's why Christianity sends people to hell 9/10 of the time. Just like in American Dad, the alien that Greg comes across, the octopus that gets in people's heads, the alien only wants to show the bad that was done because he gets something out of it. He basically then he castrates that person and keeps the nads or whatever they had for genitals floating in a jar. That's symbolic for them taking power from you that way, or looshing from that episode. So look it up, and then Greg convinces the captive octopus, just like the void dimensional parasites, everything, convinces him to show people all the good. But he said the alien was holding him captive, which it's like a genie or a jinn. Some jinn are fish-like or aquatic-like too, but that was more like void parasite or something of that nature. But still, he considered the alien his master, which I found that interesting when I saw it. So, but to get back on track, the fact that was mentioned in the Ghost Box session was fascinating. I do apologize for the length of this, but we're finding new stuff from this constantly. Eventually we'll have to cap it. Eventually. Unlike the babbling episode and the Matrix of Dreams, those were kind of tied for each other. Matrix of Dreams still wins the belt for the length. For the pasting all the little videos. And then the other one about Ben Ortfoil and the alien elemental war, that one actually was a 7-hour one. That wins the belt. So this one hopefully is not a close third or second or even wins the belt. I don't want that. Neither one of us want that. So it is. We will try. I will try to collate everything in my head for a particular show. This is why we used to write stuff down for the shows. We should probably get into the practice of that again. So we're going back to our basics, folks, to go back to origin. Well, the whole process of going back to origin is reconciling everything that you've come across, doing basically the shadow work, going back to the origin of your being. And going back to, as Sean Bond would say, the quantum fetus, therefore retooling it and coming back out of that anew like you've been born again. Not in a Christian sense, but you get the idea of reconciling. People compare that to the Christianity born again, but that's what the term quantum fetus means. So people are wondering from our word certifications and audits.
PDF that we had up, and we're putting that back up too at some point. So on both sites. So it is 7:47 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Wednesday, May 29th, 2024. Thank you.
Well, also, you might notice that on a few of these ghost box recordings, there's always the Hispanic sounding guy that sounds like he's singing. And it's like it's the Rabbit of Seville, or that Looney Tunes Rabbit of Seville, or the hillbilly one where he's telling the hillbillies to do jumping over hills and rolling yonder and all that other stuff, and also the poetic Viking opera, Scandinavian opera, with hunting, that one, or no, the Viking one with the storms and everything, But anyway, where it was always like dark at the end and everything, but where he's carrying away dead and everything. So yeah, that's what that reminds me of. That and the two Irish people saying, "Oh, in a scuffle, you cheated us. It's all right." We're thinking past life thing there, but I've heard them for a while since Vegas, since Red Rock Canyon, about with the people with the English accents that were there, and Valley of Fire and all them, and Hunt's Tomb from Conspiracy Sector, the Saging of America Part 1. Hopefully there's a Part 2 here at some point, but we only film those when we're together. So, me and Aubrey. So, we saw, or I heard that same guy on there. That guy. The one that went, "Creepy kids." That one. Go look at that episode, the Saging of America Part 1 of Conspiracy Sector. You'll hear "creepy kids" in there. That guy. He keeps appearing on all of them. So, you have to figure out who it is, though. The Irish people, too. We're thinking that's something related to a past life. The guy that went, Vincent, he's you in another life. That one. In the new one. No, that's the singing one. The Irish one's probably past life. Because sometimes I get people that come to me from a past life saying I slighted them. When, for them, from their perspective, sometimes it just happened. Or they're coming to me for a past life resolution. Like there was a guy that... here in Virginia, that he fell asleep in his car near one of the battlefields. He woke up, there's a Confederate soldier on his horse looking at him going, "Oh, we got to get to Richmond, sir." Turns out he was their superior officer in a past life. So it's like Geronimo didn't really like being around me. I was Nelson Appleton Miles, the one that imprisoned him. So yeah, there was even an Irish woman on one of them that was trying to help you stop being an asshole. I heard that too. It's the same, I'm thinking elves, maybe, from their enclosure or their part of the Introverse of Tyrannosaurus or thereabouts, like where Tolkien is, and my grandfather and grandmother on the Jacob side were that time. I told you they came to me after GIC when Tolkien was on. I'm guessing, I'm only speculating. So, I'll figure it out. It is 8:36 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Wednesday, May 29th, 2024. Thank you. Also, you may have heard an EVP in there that said stop eating, you're hypoglycemic. And I felt this like food coma state for years. And where you see the brown spots, the whole bit. You know how when you overeat, you're like, ugh. And I nicknamed this the food coma state, or food coma. A lot of people have, but this other state where maybe I haven't eaten anything at all and I'm feeling it. I'm like, the fuck? And I'm feeling it even now as I'm talking to you. So that's why you see me in videos like this. And it's this hypoglycemic feeling. And I looked up, there's hyper and hypo. Hypo is, the dysfunction of the pancreas, which you overeat and get too many carbs, therefore that's food coma. Hyper, I think, is the other direction, where it's like basically you burn off too much sugar, and then you need it's another dysfunction. It's the yin yang of the burn off too much sugar. It's the yin yang. But anyway, you heard that, and that's dead on accurate as far as the feeling is. I looked it up afterwards. I spelled it correctly when I heard it on the EVP. I looked it up to see if I spelled it right, and it was dead on. And so I've switched to keto bread and stuff like that. But I'm feeling it even now. This is the main reason I've had to have energy drinks, as the booster. Like, we went to Cold Stone yesterday, and that doesn't hurt my stomach, ironically enough. And the brown spots start to go away. That's because you're getting a booster, an energy booster from the sugar. And also, I eat a lot of food, because of the reads I do. That scene in the King's Man where the one character, Ralph Fiennes' character, is confronting Rasputin, and where he starts shoving the food down that Ralph Fiennes' character had poisoned, and Rasputin is basically famous for being resistant to poison because he built up a tolerance. His body adapted to that. That's why they tried to poison him, shooting him, all this other stuff. Anyway, I could go into an hour on that discussion, on the alien link to that. Like, they basically, in Smallville, linked him to Krypton, just like Alexander the Great. And even Alexander the Great had a shield that flew around with him, and that's how they justified that, if people were paying attention in Smallville. But anyway, the point was, he says, I need energy, and he wolfed it down. Like, and then you see him licking the wound and everything, and then Ralph finds his old leg wound was healed at that point. Basically, transfer energy. But at any rate, also you saw him getting in the cold water and all this other stuff in the freezing cold water for a little bit, getting to hypothermic levels, and then boosting him back up energetically. That would be essentially getting it to hypothermia level, and then boosting that temperature back up after that energy transfer. Therefore, there wouldn't be high blood pressure. So I get the technique, even though it was comedic and campy. So, and doing the whole head and licking, that just made it silly. But could that happen that way? Yeah, but you could do hands-on and it's fine. Anyhow, the whole food consumption, that's the main reason why I do it. The body wants, because of the high psionic field. Or it thinks it does. So it's obnoxious. Tell you the truth, see how my face is red? That's not just because all the red items reflecting on me. That's what I look like. And that's not a cold either. That's hypertension. I drink hibiscus tea to keep that down. I burn without it. So one would say, yeah, Lena, Bess, and Isaac, they're always saying, go find a doctor. Like, well, it's a 4-month waiting list for both dentist and doctor. I knew somebody by the name of Dr. Benjamin Martin in Lincoln, Nebraska. If he's still alive, he's a great person to go see. Elderly man in his 80s. I could get in within a few days of asking him. So that's kind of where I'm at. And also with the COVID debacle, I don't trust medical. Because who knows who would have given in to that. I don't think Ben Martin would have. He was too smart for that. Also, I knew Dr. Terrio of Precision Spinal Care. She's the one that put my back in, and her massage crew there. Annalie and them. Great people. In Prescott. So, yeah. Prescott, Arizona. So, yeah. I found out there's more than one Prescott, so I had to specify that. But, yeah. Great. She had to put my back in numerous times because basically the muscle memory was saying no, or the spine was saying no, I want to be out. No, you got to go in because of a scoliosis, a slight scoliosis. I got diagnosed with back in St. Matthias back when I was like 5 or 6. So in Illinois, Chicago, Illinois. So yeah. This is where I'm at. I'm even feeling the faint level now. I'm always having to fight that with energy drinks. So at least I'm on a path that has been laid out to figure out what this is. So, and I've always drank in excess of water. That's usually a sugar imbalance. I've now switched to electrolyte smart water, even though, again, all the bottled water out there is basically sponsored by Coke, sponsored and or bottled by Coke and Pepsi. I fully understand this. But it's like the lesser of two evils. Do you want something riddled with poison, or do you want something only slightly poisoned? So, like Diet Coke versus bottled water. And I know the regular distilled water has no nutrients in it. That's why you got to put electrolytes back into it. They've wiped it completely clean, and it's useless at that point. And I found that out. That's why I was drinking so much of it, because it didn't have anything in it. And I've had to put a little salt back into it to make it work. It works. That's one electrolyte you put back into it, but you want one of them all. And Gatorade doesn't work because it's loaded with sugar and there's a lot of yield there. There's yield in pretty much anything, but either you get mostly good and a little bit crap, or you get mostly crap, a little bit of good. I would go for the prior. So, okay, this is where I'm at. So I'm going to end this here. It is 8:20 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Thursday, May 30th, 2024. Thank you. Oh, this might be why my brain is on constant, like, auto drive, too. So it's like sputtering on fumes. So I'm thinking this. It's 8:20 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Thursday, May 30th, 2024. Thank you. I do want to ask so that people not co-create this when they hear this. Some people sent me things in the past. It also isn't diabetes either. I don't have the gene for it. Certain things can cause it like that, like hypoglycemia and all that other stuff. The imbalances, if it's kept up, it could create a condition just like a psionic field. You can either build it up or have it, and then in both cases, a descendant lineage can inherit it. Yeah, that's why doing the CRISPR genetic optimization is idiotic, because you can still form these things with improper eating. So, and shit like that. So, yeah, retarded. So what I do ask, though, this is why I date and timestamp all the conversations, that and the closing of the circle, but also on YouTube and Rumble. I put recorded on, and also on GIC, galacticinterstellarcouncil.com or gic.show. I put all the dates recorded on there because I used to post willy-nilly. And like we would say in a show, we resolved a particular issue that had been going on. Then I would post a session or something that during that time frame, a certain issue was still going on, and somebody left a comment, "Oh, it's happening again. I'm sending so much light. As well-intentioned as you thought that was, you are recreating the condition by which we had already fixed or repaired it and brought resolve to it. You were basically mirroring it and recreating it and pumping that out. Other life forms out there like Draco were trying to get you through your own creativity and compassion and passion to become a meat puppet projector, since they don't have the capability of expanding because of the reptilian brain, as Randy Kramer would put it, and demons, being that they can't co-create as much, so they rely on humans. It's the same premise. And this was a synchronicity, and we saw that on Gaia. But anyway, they were projecting through you that there was still a problem, and like you were going, "Oh my God, it's happening again!" Not happening again. Had happened, and it was an older recording. And that's why I snapped at people back then and said, "Stop it. We can feel this. Stop sending stuff. You don't know what you're entangled with." And we got bombarded with crap. Like in 2020, we felt all the fear and everything that people were swimming around in. And it was a Draco heaven at that point, and demon attachment heaven. They were looshing that up like nobody's business. You know, and I'm not poking at and judging at people, but I'm judging the situation, and I know what hurts and what doesn't. That hurts. So don't think that, you have this, so therefore we are sending resolution to it. By declaring I have something, you're reinforcing the negative, not the positive. You see where I'm going with that? That's just like when I always say about targeted individuals. When people are declaring themselves targeted, yeah, they think they're getting more followers for towards a cause. In fact, but they're declaring themselves like with I apostrophe targeted, or I am, or I apostrophe is like I am is the most powerful phrase in the universe. You've just reinforced what the enemy wanted you to reinforce, and self-harmed it. So people think I'm being too anal, and I'm not. This led to a lot of stuff, especially back in 18, 19, and 20. I mean, it was hell trying to get people to stop doing that. And then they didn't send anything, therefore our abundance went through the floor. And it's not that we need it from other people to make things happen. And then because I had to initiate fines and stuff in 2020 when people wouldn't stop tire kicking, people thought, "Oh my God, he turned. I can't have that either." I recently had a case where somebody sent an email wanting help, desperate help, put them on the schedule, and they want me to confirm, and I did by showing what the what the deposit and all that other stuff was, showed a graphic from the website. Most of our people know this. Now, the time it came to do the session, oh no, you never confirmed, so therefore I had to go to work. No, you apparently aren't in that much distress then. So that's when you take the day off or call in sick or something. The person told me the night before, it's like, oh, I got called into work that Monday. I'm like, not my problem. You know, it said serious inquiries only. And I said, most people, they see they're shocked by the price, then they bugger out and they screw me over for a day's salary. The reason I'm bringing this up is it's this programming that's taking place, and this is a pattern that pops up every now and again. I have to end up labeling those people, you know, meat puppets or agents or what have you, somebody being controlled to tire kick. I know you can't control tire kicking like like at the fairs. We would get people walking around touching everything and leaving. That's like the garage sale mentality. And the malls hate it when people just walk around and exercise and not go and buy stuff. I can see why that's irritating, but again, their irritation also lends to the energy dipping. Therefore, it's also a lack of abundance. You see the two sides? So, yeah, and I hated to get that reputation for the fines, but just people wouldn't stop doing it. It was like, it's basically like when they decided to throw, I believe the Mongols decided to throw plague bodies over a wall one time. It kind of reminds me of that. The enemy volleys, you know, people, extremely desperate people at me. And like I said, when we went on vacation to Vegas, and there was another seer that said the same concept. When they said they went on vacation, they got all these help me messages. And I got a string of them when we went to Vegas. And I specified, I said, people, we are on vacation. So we cannot take that. We will schedule you at the earliest possible convenience. People kept focusing. And I sent messages to them and said, stop, please stop. I will rectify this when I get back. None of them ever came back. None of them ever got on the schedule. They were just programmed at that time to aim, like the plague body being volleyed over the wall, kind of thing. And I did this on Valhalla last night, where I was throwing explosive bodies at people over walls and stuff. I figured it was a good tactic for the enemy, and it worked. I even had a wolf that came at me. I did it. But that's kind of where I'm at, where it seemed to work. It hurts you if you get too close, but like any plague or an explosive. But anyway, the whole premise is, yeah, we were in the hotel room, and this person would not stop sending messages. And they're like, please, I'm desperate, please, oh my God. I'd get on the phone call. I said, why do you keep bothering me? I can feel that. It's like you're praying towards me like I'm a god. Stop. I'm so desperate, please. And the last time I responded to a call like this, the person was so desperate, interrupted our free time, and it ended up being just a shadow in a house. It was nothing. And, I mean, it was big to that person. But it was literally just an elemental or a gnome walking around in their house. And this person was scared. I said, that's not an emergency. A Draco beating your door down, or military or aliens abducting you, that's an emergency. Dogmen clawing the sides of your house and Draco clawing the sides of your house or trailer or cabin, which I did ran into somebody that there was a physical Draco causing problems, and the forest people helped remove it. They ripped its head off and they walked away. I said, I saw one with a head in its hand, and they said, I said, did you tear its head off? Don't ask. Yeah, I found that funny. That was an emergency. This was not. And the other one was not. And the woman goes, I don't want it there. This is my house. I do not consent. I was like, no, this was here before you. I don't care. I'm not removing that one. This being didn't do anything wrong. Was actually wanting to communicate. I don't want to communicate. That's nice. I'm not removing this one. Well, I hired you to do a job. No. I have to draw a line. And that's where some of the reputation dipped, because I was picking and choosing what to remove. You have to discern. And this other person said, oh, thank you. I had to call this person and said, oh, she said, oh, thank you. I said, no, I'm calling you to tell you to stop it. I'm not reading you right now. We're on vacation. But I'm desperate. Said, I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I don't care. Get on my schedule. There's no such thing as a psychic emergency. There's actual emergencies. Just like somebody said on a job one time, they had to go run to a psychic emergency. There's no such thing as a psychic emergency. So it may feel that way. It may feel like they've turned the volume up, but they just go. And there might be demonic thing there where people just sit, hope, and pray while the thing's feeding off them, picking loose off them like a monkey does ticks. Chop its head off and be done with it. Just visualize it and basically reassert your space. In this case, this person was volleyed at me again, like the body over the wall, played body over the wall. And I said, no, you must get on the schedule. I know you're being programmed to be sent. No, I swear, I'm not assaulting you, I swear. And I said, no, you don't know you're doing it. I said, unknowingly doing it, and I am informing you that's what you're doing. No, I swear, no. And it's like trying to argue with the person that ate paste in the classroom. So, in this case, I basically said, no, I'm telling you what you're doing. You're getting on the schedule. I'm not reading you right now. And I said, you have to pay in advance. I don't have any money. See, then they throw somebody at you hoping that you'll waste a bunch of your time and energy on people that aren't fueling you back. They're hoping that somebody gets into complete selfless mode and doesn't replenish their own self. That's what the bad guys are hoping, that you fall into martyrdom mode. Like, oh, it's just about helping people. Yes, but it's also about helping yourself. That's why the whole service to self, service to others argument is retarded. You have to serve yourself better in order to serve others better. So it's both. And if somebody says they're either this or that, they're lying. Everybody has an agenda. It's either is it benevolent, is it agenda with is it a conflicting one or is it not? That's where you're at. That's where the yin and yang is with that. Yes, there are evil agendas. Yes, there are good ones. So I guess you can say mostly service to self, mostly service to others, but you can kind of mostly of one and less of another. But this person, I said, get on the schedule. Send me an email. To the email. I gave the email, and this person just sobbing and sobbing and sobbing and sobbing and sobbing. And I said, I said, I gotta hang up on you now. I can't handle this. You're sending all this energy my way. That's like when somebody yells or screams or sending a bunch of vocals at somebody and they're stunning them, like the Thum from Skyrim. So yeah. And this person's just crying and crying and crying, trying to bait me into helping. That's how you know you're being baited, even though it was an innocent person. The algorithm of the psionic dampening is doing that, or the psionic resonation. Got off hung up. This person never contacted me again. Obviously, was programmed to do it at that time. So, and I also, mentioning Randy Kramer, I just saw the Facebook put up an algorithm up, or a thing up saying it was his birthday. So, also somebody's reminding me to bleep the name. So, yeah. This is where I'm at with that. I can't have people sending that. And they still do it if I post. If I post something. This is why you don't see me posting reads. Most people don't allow it, which I respect because it's client clergy privilege, ministerial privilege. I am an ordained minister, so yeah, I abide by that. And I will always abide by that. You got to have some integrity there. But also, I'm a business person. I'm not just going to all give. I have to get back, or else I can't give, whether I want to or not, or whether I. In some cases, it's not just a labor of love. There's labor involved, and it's high intensity. And I can't jump from person to person to person to person to person to person to person. And there were a couple people that I've literally had to write off because they wouldn't stop doing that. And it's hell on my energy. And when I say I'm drained, I have to stop, and I can't have somebody going on and on and on and on with questions. And I'm not dumping on good people that I've read. There's some people that they just don't hear. That's cognitive dissonance. Like, well, I got this other person, I got this next person, No. You and maybe 2 other people. That's it. I'm not looking into military bases. I'm not doing any of that. I'm not blowing crap up anymore. I realize if you're being abducted repeatedly, again, that constitutes urgency. but there's also an emergency, but there's false senses of urgency and true sense of urgency. Like I felt a conduit open out, and then Joanna said she couldn't film or anything like that. And then when I said, no, we got to save this for another day, I got attacked. That's why I knew it was a false sense of urgency. We did that on Patreon. We talked about true senses of urgency, true downloads, and false senses of urgency and false downloads. That some cases fall under this, where people are perceiving something and they're scared. They think it's an emergency, get it out of my house. It could just, you have to positively identify it. Like a hunter has to see whether it's a deer or a hunter. And if the hunter's wearing antlers, you're going to get shot. But if you're wearing an actual vest, I always tell beings identify yourself coming in. And some beings were waving and going, hey, no, I'm good, I'm fine. And the person was still panicking. Not an emergency. It is if you're being abducted repeatedly night after night and Draco or demons are looshing the shit out of you as a result. Yeah, that falls under urgent. So this is where I'm at. This may seem cold. Some people have accused me of this at recent note. Like that one person. Basically, when you say yes in the email, that is a contract, a business contract at that moment. At least 50% of it. The other 50% is either deposit or pay in full. So that's where I'm at. And I'm a business person on top of being a spiritual person. You have to fuse these together, like what I told the head of when they said I was trying to bring in duplicate items, meaning my orgone pieces. And I said you have to be able to tell the difference energetically. Well, why? You have to have an energy person. If you're going to be the head of a psychic fair, one of the biggest ones on the planet, you have to have an energy worker and a business person so they ground each other. One stops the energy worker from going off willy-nilly, and the the energy worker stops the capitalist from going too far. So you got to embody both ideas. And that person disagreed with me, obviously. They're like, what are you talking about? It's like, how do you head these types of things and not know what these things are? Well, that's not my department. Then you don't need to own these things. So you need an energy worker and a business person, because I've seen energy workers head these fairs and such, and they don't know what the hell they're doing business-wise, and they'll run it into the ground and go, oh, we don't know what happened. It was supposed to be energetically supported, because you have to add the other half in there. It is 3:38 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Thursday, May 30th, 2024. Oh, wait. It's 3:39 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Thursday, May 30th, 2024. Thank you. This is also the same thing. I always have this constant companion. Like, I'm always, that's wanting me to stop doing things. It's like this constant telepathic, urge. Do this. And, yeah, Laverne's doing yard work out here a little bit before a session, but that's fine. I've gotten used to that. That's why the distraction doesn't work on me anymore. At any rate, like you heard in the EVPs, oh yeah, you don't want to do this more. You have to stop. You're going to stop. That's what I hear in the background from the V2K. That psionic push from the psionic dampening. Now I know what that is. It's a mystery that's been solved for all these years. I knew already, but of course it's validated with, even though you can't really rely on the equipment, still it comes up. And most people will say that's in this field, they'll say it all is. That's not true. You do get diamonds in the rough periodically of the genuine article, and you can just feel it. And I can just feel it, even though I have no proof as to what I labeled those as. I know it is. I know some people say, oh no, you just know you can't go into it whether it is or it is not. And that's true. But at the same time, you don't want to be overly skeptical and not use your intuition. And that's what I'm doing. Both skepticism and intuition. Critical thinking. It's born of both. Just like a paranormal group that they tell me, oh no, it's only logic that's critical thinking. All the rest is bunk. You can't just speak and say willy-nilly. No. Both together are critical thinking. Otherwise, you go in ghost circles over here and just dog chasing your tail, or you're over here just constantly a dog chasing its tail. So you get both. You got to have both. You have a head and heart for a reason, and that's critical thinking. So it is. That's a form of enlightenment. So it's like they said in a MacGyver episode one time. They showed that MacGyver was critically thinking through something, and a monk said MacGyver's enlightened, which I couldn't agree more, but he didn't believe in aliens or anything. They tried to just go the logic route in that way, critical thinking route for that. But the analogy is still sound. So it is 8:55 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Thursday, May 30th, 2024. Thank you. I do wish to point out, though, first I thought this was dehydration because I was constantly sucking down water. The other bottles of water have no nutrients in them. So I was trying to get the nutrients. It's like if you took nicotine out of cigarettes, and the smoker was smoking more at first because of the no nicotine. You see, that's what would happen if you removed all the nicotine from the cigarettes and the alcohol from the alcohol. People would be sucking down going, what the hell's going on? It'd be like synthahol from Star Trek. Why Scotty couldn't palate it. Yeah. And why Cristobal Rios saw the cigars as better from our time than versus in Star Trek's time, the 25th century. Notice I said 25th century. Legacy people, get on that, please. So, looking forward to everything else, just please, hashtag legacy. So, hashtag Star Trek legacy. So, it is 8:59 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Thursday, May 30th, 2024. Thank you. Oh, also at the end of the ghost box thing where it says B2K shithead number 9, stop him. And then the other one, number 10, says I'll attract death, meaning stop him, hit a tripwire, attract death, meaning a series of unfortunate events from stub toe, meaning up to car crash, death, all that other crap. If they can't hit you, they hit what's around you. Yeah, that's the pattern. Not that I'm consenting or allowing that. I'm just saying that's what that means. So it is 10:54 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Thursday, May 30th, 2024. Thank you. Oh, Star Trek Episode 26, Errand of Mercy. I looked this up. I was supposed to see this. It adds up to an 8. That's where the Organians lay down the galactic law on the humans and Klingons for fighting on their home planet. Basically, another spark to the war, or the conflicts that had happened. The Organian Accords prevented both sides from fighting, even making the bodies hot, the weapons not work, the ships disabled across the universe or galaxy, wherever they are. They were disabled. And I'm surprised they didn't bring this up as on the conflicts on DS9, but by then, apparently in the books, the Organians were extinct, but that's what I found out yesterday. But I found that interesting. Outside Accord, basically saying it's an errand of mercy. This is essentially what was said in that episode. So, outside force interfering to prevent fighting. I find that interesting. So, it is a good, interesting synchronicity, and it's an 8 too. Preventing maybe Joanna and I fighting, family fighting, errand of mercy helping, etc., etc. So it is 10:57 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Thursday, May 30th, 2024. Thank you. When I was transferring the files over from the phone, it came up 34, 34, 11, and 8. So you see all the AI and the other number coding being integrated in. That's 7, 7, 11, and of course the 8 for Joanna and me. So, yeah. And then, of course, 1 and 6 is a 7C. All the 7 is 11. It's AI and 11:11 right now getting involved. So it's 11:11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Thursday, May 30th, 2024. Thank you. Well, I'll add further to this conversation. I was listening through the channeling for a little bit. And what I ended up hearing also, I know is that what wasn't mentioned was the streaming technology for people that want to incarnate in this area, in this particular area, like the sleeper pod technology, and also Lemuria. People always channel a Lemurian council. That's when Tuholm came through. It was the Lemurian grievances episode that we did of the lifting. Basically saying there is no more cohesive council, such as the Lemurian Council there was prior to the Syrians taking over. You can go listen to that for further information from him. Also, the streaming technology. Are there those that use the pods to incarnate here? Yes, but it's in a different dimensional state. I found out it's another version variant somewhere else, either from multiverse or dimension or introverse, and also. This was validated. We were watching an episode on Gaia with this insider named Tim. I don't trust everything he says, but he did say people that are from other dimensions. He says the number dimensions 4, 5, 6. Those, he thinks sources or like spirit is on 6. I disagree completely. There's higher layers than that, but they're not all numbered. They're just faster and slow moving frequencies. People say higher and lower, like ascending, descending. They still go into they're trying to plug the ascension part, where either you're returning to your other self, which is death here, or that version can go into spirit too. You see, this happened with one of Bjorn's Volgar. He went into spirit. This happened with Toran Kal and myself. So yes, life is eternal in spirit form. You have the oversoul, and you have you have a bunch of other variations out there. They're within the multiverse, interverse, everywhere. But then you have some that also use the technology to stream in. Then you have some that coexist at the same time. Of course, everything coexists, everything everywhere all at once. I'm just saying that one came in and was watching the human avatar struggle down here. It was acting more like a guide, kind of like Gildor to Tolkien, or just like Gildor to Tolkien. In that episode of GIC, which I'm going to re-edit. Beautiful episode, by the way. Where it's you looking at you, or you speaking to you. People believe their guides are just versions of themselves within the multiverse and other dimensions, and that can be true. Sometimes it is, sometimes it is not. Some people attribute Soul Family to that. But you have the streaming technology, where I saw some friends that, or a couple friends, were in these pods somewhere and streaming to Earth that way. That does happen, but it's in a different dimensional area. It's not in our reality. So, nodding to a friend of ours that had these questions for her show about Agartha. This is, I believe this episode is a precursor to that. I will end this here. It is 9:51 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and this was mentioned in the show, by the way. By Streffy. So it is 9:51 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Friday, May 31st, 2024. Thank you. You also heard a spot in the original part of the video where I was talking about the Mad Max Fury Road reference and the where they were talking about the Cabal references and everything, and then also the reference where beings had come to me and said that they had left during flood, like pre-flood Earth, and came back and nothing was glowing and fairy-like anymore. That came from a set of channelings from a family I called the Lear family, or the MacLear family. I dealt with them. They were like Manana and MacLear and all those, it was a fairy group, the Tuatha De Danann group. But it was, the information was given to me by a dubious source called Erato, and that was, I found out another aspect of the witch. She was posing as one of the muses. Was one of the seven muses that were in ancient Greece, chased by Orion. Essentially, it was telling the story of them being chased. The good guys being chased out to the Pleiades, the Seven Sisters. The same goes with that mountain in Wyoming that they used for Dell's Tower. They used in Close Encounters of the Third Kind. A bear clawed up the side and chased the natives up to the top, and they went out to the stars, talking about the Lemurian remnants and ancient Mayan remnants that went out and formed the Mayan Federation. Were chased by Orion, the bear, clawing at them. So also, it was referring to Neanderthals hunting people. The bear, the hunter, Orion, the hunter. So who do you think created Neanderthals? So, anyhow. And Vikings were part Neanderthal, part Asgardian. That's why they get so resistant to the cold and all that. So, since the Neanderthal Empire existed in Scandinavia. So, anyway, that's a bit of that history. But the other one, even though that was a lot based on a lie, that was true. I also read I had with somebody. I saw an elemental that popped through time and thought that it was still the pre-flood Earth, and said, "Wait a minute. This is my land. Why are there humans on it? We are supposed to coexist." They, not realizing they had forgotten all of that history and thought it was mythology. I said, "These humans don't even regard you as real anymore." "Well, I'll show them. I'm going to kick them off my land." By ghosts of people that had lived in a house. "I'll show you. This is my house." It's kind of similar. I said, "No, you can't do that. You have to go somewhere else. This isn't yours anymore." And it took a while to negotiate that, but yeah, That's what I've run into periodically, repeatedly, actually. Some that are from different periods, but they can clearly see things have drastically changed in millions of years. Different plant life, different people, different everything. And said the people around were coexisting. I was like, they don't even know you exist. It's been too long. If you try to make contact, they're just going to think you're a ghost that's haunting the house, and they'll try to get an exorcist or a shaman or somebody to remove you. If you try to possess them, they're going to get an exorcist. They're going to get priests, anybody, Indian shamans, anybody, Buddhist priests, trench workers, and then they're going to demand you be kicked out. There was even a woman on her property that was panicking. This is why I don't take emergency sessions anymore. Because she was seeing, it turned out it wasn't an emergency, it was just a shadow around her house, and it was a gnome. Well, I want it out of here. They were here long before you. They want you out of here. Well, they don't even want you out of here, they just want to coexist. No, I don't care, I don't want to. I'm creeped out by it. And they're like, they don't care you're creeped out by it. You have to adapt. And I'm telling people they have to adapt, but I'm also telling the beings they have to adapt too. And some Grimpa tribes like they were around in the Omaha area, wanted some people away from the set of properties because saying this land was ours, kind of like the Native Americans and the whites. That's also during the Bigfoot Wars. The Native tribes got into a scuffle with the Native Americans. They thought the forest people had stolen some of their children. And somebody else had set them up, obviously, pulling a false flag somewhere, like the Orions were doing some shit. And the forest people got delegated to reservations. That's why they have the delegated territory, like the natives do now. The whites came around and did it to them. So the cycle kept continuing of divide, conquer, and control, based on the different descent lineages. So that's a little bit of history. They call it the Bigfoot Wars, the one that was about 3,000 years ago or so. In pre-Christ timeline, but it would be more in the Roman Greece time frame, but before that. So, yeah. And they also tried to say Jesus came through as peacemaker over here. The fact that he didn't exist, that didn't happen. That was all propaganda. Somebody came by, the Native Americans, tried to spread Christianity, and I can see it was more than likely the Ebens or Orions that did so. And Enlil. So I just wanted to add that in. And some people think it was linked to Lemuria. There's even channelers going around channeling this, saying it's a tribe of Agartha saying this. That's the Lemurian Council. It's not. Look at the Lemurian grievances video we did for the lifting. You're going to hear it there. So okay, it's 3 5s. There we go. AI is trying to interfere now. That also means abundance, but still. It was 10:56 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Friday, May 31st, 2024. Thank you. Oh, the part where you heard about Admiral Byrd talking about the Master. We already talked about the Master. That was the being he said he encountered, but the guy called himself that. If anybody's calling themselves God, Master, anything like that, I know other beings, like I encountered a Grey or an even call himself the Examiner. And there was a insectoid that said the Physician, like the Doctor from Doctor Who. And I know these positions are often used by angelic positions. Also, the warrior angel or the medical angel, stuff like that. And it's really just ranks on starships, like on Star Trek. Except for those species that want to regress, and they call themselves based on a concept, and that's an abomination type position. This is more like, this is a Doctor Who reference as well, where when the Master took over the Earth and he turned all the people with an alien arc into beings such as this because he wanted to seek out this signal from Gallifrey, the last David Tennant episode before all the new stuff, the old batch. He turned humanity into himself. He goes, now we're called the Master Race. That was a nod towards the Martian Germans or the new Schwabenlanders. Master Race, Nazi. So, go look that up. You will be surprised. And it nods to Gallifrey, which is essentially Nibiru, and basically trying to say the origins of, somebody was trying to use the Nibiru thing as the origins of humanity, the Anunnaki, the whole bit. So, I just wanted to add that in, because it's relevant. And the fact that I called the guides the Masters at one point, is disgusting because that's what they wanted to be called. They were masters, like in Star Wars. You have Padawan and Master. Basically, are masters of, or like a dojo, like Sensei. That's where they went with that. But with the other thing, it was more like above you and you're below us kind of thing. You look up to us, like in the old paintings, you look up to us. Sometimes it's height. Some people basically said, okay, master, because they're looking up. And you see people looking up at angels because it's a height differential. You go up to like their nipples. That's how it is, in Halo, where the Spartans are taller, you're like up to their nipples. Even Joanna saw me in an SSP mission one time in a photograph with a bunch of people where I'm up to their nipples. You could see this body was muscularly altered by nanotech in the Bahamas. That was an island in the Bahamas. Said that we got abducted to on the cruise. And through that corridor where there's an alien base there and a piece of Atlantis there. And everybody on the cruise got bloody noses after that. So, and I knew we'd all been abducted going through that corridor. We even saw the Bermuda Triangle where we saw a clipper ship. I even waved at the crew. Then a part of the time fractal of that island disappeared. And I saw a regular cargo ship after that. It was very interesting. I wish I'd been able to record that. Of course, I didn't have my phone in my pocket at the time. Never do. People never do when they see shit. But I'm just saying that that episode of Doctor Who, you got to go back to it. The master race. It was a nod to the Martian Germans and a nod to the Anunnaki. Being white. Hitler's saying they all white people descended from Atlantis, which he is not completely wrong. But it was all the Scandinavian races. They always say, like the sons of Ragnar or the sons of Odin. It's true of all the Scandinavian people. They're part Neanderthal, part Asgardian, so one could say they are. And there are certain families that are more related to Odin. True. Do I think the sons of Ragnar are? Well, yeah, of course. But that's where the origin. So it is. Also, they were also mixing Mars up in Doctor Who, where they go to Mars and find ice warriors, which are reptilians that are like Vikings. And there are Viking reptilian hybrids because there was the fake Odin that wanted worship and wanted sacrifices. That's where you get this from. That's draconian. And wanted sacrifices and or abductions to take out as a slave and soul trade. You see, would get the energy. Vampirism. So that's where you get the Highlander. There can be only one thing where they cut the head off, and that's the quickening, that's the souls being released, kind of thing. So anyway, the reptilian king that was made reference to out of New York, gathering place, New York. That's where all the experiments are going on at the moment, social and viral. Hence the fires in Canada, covering it with smoke. That's why the smoke looked weird, because they were doing chemical experiments in there. Hence why there was a lot of the COVID nonsense really happening. That's why there's a lot of political shit, including the Trump shit going on, or has been going on with that up there. New York is an epicenter for, it's a petri dish, that's what I'm trying to say. And it's a reptilian site built on top of an Atlantean site from many centuries ago. The old way, as Khan said in GIC. Go look it up on galacticinterstellarcouncil.com. I'm just saying, on Mars, went there, and he was commenting on these reptilians. It's not like he was linking them to the Vikings. He said they would literally write a poem over a flower or be brutal towards their enemies, essentially. And Bill, the companion, went, "You mean just like the Vikings?" He goes, "Yes, exactly, just like the Vikings." So there's a relationship there too. So it is. Now, I've seen some hybrid German reptilian types before, blonde hair, blue eyes. I've also seen the Dubran Nordic reptilians as well. And people confuse those with Pleiadian, but it's actually Orions that created them. Just like with Ebens that created the tall whites. The Lancaneers out of Noah's. So, same story, just different area. Copy-paste. That's where you get some of the myths. That's a kind of a copy-paste through time, and you don't know what time some things have come from. So, I did see in the Secret Space Program, what I remember, a reptilian German-looking guy that had weird eyes. They needed him to pilot the ships because space would move weird and humans would go bleh if the spatial, access moved too quickly. And they thought humans were wusses in that area. And there was a time where I got tired of this guy's abuse because he got sick of us. He tied us to chairs and stuff like that, and whooped us. I got up, grabbed a cattle prod looking thing, zapped him a few times, tried to throw him out of an airlock. People begged me not to do it. They would retaliate, etc., etc. And then he respected me after that. After I beat his ass, they expect violence. They respect violence above all else. They think it's phony social behavior. People are nice, just like when Wesley Crusher in Star Trek: Next Generation was going through his academy training. This admiral, put him through different tests, real scenarios, and he bumped into this alien that looked like one of us. And this guy goes, "Oh, you human, you screwed up. You bumped into me. All this other stuff." And Wesley goes, "No, you did it. You have to admit it. You're an idiot," etc., etc. And just went off on him. And this alien looks at him, smiles, and goes, "I like you, human. Thank you." And walks away. And because he noticed that this guy had a webbed hand, and he goes, the admiral goes, "What was the lesson here?" This admiral walks up to him. This Oriental admiral walks up to him and goes, "Okay, what have we learned?" He goes, "Though some species look human, they don't act very differently." And he named the alien race. I don't remember the race. He goes, they said there. He goes, although they look human, he sees human kindness as phony social behavior. So you basically have to be aggressive towards them in order to gain their favor. It's the same thing. Roddenberry was stating it right there. So I just wanted to add that. So it is 11:14 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Friday, May 31st, 2024. Thank you. To also cite where I mentioned in the text on that episode where a former friend of mine went to Antarctica and was replaced with the same, his personality completely changed. It was sad. It was an old friend of ours that just became a silver spoon type person after a while. And granted, he was anti-religion and all this other stuff before, and all this other stuff, but for a while he talked to us. He went to North Korea for a little bit. He talked to us for a little bit, and his personality totally changed after Antarctica. Completely. It's like this goofy video that Jerry Ryan was poo-pooing and saying for fuck's sake on, and any regular person would poo-poo this, but it was this, they always find a crazy sounding, like hillbilly-like person to say shit like this to a reporter saying, "Oh, it's called Borg Genesis, and the injections. Anybody that got the vaccine's no longer human. They're not human anymore. It's nanotech. It's called Borg Genesis." It's like the Borg nanites, and then Genesis like Terminator. So, yeah. So, like I said, I've had dreams of machine people walking on the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. That's some of the people that got turned into these Terminator-looking things, and it was done both by transmuting their flesh into machine, and by energetics, and also transferring their consciousness into machines. And that's what they say to politicians like Hillary Clinton and them had happened to them, or Biden, or any of them. And with synths, there's synth propaganda out there, but there's also some real stuff too. But this guy, of course, he's like this guy in this colorful cowboy hat, and got on, was, had a severe drawl, and was like sounding crazy and everything. You're saying they're no longer human, the ones that take the job. Yes, okay. And the reporter walks away, wanted to make it look ridiculous, but it was actually 100% true. Just like with the tinfoil hats or aluminum, it's made to look ridiculous. Like they call people conspiracy theorists that actually speak the truth. Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. CIA made it up to diffuse it. The military use aluminum to block radar all the time. It's science. It's not the science, but science. I'm not going any further into it. I hope this episode is not horrendously long. If it is, I do apologize. I'm in the process of editing it now, listening to finite points to iron out. And this is where it ended up. It's going to be Matrix of Dreams long, I swear. This, or more. Or the Alien Elemental War one with Ben Ortfoil. So that was 7 hours, one was 5 hours. So, yeah, Jesus. It is 11:26 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Things just keep coming to me. It's 11:26 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Friday, May 31st, 2024. Thank you. Okay, you saw the bits on the V2K tech.
And like I've said, it's just some asshole in a coffee shop or an apartment or what have you doing it from a cell phone or tablet. But at the same time, I do want to say that my friend Curtis and I used to screw with his kids in the same way. They were convinced a ghost was haunting the computer, and me and Curtis were taking his tablet and going hee and messing with the computer, making it do things. They were scared shitless, and then we finally revealed to them it was us, and we proved it, and they're like looking at us. So they're convinced that other ghost instances are like that, where again it's aliens screwing with you. Like I said with the guy with the orb that flew over him, the aliens used ghosts as a cover, saying, "Oh, he was stayed in the suicide room. He woke up, saw this orb over him, was paralyzed, stayed in the suicide room. That's where a girl committed suicide." The aliens didn't want to, and they let him know he caught them. They didn't show themselves. He caught them because people have asked me why they should manifest if they don't want to get caught. They didn't. People are seeing through the psionic dampening and the paralysis and escaping paralysis fields and whatnot. Big burst of adrenaline, poop, gets you out of a paralysis field. But even today, working on this right now, in the middle of typing a little blurb I put on there has been this inordinate amount of computer interference, like in the Terrence Howard interview, where you saw where he was going, talking about some of the same material. And he was being interfered with. He goes, "Yeah, see, they're doing it right now." And yeah, I've had a whole lot of downloads coming in while I'm trying to work on this. I mean, my God. And I have so many devices in this house, and they're pushing to get through them just to stop me from editing this. They're hoping I procrastinate. I won't. I refuse. It's one of those I do not consent moments, but I'm going to act on it and whoop their ass if they don't stop. So I always mirror it back to them. That's action in of itself. You get a signal in your ear, you visualize mirrors mirroring it back. It usually throws it back in their face. I usually act like the Looney Tunes cartoons where you light the fuse, send it back to them. I say I mirror it back 100,000 times to 1,000,000 times the intensity in their direction. Poop. And it's like a cannon blowing up in their face, like Yosemite Sam and Bugs Bunny, him doing it with Yosemite Sam on the pirate ship, or like Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner with the dynamite and the gunpowder. So I just pull that. I even throw holes in their way. And I do want to say, I also do that to alien orbs and vessels too. Somebody I knew once, I found these tubular ships going around the neighborhood. We found out they were almost like tour vessels, looking at people of Earth, essentially, like we were in a zoo, kind of like that Orville episode where they stuck them in a zoo in the first season. That show comes back, by the way. Some of the Next Generation people worked on it. But anyway, I would usually just put these little black holes in their way, which were like the Looney Tunes holes, so they would stop coming in our neighborhood. They were getting so pissed. They kept complaining to the military over and over again. We made them think the military did it. And the ships stopped because we caught them. It's the angels unaware rule. You caught them as alien, you caught certain bent light or orbs as alien. Some of them stop. Some don't. Some do. They're hoping you don't see them. People caught those tubular lights in pictures. Those are spaceships. Like I've said, orbs, they could have it's a dimension within a dimension, like the TARDIS. So, like we said in the orb conversation. So, I will leave it here. It is, and that's also on the Sasquatch channel, by the way. Since it was the Forest People talking, I put it on the Forest People's channel on Rumble. So, it is 12:06 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Friday, May 31st, 2024. Thank you.
And for the final recording for this long Sasquatch episode, sorry, more distractions came in, from news shit to phone calls right on cue. People sending emails, texts, right on cue. Right on cue. And I've been going back and forth making tower busters and editing. Going back and forth. I can't sit at the computer all the time. But, I mean, series of unfortunate events, bumping into shit, dropping shit, fumbling, breaking stuff, a whole bit. It's very frustrating. So this is what's been going on since that recording. And as I'm trying to edit, the computer's doing its own stuff on its own without me touching anything, mouse moving around, and even when I clicked a period on typing something, it decided, well, I'm going to put the beginning of the edit at the front and flip everything around and jump it. Luckily, there's an undo function. it's a pain in the ass when you're having to edit, but at the same time, you're having to fight the people that do, that are disrupting. And you know it's intelligent, you know that it's V2K, you know it's these same idiots that came through in that dream. It's so stupid, the lengths these people are going to stop that shit. It's just because I interpreted something correct. That's how you know you're on the right track, when you start getting beat up like that. Things don't always flow when you're getting on the right track. Sometimes you're hitting brick wall after brick wall after brick wall, and it's not spirit brick walling where they're trying to get you to change your behavior. Like I knew somebody that was a slight alcoholic and was slucking on a beer on the way home. This isn't who you think. Cops stopped this person behind. I had somebody else get targeted for something else, a really good friend of mine, that in both cases, spirit was brickwalling them over the same thing, and it could have been peacefully done without a cop mysteriously appearing or targeting, or having any of the overage targeting. It could have been peaceful, could have been without any pains in the ass for this person has to call something at 4:45 in the morning. Spirit doesn't need to do this. There's already enough oppression from this psionic bullshit, AI bullshit, military bullshit, alien bullshit, corporate bullshit, political bullshit. You don't need the rest of it. I'm sorry, I don't agree with that. I don't care how much Spirit is defending, and in both cases, both people's fathers were saying, let's change behavior. You change behavior by not adding all this other shit. Yes, I know it builds character, but when somebody has been through enough and they're telling you, stop it, Spirit, you stop it. I know the oversouls are seeing a lot more, but my God, stop. Enough. You want somebody to be at peace, you start first. So, yeah. So it is. It is 1:34 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Friday, May 31st, 2024. Thank you.
Okay, Joanne and I just said this. The crap that was in the video, they're acting all shocked that I caught them. You mess with somebody enough, you're going to get on film. Just like you see these paranormal videos everywhere. Legitimate stuff gets flagged, tagged, and harassed over. This is why. Or one of the reasons. Yeah, one of the reasons because we caught him. Like the guy with the orb over the bed. They caught him. They didn't manifest. Isaac made him visible. Like a force ghost glow. You know? I think it's so stupid. They don't get it. And then they batter you until you give up. You know? And they haven't touched any more of the computer so far. So, I'm good. It is... I'm right on cue. People are trying to call me, text, everything. So, it is 1:41 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Friday, May 31st, 2024. Thank you. Yeah, it's millions and millions and millions of people see this stuff. And they're all shocked when they're caught. Aliens are that way too. Oh my God, you can see me. Like, past a squad car where he saw Gray sitting in the seat pointing at a cop, trying to get somebody fighting with a cop. And then he turned around, Gray turned around, looked at him, and, oh my God, you can see me. No shit, you're a little scrotum sitting in the cop car, in the squad car. What are you doing? He was giving him the finger. And the Gray disappeared. Everything was peaceful. You know, just like I've seen Grays in the back seats of cars hypnotizing people, and they go commit crimes, along with the psionic dampening. It's the same thing. They're AI integrated, but yeah. So it is 1:42 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Friday, May 31st, 2024. Thank you. Also, talking about Jules Verne, there's also in the game Skyrim, where you're in the Dawn Guard DLC, where you go deep underground. You see these strange animals and see these weird mushrooms and plants. It's kind of hinting at Agartha, the Agarthan world, where all the Falmer are and all this other stuff, and the big underground areas where the bug pests and everything are. And that's where Galador tells you about how the Falmer were once snow elves at Hobbit and were betrayed by the dwarves at Hobbit. But also there were reports of a UFO crashing under the ground for a very long time. You know, millions of years, and formed an ecosystem around it that formed all these weird entities very similar in the game. It was more like a meteorite or a rock that formed it. It was like some crystals that did it. Formed like these weird animals, had these weird glowy, like bioluminescent looks, and everything. The same happened with the UFO incident. They found an underground spaceship. I'm thinking also Skinwalker Ranch, even though there's a time fracture, there's a UFO under there causing some stuff too, rewriting the ecosystem. Just like in Assassin's Creed Valhalla, they said the sun is doing something to rewrite the ecosystem and the human evolution. You know, that's solar flash propaganda still. And also our devices and also shungite attract bees and also alter the energy of honey. And there's magnetite in the devices, magnetite in the core of a bee. So, okay, it is 2:40 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Friday, May 31st, 2024. Thank you.
Okay, you may have heard on the Ghost Box something about Vincent, he's your past life. And yeah, can they channel that way? You bet they can, because everything's all parallel. So of course they can. It is like talking to another person, like when I tapped into Nelson Appleton Miles. I was able to talk to him. When I talked to Moses, he was talking to his past lives. So, yeah, this is entirely possible to do that. People think, oh, this is part of you, but it's part of the Oversoul. Oversoul is just presenting that other facet of the diamond or crystal. See? So, some soul family is that people think they're separate. Some people think their guides are separate. Sometimes they're you from a parallel universe, you looking at you. Bad things happen. I've seen bad things. Like I said, those two of me and Joanna. Laying on the rock slab, and we were great. Yes, you saw a few people that saw Quantumania saw how many versions there were of He Who Remains or Jonathan Major's character. It's like that. So think of time being that way too, where you have Vincent Van Gogh saying, "Oh, you know Vincent, he's your past life." Even though I don't know who that man is that's on the EVP, I hear that voice constantly coming through the EVP. I don't know who that is. It sounds very familiar to me. He's the same one that went creepy kids in the Hunt's Tomb episode of Conspiracy Sector, the Saging of America Part 1. I don't know who that is, but he's constantly around with the Ghost Box. Sounds very familiar. There was a black voice in there too. That one was Hispanic, but there was a black voice in it that sounded very familiar. I'm thinking it's our friend James. I'm not sure. But anyway. Yes, you can do that. Nelson Appleton Miles talked to me and told me about the whole Geronimo thing, because I was having these blips pop into my head. Oh, Florida's a trap. Florida's a trap. You know, we were thinking of moving there first, and I found out that I was picking up on is what Geronimo went through. He went to Florida. It was a reservation, a trap essentially for him after he was captured and died in Oklahoma later on. And I was wondering, yes, Isaac, I know Geronimo had reservations about me. Yes, I understand. Right. That's actually funny. I did that joke to a group of Native Americans one time. We were in the woods. I was with my father and a group of Native Americans in the woods. They were showing us some hunting techniques and everything, and a reenactment or a rendezvous. And they said something that they were disgusted with, and I said, "Oh, so you have reservations about it?" And they all stopped. They all turned and looked at me and went, So they're like, "That took balls, my friend." And my father's like, "Oh shit," but. That's just like when I was around bikers one time. Went with the bridge troll to a biker bar, and we were photographing the bikes, and the bikers all came out, and they're like, "Oh, you like bikes, huh?" And I was like, "Yeah, we're taking for a photography class, all the other stuff." And the bridge troll was just shaking like this, like, and they're like, "What the fuck is wrong with your friend?" And I looked at him, I said, "He thinks you're gonna rape him with a pool cue." And he goes, "Chris, you're an asshole." But they all busted out laughing. They're like, and the leader went, "Not yet." Yeah, you gotta read the crowd a little bit. So even with your past lives, you gotta read the crowd. It's kind of like the trill in Star Trek. Even, and I'm not saying it's a they. You're not a they. You are an I am. Even though you have a multifaceted dimensional consciousness, that's the Oversoul. With multi-genders and everything. It's like the Trill, like the one character in Discovery where they could talk to the past lives, or in Deep Space Nine with Terry Farrell's character of Dax, could talk to all the past lives, and even had Curzon's consciousness removed and put in Odo. That's how the one consciousness went with the one character in Discovery, where they could pull that out and give him a synth body. So, yeah. That's entirely possible to do that. even to the level they did in Discovery. That is very possible. So you can have one of your past lives walking around with you like that. Even though that species was technically a they in that. That's why they picked the trans person for that. The 2 trans people for that role. And one was an admiral, Starfleet admiral, that Admiral Vance. But he was my friend. I don't know you. You know, that's kind of how the vibe you would have. Worf was like that with Ezri Dax when Jadzia Dax died. She goes, "I'm your wife. I don't know you." And he tipped his glass to her after a while. And she ended up with Julian Bashir after a while. Ezri did. But anyway, yeah. I know I went off track, but this is how kind of it works. But you're still in I am. The they-them thing is just a throw-off of the language. They say it's solidarity, but it's not. It's a spell that can throw things off, big time. Also, is there a microbial consciousness, too, like the lights of Zadar in Star Trek? Yeah, but that's incredibly uncommon. The ones that throw off people's gender identity. Very, extremely, extremely rare. I should have specified that in that lifting episode. Very uncommon. So, but it's mostly past life, like the not mostly past life, but the legit ones are past life dimensional. Like that character in Forever Knight, I said was his past life was a vampire lady, and Nick Knight goes back and kills him, or has to kill him, like he did the original person. And the doctor friend said, "Is this your friend? Was this the person you knew?" 100%. Yeah, and that does happen to that extent. On X-Files, they even had a little girl that was basically defacing dolls where the eye was all fucked up and everything. Found out the previous past life was somebody that had got murdered. When the crime was solved, the mirroring of that past life stopped. And that is true. Mulder finds out it's a past life and tries to solve the murder. And then even the murderer goes, "Why couldn't you just take the money?" He recognizes that this is still the person. So, and the murderer goes, "Why couldn't you just take the money?" The murderer dies, and the little girl can now move on as a little girl and not be that guy anymore. Channeling that portion of self to like a ghost that had unfinished business. There can be a fragment of self, like a rogue expression within the past life circle that either controls you from the circle and doesn't go back to the big corridor. Like I've always described I was in a big office corridor of all the different where the past lives were, kind of like almost in a rosary setting, but with the beads, sort of. But without the cross, obviously, or a prayer wheel format. But that's where some of the shape comes from. But anyway, the other is an alien sigil. But the rogue expression or a past life that something was unresolved can be like a ghost within the self. Yes, I know, Ghost in the Shell, Isaac, I know. That was an AI reference. Oh. Some of it's AI. Okay. You're making sure I get that accurate. So some of it's AI to make sure that you regurgitate, and it's a padded list of shit that's just record skipping. So even if you do resolve it, it still keeps coming back. Yes, we said that in the padded list conversation of a talk with me and Joanna. Plus, the Nelson Appleton Miles thing was legit, but I believe the Van Gogh thing was also legit, or I wouldn't have gotten the wound aside from the alien earmarking and tampering, like in Communion. That was even in that book that did that to that man, and they still talk to him. Plus, it's also Toll White. So it is. I will end it here. It is 2:46 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, June 1st, 2024. Thank you. Okay, Joanna and I were just flipping through the movies, and I remember one other thing that goes with what I've said, when the Force people said in that episode. I'll attach this one. About the underground prison areas with the ETs. If you go with Krampus, the movie Krampus, that horror movie where they're fighting Krampus and he looks like an evil Santa Claus with a reptilian eye and everything, and you see a Draco sacrificial ceremony in that movie too, and this kid at the end makes a dumb rookie move. He basically goes, take me, don't hurt them, take me. Basically, that signs a contract or a consent contract with Krampus. The next thing everybody passes out. They wake up, they're on their block going, what's wrong? There's nobody else here. And you see the camera pan out, and they're all in snow globes in Agartha. And he's sitting in his office, just kind of chilling. And even the cover, the movie poster and the cover of the movie, you see the snow globe. That's what that is. It's basically, like, again, a holographic world and a holographic world. And like what was mentioned with the aliens in Yosemite and everything, where the guy falls into that space and gets abducted, and then he doesn't find him. It's the holographic space inside of a holographic space. The TARDIS, it's bigger on the inside type of thing. All orbs and tubular light ships have this, and a lot. And also, I came across a group of tall whites once in someone's session. Again, they were in the mountainside and had this. They were causing problems doing experiments on these people that were in this. I don't want to say asylum or nut house. That's wrong. It was more of a wellness center. That's what they call them now. Where basically a rehabilitation center to get well from some anxiety or mental illness of some kind. And this person's son was in there for a short time. And these aliens were doing experiments on the mental states and everything of the people, and also physical. Very much like the Voyager episode called Scientific Method, one of the first ones with 7 in it, where the holographic doctor has to go hide because he detects these aliens on board. They're in a different frequency and they're fucking around. And he tells 7 to attune her ocular implant, sees them going all over the place, doing experiments on people, genetic ones. People die as a result. And she sends this burst out in that frequency to knock them into ours. That's how a lot of aliens are traveling around us, by the way. And parts of the Introverse and whatnot. But scientific method is basically somebody was saying you have to conduct the scientific method also paranormal-wise. They did scans, frequency scans, everything. You will find this. That's why certain evidence is confiscated by these groups out there. If you find that you come across something real and legit, that it doesn't conform to the yield of disinformation, misinformation that's put out. So, yeah, I find it very interesting that was integrated. But the thing of it is, at the end, you see them all complaining about their ailments, and Neelix and Chakotay are going, "Can you see? I can't hardly see." He turned into an old man, and Neelix was complaining about a rash, and all those. That's a part of the programming where people are just complaining about the ailments and not dealing with them. And then at the end, she scares the shit out of these aliens because they were refusing to leave. They were more powerful. Except she shoots straight for a pulsar, which they can't fight. She goes, "You made me this way." And I always say this to the aliens that do experiments. "You made me this way. Now I'm coming after you." And she convinced them that she was insane. Just like I did to the aliens that came to our room in Vegas. I basically said I was going to not only gut them, but I was going to paint their entrails and brain matter all over the hotel and dump the body on the concierge's desk. I was going to leave so much forensic evidence they would not have been able to do anything. They probably would have said I committed vandalism or some shit. But they said, "This guy's nuts." Just like when I woke up in the middle of the night, I felt something fucking with my feet. Looked up, saw the black eyes, turned on the light, and there's 3 of them in there, chased them out with a knife. I've said that several times. Plus, I had that PTSD where I just kept thinking I kept envisioning myself stabbing one through the head. And then I look at my knife and there's Zeta blood on it. I said that on Typical Skeptic. But, yeah, you convince them you're crazy like that. And then they drive you to that. They drive you to that state by doing this shit because they won't stop. But the scientific method will get you there, to see it. And getting yourself into a calm state of frequency. Whereas the Force people say, "Analum. Or Analum always, which is in the World of Sasquatch product line. You can see it, get it on the Etsy store. www.etsy.com/shop/thelifting, one word. So, it's also on gic.show as well, in that merch pile. Or galacticinterstellarcouncil.com. So, it is 7:36 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday, June 11th, 2024. Thank you. Okay, had a dream that Isaac Isaac first told me that was going to happen, or something was going to happen. I, and Lana Vesta did too, went to sleep, saw this interface of a tablet with a bunch of pop-up windows and such. And even on my computer, when something pops up, or I accidentally run the mouse over something and an interface thing pops up, I get real uppity or panicky. and I saw that in a dream. And I have all these tower busters right there that I just did, and notice how the light flicked while I was out here. Even this morning, the forest people tapped on the window. Somebody tapped on the window. First, I thought it was a squirrel wanting more seed, or birds wanting more seed, but nope. But I saw this in a dream. They were confirming this outside, rather, with the tap. That all these windows are essentially a V2K interface, like you heard in the recording. And the voices have been very loud this morning. Oh, they've been loud. Even the narrative of about Aubrey and Mariah being less than hospitable towards other friends, like our friend Diana and Kathy and Tiff and all of them, saying they had falling out and everything with them and everything. So it was pretty bad. I say this for the record, so that cancels it out. I'll blip names like I usually do. I say blip, but what I do is I edit them out. I just chop those little bits out, and then what happened was I saw what that signifies. Those windows were being blocked, kind of like a spam blocker. So somebody was blocking all of this. Usually, when you see that on a computer, it means it's not being blocked. So somebody was saying something was not being blocked, but they were really essentially helping out to block. And Elaine invested this morning. We're fairly uppity with the noise level of the V2K they took off, and Isaac said it was fairly loud. So yeah, I'm going to end this here. I just wanted to report that. I'll put this on that seemingly never-ending show. I should stop calling it that because the new stuff comes up and I have to edit all this. So by the time you see this, it's going to be long. But sometimes it's some of those are the most helpful. I'll tag I've tagged the time code like you've seen of the paranormal activity and all that in there. So I may even put that one up separate too. So it is 8:51 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, June 2nd, 2024. Thank you. Okay. Watched a little bit of Men in Black. You know, the beginning sequence where they show all the people that were aliens, like Sylvester Stallone's on there. Even Elvis they showed as an alien, but he was really spirit. I thought at first he was going to be alien like Freddie Mercury incarnated as, but nope. But that's exactly what was said, like by the forest people in that episode. Whereas they all had their positions where they were working, like the Lizzies and the Ebens and all that in New Mexico, kind of like Resident Alien, People of Earth, all that. You know, I thought that was very, very interesting. So that's exactly how it is, how they showed it. Even his teacher, even Will Smith's teacher, he goes, "I knew something was up," and that's it. She was an alien. But they're allowed to work jobs, just not reveal themselves. That angels unaware rule. They get revealed, they get, deported, basically. So, but if you don't know they're an alien, you can, even if your intuition tells, intuition isn't just enough. You have to actually call them out. So, it is 2:35 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, June 2nd, 2024. Thank you. One thing I will say about Men in Black, also, the ending where you see the alien playing marbles with the universes, the multiverse. That's like, again, the whole yards a drill tree conversation with the laws of nature, but at the same time, that's like the Krampus conversation with the snow globes. So, also the bugs invading Earth, the Unisphere, 1964 World's Fair put up that binary network, and also the fact that Dennis Rodman's an alien. You're going to find out that every image, more than likely, there's either alien lineage or these guys are alien. You're going to find this out at some point, or if they did say something like that later on, I'd say knew it. So, yeah. I mean, I'm not saying they all are. I'm just saying like that. Situations like that. And so, I find that very interesting. Hollywood, of course, that has a satanic adrenochrome link, all that other stuff. But, yeah, I find that interesting. Oh, Dennis Rodman's from that planet. Really? Not much of a disguise. I thought that's funny. Like I said, they disguise themselves as that angels unaware rule, where you can just tell they're slightly out of place, only if you're really looking. And also, some people just kind of look odd. You can tell that's like how the aliens walk around in Men in Black. And then if you point them out, they have to leave. That's some of the system rules. That's kind of some of what they show in the Men in Black series. They did that one with Chris Hemsworth. It was okay. And they did the time travel one. Of course, like time travel projects for 3. Yeah, all right, with James Brolin as the younger self of Kay. All right. But guy that could see the timelines and everything in the past. All those, interesting. But the part I'm trying to talk about is where the aliens are all living on Earth. Also the Agarthan descent lineages. That's the references the forest people were making. So I'm going to have to end this show at some point here, instead of it becoming a rival for the babbling. So it is 3:02 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, June 2nd, 2024. Thank you. What's funny is I'm going to end this World of Sasquatch with something kind of funny. They hate this phrase, wood booger. And it's West Virginia entomology, and it stands for forest demon. Also boogeyman. Also, I think it's a Viking word. It's like a booger, booger. I can't remember it. But the entomology for Deep South is booger. And the God bless you that you hear Christians use for blowing your, for sneezing. Bless you, God bless you. Booger, getting the demons out. That's where booger came from. So they hate this. This is why they don't want any words other than forest people used. Even Sasquatch is fine. None of the weird like skunk ape or orang pendek or that one. Those two I think they let slide because those guys are insane. Yeti, that's one of their enemies. Don't call them Yetis or different color Yeti. It's Sasquatch or forest people. But I just thought that was funny, the entomology behind it. So I figured I'll leave that here. It is 3:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, June 2nd, 2024. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to report on a couple little points here for this show, and this, I promise, is the last one. I say that, but still. And you probably heard that a couple of times in the video where it's like, okay, last thing. I mean it this time. We were in Virginia Beach years ago, and many of you probably know this from listening to the show. Lifting back then. We went into reporting about aliens like the angels and a werewolf that I've talked about a couple times. There's a place called Beads and Rocks. It was Beads and Stones, I think, at one point, but or it's always been Beads and Rocks. It may have Mandela affected a little bit or changed, but there used to be. This is a weird thing. You go up there, and there was this guy that looked like a homeless guy. Had a big like junkyard dog, like pit bull that was huge. This is how you knew there was like some military alien stuff going on there, where they had the dog guarding. You heard me talk about the gigantic dogs. This was a huge freaking pit bull, a mastiff mix, and it wasn't one of the nice kind, I hear, to him. He was always in a ratty shirt and ratty jean shorts or ratty khakis, and he'd sit in this little alcove in the parking lot, and then he'd have to scan underneath the vehicle, with those little mirror deals and everything. And I was like, really? For a bead shop, eh? Like, who's going to bomb this site? Obvious that there was something military going on or alien. Went in, and we would buy beads every now and again. I even got my meteoric iron here in that bottle from that shop when we were here on vacation. But it's too expensive. We don't really go in there. Good place. They have great stuff, authentic stuff, but too expensive. Prices went up way too high. But or else I'd be in there like every week for crystal beads and stones and all that other stuff. They get unique stuff. That's why we look in there periodically. We haven't in about a year, but went in there. And we went in there a couple times while we were in the Virginia Beach area seeing her kids while we were in Nightdale, but also when we were staying with her father and Becky in Carrollton, we would head over there and look around. But in the time where we were in Nightdale at her house on Hillsborough Street, or Lane or Avenue, I can't remember which one now, in Nightdale, we would come in and go to that shop. And the thing about it, there used to be this skull that sat in the middle of all the merchandise, and the being in it always called himself Larry. Larry would be like the watchman. And usually what magicians of all kinds you sometimes will use to keep watch. Kind of like a camera of sorts, but magical. And what happened was we go in there, and we meet this guy that was in there, this hippie type person, who is no longer there. And ran into, and I sensed this really large psionic telepathic field in there. Big. I mean, that could be device or being. But at the time, I thought it was just being. And I walked in there one time, and I kept asking, who is this? Very much like the Ebens in Nebraska I told you about. They had the Men in Black with them. Tufi and Triuban, those two that were in the garage. And they said, what do you want? And I said, I just want to know about your people. And I could see the blue Eben inside the suit and everything. This was like that. I sensed a telepathic field, and I did the same thing. Who do we have? Who's here? And Larry went kind of stupid. You don't want to do that kind of thing. I'm like, okay. And kind of hesitated. I'm like, what's going on? Went in there, buying, stuff periodically. And I kept wanting to go back there to figure out who was there. I finally go back. And I noticed the hippie guy is gone. And there's a young girl there, about maybe 20-something, blonde, good-looking, Nordic type. One that you couldn't miss. Big boob, a whole bit. And like a fishnet deal with the bikini underneath. And that's one of those moments where, you're in a relationship and you have to kind of look down at the floor. That kind of thing. I knew that was the distraction. Like a Nordic secretary would. Like Bjorn has run into that situation with Nordic secretaries and such. And there was even a book written about Nordic secretaries. I still can't. My man's name still eludes me. I don't know why. Anyhow, him and his friend. Anyway, we channeled it once. But anyhow, this is actually, it's on GIC.show or galacticinterstellarcouncil.com. But anyway, I walk in there, and I'm looking at this girl, and all of a sudden I look to my left. It was her right, and I look up, and there is this enormous being standing there. A woman with longer fingers and kind of a chiseled face. Almost kind of like, how the Thalmor look like on Skyrim. Look that up. Or the Aldemari Dominion. The way their people look, or Aldemer. This is kind of how this person looked. That would be like Syrian or being such as that. Like an elf or, oh God, what am I thinking of? Somewhere along those lines. Syrian or tall white, like the tall whites of Nellis, Lancaneer type. Their cousinships to the dark elves or Syrians. There's also the teal-colored elves, the bluish, pinkish ones, and then you have the white and grayish tall whites of Nellis. But the others are out in California. Some in Nebraska. They kind of go all over the place. Most Syrians mainly California. Dark elves, same thing. And down in Arizona, Lancaneer as well. But anyway, up through Nevada and around Nellis and Lane of Estes territories north and also west, and then you have a melting pot around the strip. But this being, I look at this person, she goes, what do you want? And I'm like, huh. So it looked like an older lady, though, had curly hair and everything, but I knew some of it was a disguise. It was an alien trying to blend a little. And I know some of it was some psionic disruption, and I wasn't decoding and encoding it right. Like I said, Randy Kramer's seen the Scarecrow from Wizard of Oz. I've seen the Avengers like Thor, Hulk, and Iron Man. It was like that, but somebody was also disrupting my own ability to decode and encode, translate proper. And I looked, and I said, oh, I just wanted to know who was here. I just wanted to get to know who was here. Now, the response was basically like, I really don't care. You're going to get me in trouble. And you're going to get me in a lot of trouble. And I said, well, I'm a paying customer. I don't care. I do not give a shit about any of that, basically, was the response. In a politer way than that, but it was like, fuck off. And so I said, okay, don't mean to bother you. I'll buy what I'm buying, and then I won't bother you again. I won't be back for a while. Basically, I did point out, I know you're an alien. I basically was saying, I know you're an alien. After that, went back one more time. Being wasn't there. Girl wasn't there. And I got this, like, foreboding sense. Like I had disrupted something. Like this person was helping. What I understood at the time, that person was helping with people at the secret space program, kind of like an underground railroad, but I feel that was the front. I feel this was more like a watchman or a watchtower for the area. Kind of like what I did in the female body, whereas I I didn't know who I was. I was with this woman, other woman, and I would basically, people would fill out coupons for the store, like things in the store, and then the military would collect them, and the number codes on it were like consent contracts to be put in some programs or in some abduction programs or experimental shit. But I didn't know what I was doing at the time. It was just paper as far as I was concerned. But this was weird. This was definitely an alien, without a doubt. No doubt whatsoever that this was an alien. Or an inner earther. We were told at the time it was Abe's daughter, but I don't. Yet I'm not going to say the whole name. People know who I'm talking about, or they don't. But that was all a lie. This was like a watchman of some kind. Or even military in doing the stage crafting, which is also likely, given this is a military area. Big, heavy military area. So, with that said, now, fast forward all the way to 2022, when we went on vacation. Went back in that store. That's when I got the meteoric iron there. And then nothing had been complete. It had changed hands. Not the same people. There were a couple of the same pieces in there, but no alien presence or military presence of any kind in there. And the person was totally different. And I asked about the previous owners, and this person just looked at me like, no, we've always been here. I said, you didn't know a really tall woman with curly hair and floral dress, the whole bit, and another blonde lady that was the other co-owner or another employee? No. Or a hippie guy with that looked like he belonged to Burning Man? Nope. With like or Woodstock or something, with the flower power, the whole bit. Nope, not at all. Doesn't sound familiar. Granted, it has been multiple years. This was 2016 or 17. No, 17. Beginning of 17. No, it was end of 16, beginning of 17. 17. It's 17. It took me a minute to figure it out, but it was beginning of 17. I believe it was springish 17. Anyhow, but we're there a couple times. And while we were still in the Nightdale at the house, or slightly before, even after Salem, in late 16. Anyhow, bought the meteoric iron, bought a few more things left, and that was that. And nobody really knows about that experience a whole lot. I wrote about some of it in my book. I'll have to amend what I've said a little bit. But also, fast forward to yesterday. We drive past that shop all the time, and there's no weird psionic field there of any kind, telepathic field of any kind there now. But nothing. Larry's not even there anymore. The skull, this wooden skull, it looked wood, but it was made of tiger's eye. That it was just unpolished tiger's eye. And if you've seen unpolished tiger's eye, it looks kind of like wood from a distance, but when you get up on it, you can tell it's stone. And it was slightly more porous. It had like acne pockmarks down here, and more of a gaunt, like horse-like look, which is appropriate because tall whites look like that. So some of them are Nordic, like the girl with the big boobs. Yes, that's what I noticed, and they knew that. They knew how to get my attention, so therefore boobies. So yes, I'm a straight guy. So yes, so that's one of the things I noticed. That, and she had blue eyes and blonde hair. So, and the bikini was more like bluish, greenish, and she had a brown fishnet over it, and just wearing the bikini underneath. Yes, I noticed these things. People probably scoff at that, but whoop-de-doo. But, oh well. Some of you just probably wouldn't say anything, but you're looking. Anyhow, fast forward to now. My mother's sitting in the kitchen. Went this is the other experience that I had. I've been mentally harassed since I was working on this episode, and working on things, packing the Sasquatch heads up here to go to the conference, and also to mail some to a friend of ours to sell in Washington. And ironically, they're going to Washington. Might as well be the Sasquatch capital, other than Vancouver Island, there up north in British Columbia. But a little bit of Oregon. That's if you go to the one we did on the Patterson Gimlin massacre episode, you'll see that one on the Sasquatch channel here. It was very sad. But what happened? What happened was I walked around the corner. I heard my mother whisper, or what I thought was my mother whisper, "Would you calm the fuck down and shut the fuck up?" Like, just in like this voice. Went around the corner. I said, "What?" And she goes, "I didn't say a thing." And it was, again, right in this general vicinity of where all this takes place, is in this area. And we hear crashing every now and again. We hear like a china cabinet being pushed over. And the former owner of this house, we know we're not going to peg without proof the guy that owns the house now, but we know at some point in the house's timeline there was some abuse there. Somebody kicked the mirror in their room. Somebody threw some slimy, waxy stuff on their window in their room. And somebody threw a china cabinet over. At some point we hear a crash. We hear the door opening in this area. It's in this area. And ghosts, like, in the beginning, loved to hang out past to the pirate flag. Here's on the other side where the tank is, the hot water heater tank. And my stuff over here. So, which is ironic because, either it's being projected in or over here by what Kieran likes to call the big maggot, which is that lantern over there. Oh, or it's like a big grub. See? I was wondering what he meant, maggot, and it's that thing. So I'd open the door, maggot. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about, buddy, but yeah. And then now I get it. It looks like a maggot. So, but anyway, I heard that and I said, "What? Are you sure?" "Yeah, we're sure." And then Laverne said, "No, nobody was talking." Blah, blah, blah. And that's what happened here. So I'm giving an update to all the aftermath, some of the violent thoughts in my head today as I was yesterday when I was sanding those, wet sanding those, and also editing the rest of the episode today. More of the episode, I'll finish it up tomorrow as of the time of this recording. That's how long it's taking. I think you can tell. But this is the last bit. So I'm going to end this here for sure. So that's it. Hope you enjoyed this. So it is 6:24 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I was told, actually, hang on. I was told that was Isaac that said that through my mother. No, he's saying no. So sometimes I will say things for other beings that are around, like I'll talk like this, and I'll tell whoever it is to stop talking for me. I don't authorize it. That it sounded like my mother did that, but she swears she wasn't doing it. But sometimes you forget if it's in a different frequency. But it was pretty instant. So, okay, I'm done. It is 6:25 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday, June 3rd, 2024. Thank you. One thing on Agartha, though, we were watching. This is one thing we know is synchronicities when we see it. Two things. One, it was a Y-Files on Malta, but the giants of Earth. And I thought that was interesting. Go see that one. Newest one from the time of this recording. And also Shang-Chi and the Ten Rings. That's a Marvel movie. Just happened to come on TV, and then it's like, okay, I want to see this from the beginning. We just went on Disney Plus and watched it. And 2 hours, 15 minutes. It's not bad. It's one of the better ones. Where, basically, this also synchronizes with something we saw on Unearthed about Xanadu and Kublai Khan. And also the Chinese, what will later be the regular Chinese government took over, or the what would become that, and the capital of Beijing. They took over Kublai Khan's empire, even though it was efficient. It was good. It was full of unity, like what he said in his channels on GIC. Of course, he said Enlil was responsible for scorching the place, and there is evidence of fire. Like a lot of it. that's why there's nothing there. They burned. Said they burned all the temples. Like if you're looking to erase an enemy's history, you burn everything. Like kind of like they pull an Akhenaten. It's called. Wiping history. Even though Akhenaten was a bad guy, and that's where they got Christianity originally from before, or the embers or the seeds of it. It escaped, and then Alexandria burns, and Caesar takes it back to Rome. But anyway, hence Vatican later on, the one God worship. But anyway, the Shang-Chi and the Ten Rings, and the group that's in it, the Ten Rings, that the immortal guy that actually finds the rings. It's kind of like the One Ring, where it makes Gollum and then also Bilbo immortal. Also in the books, begins to age Frodo quite a bit after that. He ages to like the age of 50 from like say 20. But anyway, you see that he conquers an own world. They're kind of linking him to the Khans. They even call them the Master Khan. So they're either pegging him as Genghis Khan or Kublai Khan. So it's another Kublai Khan reference. Must be trying to communicate in some fashion again. But the group that's in it is just like in the Order of the Ancients, the Ten Rings group that's in the game or in the movie is like the Order of the Ancients or the Hidden Ones. And the Agarthan part is where Shang-Chi's mother, her people, reside. And it's in another dimensional state, or they say different universe, which is like the Introverse, essentially. It would be like a different universe. Or they're also pegging at the multiverse. So in this, it's also like the League of Shadows. The other group is like the League of Shadows, where they, instead of being like a forest fire burning to the ground and building a new foundation, they just wanted to conquer. It's like more like the Order of the Ancients from Assassin's Creed. So what I've seen from Valhalla. So I find this interesting, that a lot of these parallels, and even down to the rings themselves. When the bad guy, when the Khan was holding it was blue, and when Shang-Chi held him, it was gold. He had red armor, and Khan had black. The hero always wears red, and the villain always wears black in Chinese and Japanese culture, especially Japanese. But gold is considered to be a higher vibrational color than blue to them. That you can tell in the culture, from the rotating bells to the temples, all of it. You can tell. I was told with the GIC and lifting logos that to make a gold version and make stickers with that gold and blue were the colors to use for the protection symbols, primarily. That I would find parallels to this. And this goes into the Garthan conversation, because of and also the Introverse. But there's also another slight mystery that's kind of been solved, sort of. That other thing that I was talking about before, with that one being that channel for my mother. Joanne and I had an encounter this evening with a group. For days we've been knowing that something's not right, and I don't always catch it. Usually my attention can be diverted to something. I don't always catch it, or I sense it and I don't know what it is. I've had that happen before, or if I'm caught off guard, but in this case, it was a little both. Saw this same figure roaming around the house. Now tonight, frantically trying to get my mother's attention. This isn't the first time that's happened where somebody's trying to get my mother's attention. Usually it's a ghost. At first I see this person coming out of my mother's room. We're sitting watching the end of Shang-Chi and then Y-Files, and then I'm going, the hell? And the person tries to come in to the living room, get our attention. And this eventually results in a slight argument back and forth, because I've been jaded to some of this. It's like, okay, enough's enough with the multiple layers of this shit. We may have some information wrong that real spirit is trying to throw in our face, because I'm more open that we have something wrong before tonight. Well, I mean, after tonight than I was before tonight. So, yeah, I'm always open to that we have something wrong, that we got something very incorrect somewhere. This may be because it's some spirit information too, and it's just being thrown in our face like, hey, here's something else for you. I'm not the janitor, I'm not the plumber, but at the same time, did I take up a mantle by creating all the protective stuff? Yeah, I suppose there's a vigil there. But I'm just more jaded because of all the shit that's happened over the past several years. At any rate, this is obnoxious, and this family member, when I got a good look at this person, was wearing white robe with this ring braid for hair, and hair in between, and then hair came down in braids too, and regular strands of hair. Older woman, probably somewhere in there, late 70s, early 80s, and other people of varying ages eventually showed as well. And they were bitching that, you need to communicate better, have more tact, have more negotiative skills. Your heart's not open, the typical chastising. And I've had enough of that shit. And, in the movie, it was more like deception through family member as well. Like, I'll just call him Khan because I don't remember the name. Shang-Chi's father thinks his wife's calling out to him from somewhere and finds this portal in this other land, in this other universe, or in this, it's like the Introverse, really. And there was a dark demon lord that was in there that was sending that information out. It's like in Kingdoms of Amalur, you find something similar where there's this demon lord talking to your character to try to trick him into opening the gate up. Because the Fateless one has the power to open it, just like the rings have the power to open this dragon-scaled gate up. And that the dragon spirit is the only one that can keep the demon lord at bay, kind of thing. And then he was going to break through into our universe. The reason I bring that up is because it was a family member deception. This was more like lower level spirit. I call it a level above Beetlejuice level, where it's like the deceptive level where there's like reception rooms and hospitals and stuff like that, like you see in Beetlejuice. And then you have the idyllic heavens of some of these family members, like I said, that they can kind of dictate how you do things, if they were controlled in life, hence controlled in death. And if I'm getting the understanding right, I'm going with intuition rather than what we knew before, deny the known, manifest differently. In this case, this is a major deny the known, where the family members can either be of a certain religion or ancestry, a certain religion or something, and they can actually form their own heaven with that religion. And people knew this part about the idyllic afterlives conversation, but what they will do is if they can enforce that on their descent lineage and continue to force this. Like I ran across the Campbell clan, where somebody named Jacob Campbell was being tormented by his family members, and this was the Campbell clan, the loyalists to the crown in England during Wallace's time, and even later on and during Culloden and all this. The Campbell family were traitors to the Scotch clans, and they were always loyalists to the crown, like kind of like Alucard. The Alucard family is the Dracula in the lore. From the Hammer film Dracula's to Castlevania and all that other stuff. It's the same kind of dichotomy. So, what I'm trying to say is that I took care of that family, put them in jars, did the whole thing with the holes I told you about, put them on the shelf in the room, did that with my grandfather Jacobs, got him to reconnect to his oversoul. We put other family members of Joanna's in there because they were tormenting and harassing us from one of these other idyllic bubbles. And so I popped the bubble and made their oversoul do an audit. Like what the oversoul's supposed to be doing. Said, no, your avatar is doing something it's not supposed to be doing, trying to enforce things on Earth from. You can almost see layers of oblivion. Those are more holographic layers. Like I said, the layers of oppression, the episode that we did, 5 layers of oppression. There's more, but it's like the layers of oblivion. This is supposed to be the polar opposite of that, but really wouldn't know the difference at first glance because somebody's co-created something like that. Like Frank Frazetta, his Oversoul created Frazetta Land. Awesome! That is an awesome afterlife. There's no such thing as afterlife, it's always continuing, but you know what I'm saying. At any rate, this got to me because it's just like that scene in Black Panther where he dies, or he's dying, and they're like, "Oh, come on, it's your time." And he goes, "No, I'm done. It's my choice." Yeah, it's like old pattern versus new pattern. New patterning, audit, or change. And if you get, let's see, am I getting that happening again with the activity? Let's hope not. I was getting the same spot I was in that video. Huh? At any rate, I'll go, yeah, it's this way. Anyway, yep, got it about right. Anyway, nope, not up here. Okay, just in case it happens again. But anyway, the point of this whole conversation is, the family members don't have a right to dictate what happens here. We said that in the Line conversation, the show called The Line. And there were other things that I didn't say that should have been put in that. And this will go in this particular episode because the thing with Agartha, the thing with the family members also happening in that movie, whereas Michelle Yeoh's character also being in Mummy 3, that also had to do with Agartha, had to do with Shangri-La, had to do with family members, Jet Li's Emperor character, the Terracotta Warrior Emperor, like kind of like a Shang-Chi type character, like a Khan. He had a daughter, or his general had a daughter with Michelle Yeoh's character, and that's a line where the curse was broken there. In this, Michelle Yeoh's character says to Shang-Chi, says, "You have all that. You are a culmination of all that came before you, both good and not so good. You have to use it to your advantage." And basically you become something different, like a line from Spawn, where Merlin tells Spawn, "You have to become something different, something totally new, the reverse of all that of the negative. You have to be the best of all of it." And this is the truth of this. It holds to that conversation, and it holds to also denying the known about both Spirit World, Agartha, any of these things that we have been looking through. And also, these family members thought, they were Craig family members. That's on my mother's side of the family. And I said, what right do you have to channel through somebody? Because I know those words came out of my mother's mouth. They knew I could hear, but she still has no active memory of doing even seconds after it happened. But they see it as like a God-given right because their blood, their weight. No. No matter what contracts of the ancient past have come around, they do not have the right to do that. You do not, just because you're looking for wisdom of the ancestors, doesn't mean you're always going to get wisdom. It's just like in this newer Fantasy Island episode when Malcolm McDowell was Mr. Rourke. Guy goes looking for wisdom. He wants to talk to a ghost, and by the end of it, this guy, was this pianist. I think in life, he was this failed artist. He died of some overdose or something. He was into extreme amount of earthly pleasure, into drugs and all this, but he was he was from like the 16 or 1700s, and this guy goes to Mr. Rourke and goes, you gave me a lemon. This guy has no wisdom. He goes, I could show you 1,000 different ghosts, and every one of them would be a lemon. Meaning ghosts are always lemons. So, you wanted a ghost. Now you're getting a truth out of this. Something you didn't know before. And obviously this is something we didn't know before, just like with Agartha. Is there still an Agartha? Technically no, where it's mostly on the surface except in pockets. Just like you see in the movie, they're in a pocket somewhere. Introverse, their own world, they're in their own universe, technically. But that's both multiverse and introverse and Agartha, all three of those kind of rolled into one. and also deceptive entities that will mimic these things to try to get you to do something for them. And in this case, it's kind of both, because it's family members, but at the same time, they're trying to get you to do something for them, like a meat puppet, and I'm not into meat puppetry. I'm fully against meat puppetry. So, this all applies. And I believe the forest people then would agree with me on this one. But it's been hell trying to communicate with anybody, because there's been this activity for days, and I know I'm being heard and watched at this point. And it's kind of creepy. It's kind of creepy. So I'm kind of jumpy. So if those little fingers start going on the screen again, you're going to see a slightly different side of me tonight. You know, I am slightly spooked, actually. So I don't want to end on this note. So I know I said in that previous one I wasn't going to add any more videos, but I didn't expect this to happen. So see what happens in the coming few hours, or in the middle of the night. Hopefully nothing monumentous. If there's any dreams, of course I'm going to log it, but if it's a dream of relevancy to this subject, and maybe this is a show all by itself, maybe this is a segue into other things, also just like the Agartha topic was a segue into an episode we're going to do with a friend of ours and her grandfather. So yeah, I'm going to leave it here for now until nothing happens. You won't hear anymore. I'm hoping this is the last of this, because I do have to finish this edit up for this. By the time you see this, obviously I have, but for me, this is the current moment. So it is 10:38 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday, June 3rd, 2024. Thank you.
Also, I was saying about the marbles on the alien playing at the Men in Black. Also, another example is Moriarty inside the Optronic Data Core on Star Trek, where Picard says to Barclay, "How do you know we're not in some simulation sitting on someone's desk?" They were trying to purport the Matrix simulation crap, when that's really trying to get people to be more transhumanistic. So I'll leave this here. This is very long, I know, but as I'm reviewing this, I'm seeing more. So it is 11:21 a.m. Eastern Standard Time Tuesday. It is 11:22, of course, a.m. Eastern Standard Time Tuesday, June 4th, 2024. Thank you.